All right, friends, we should be live. We should be live on YouTube, and we're going to be live shortly here in just a moment on TikTok. 1 second. Welcome in, friends. We are live now on TikTok and on both of the YouTube streams. Welcome in. Welcome in. Happy Monday. I hope everyone had a good weekend. I hope you enjoyed the weekend festivities. Maybe watch a little bit of footy ball. You know, your local sports ball team. Do a little rooting for them. As you might imagine, the Browns are still the Browns. There's that. It's never going to change. I've come to grips with it, actually. I think I've about settled that within me. We'll see. I might still need some more therapy. I'm gonna have to talk to a professional about the factory of sadness up by the mistake on the lake. What are you gonna do? People asking, hey, how can I join? Well, if you would like to join into the discussion, there's a link on the screen. It says tiny.cc/dzguest. You can also click the link in the description of the video. There is a link that is clickable in the video description so that you can get into the conversation. If you're watching on TikTok, well, friends, you already know how to get in on TikTok. All you got to do is click the guest request down here on the toolbar somewhere, and you'll be able to get into the discussion queue. Love to hear from you. Anyways, it's a Monday. It is a Monday, but you know, at least we have some good weather where I'm at. Hope you guys are having good weather where you're at. So while we're waiting for the queue to populate, friends, we got a couple of super chats, so I'll grab those. And should be a fun night. We did some topics last week. I'm trying to mix in some new topics. I personally, you guys can let me know later on the videos or in the comments which topics you like the best. I think the topic for Snake was innocent went over well. I think that was everyone's favorite so far. And to be fair, I really enjoyed it. I liked that one. That was a great topic. Let me grab our supers. We'll get our first guest in here. PJ, thank you so much for being here. PJ says, have an excellent night of debate, sir. Well, thank you so much. Have an excellent time chirping in the comments and doing the comment battles. We really appreciate you being here, PJ. Thanks for being here in so many of the streams and for supporting the stream. And also, Crucifix Me. Same goes for you. Thanks for always being here, and thank you so much for supporting the stream. Crucifix Me says, truth plus God equals life. Truth equals life minus God. God equals life minus truth. Rock hard for Doug. Listen, there's some math here that looks like you worked through that I haven't worked through yet. But yeah, I think I can agree with your general conclusion. And Dex, thank you so much for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. That is huge, friend. I really appreciate that. And Space Lord, thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. Says maybe Coach Paul Brown can be resurrected. Shit. If there's a way to do that, if there's a way to do it, I would do it. I would pay to have it happen. Bring him back, damn it. And Yahweh Scrotum, great name as always. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says it really does seem to be true that when the same lies are repeated, it becomes truth for many. Stay up, friends. Keep speaking the truth. Yeah, I mean, that really is the same. That's the saying. I think it was back in the early days of World War II Germany. Who was it? The propaganda minister for Hitler. Was it Goebbels? I forget who his propaganda minister was fond of that particular saying because it's kind of true. And Steve Gear, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, says, I prophesy that the Browns will lose no more than 17 games this season. You know what? I'm with you, actually. I will join you in these prophecies. Listen, the Browns are so bad at this point, they should just be like casting lots to see who plays. Like the in the we first of all, I like Flacco, by the way. I mean, he's good. He's a good quarterback, and he's got a good history. But man, we got a lot of gaps we got to fix. Anyways, Larry Beck, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate memberships. I super appreciate that, friend. Big W. With that, we're gonna grab our first guest, Archie. And while we're grabbing Archie, hold on one second, Archie.
How are you, buddy?
I'm doing really well. Give me 1 second, Archie, to turn on echo cancellation. That should fix the echo. I'm going to turn your volume up too because it's kind of quiet. And while we're doing that, I'm going to bring in my friend. Let me get him on the screen. There we go. How you doing, Bert?
So good. Well, I mean, all things considered, but mostly good.
Well, hold on for just 1 second with me. We're gonna see what Archie wants to talk about, and maybe you can assist in the conversation.
I love it.
Perfect. Archie, can you hear us? Archie? 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 Hello? Archie? I think we lost Archie. It looks like they're driving though, which might be the might be the problem. Archie, my friend, I don't know what's going on with your equipment. But we can't hear you. We can't hear you, buddy.
I think that might be my dad trying to figure out how his phone works.
Oh well. When you get better reception and you're not driving, just come on back. How you doing, Rabbi Bert?
Pretty good. I appreciated your video was that yesterday or the other day when you were talking about the importance of emphasizing the widow, the stranger, and the orphan, and how quickly um, or how little
Yeah.
there is focus on that. Yeah.
It's wild too because you know me, I grew up in the Catholic school and the Catholics are actually pretty big on that kind of a thing. It's weird that something that was emphasized by such a large faction of believers is nowadays rather kind of forgotten.
I think it's like one of the most repeated tropes throughout the entire thing. So honestly, it just goes to uh, people not reading it. Like
Right.
if you read it, you would see it, and it's a trope throughout the entirety of the Bible. So and it it goes through the Christian Bible and the Hebrew Bible. So
Yep.
um,
Eve is saying that my audio is a little bit low on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, let me know. I can turn it up a little louder. Let me know. I can just get it closer to my face too. Let me know if this is loud enough. I can increase the volume if I need to. So just let me know if we need to manipulate the volume at all. We've got our first guest in here without a name, but just a gecko or a
Hi,
lizard.
I'm sorry. I go by Aaron.
Aaron, how you doing?
Aaron, like Key and Peele Aaron.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Uh,
very good.
so how are you doing today? You
You
go
know
you
what?
go by sir.
I mean, you can call
Just
me
to
Justin or Deconstruction or Sir's fine too. So,
All right.
Aaron,
Thank you.
are you at least 18?
Yes. I should say this probably. I just turned 18 September 4th.
Oh, well, congratulations. So,
Thank you.
do you believe in God? And if so, which one?
Indeed I do, and I believe in Catholicism.
Cool. And in your view,
Are
what
you
is the greatest? I'm an atheist. What is
okay? Yeah.
your favorite or your most convincing evidence or argument for why the God of Catholicism is true?
So I would like to speak on the miracles, such as the Eucharistic miracles and
Oh
the
boy.
Shroud of Turin, and such as that. So my first point would be the Shroud of Turin. So
Sure. What
you're
about the
aware of
shroud?
that?
Now I'm quite aware of the shroud.
So
Yeah.
you're aware how like literally like to be able to project the image onto the shroud as it is and the detail that it's in, like it would need to be so strong to the point where we almost couldn't do it to this day with the radioactive energy that we would need to project the image onto the shroud.
Yeah, that's not even close to being true.
Is it not? Did I get wrong
As
information?
Yeah.
as your attorney on the live, I would advise you to pick a
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Okay. Then I would like to talk about the Eucharistic miracles, if that's okay.
that's your
Yeah.
strongest evidence. Your
Um,
Yeah.
strongest evidence.
so, first of all, can I just, what are your thoughts on, like, let's say for the evidence, hold on, when the
So I assume you're referring to the
Eucharist was,
Eucharist that started to grow flesh and bleed.
no, I'm talking about, so the Eucharist, it was, I'm sorry, I can't remember the name, and I'm very sorry for not being able to, but it was where it was dropped and they held it in their hand and it burned and it was so heavy. And when they picked it back up, it left an imprint onto the ground and it's still there to this very day. If you can give me a second, I can give you an exact location if you would like.
Yeah.
And me and
Was it filmed?
um, I believe so. I can double check for you, but me and my uncle went there and we got to see the
Mhm.
exact location. I got to see with my uncle the imprint on the ground from the Eucharist. I got to see there's
What a
over
crazy thing that God is like so concerned about like making Eucharistic miracles that he'll allow it to become heavy and burn the ground, but he's just gonna like do fuck all nothing about the children dying of bone cancer and the 3 million children dying of starvation. What a useless God.
so I believe that it like okay. I'm gonna say something and is it okay if you just let me finish?
Hmm.
Like I just so I believe that there is right in everything. I'm a very big believer in that, and this is what I mean because of course bone cancer, starvation, that is not right. Like that is awful. But I'm a very firm believer in that there is reasoning behind everything, no matter what you do. Um, there is a reason behind on what they do, and so I believe that I'm sorry, I'm trying to find a way to put this out there without me sounding like an awful person and because I kind of can't sound like it, but I believe there's reasons behind it that can benefit it in ways.
It's beneficial for children to die of bone cancer.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the comments and they're telling me I already messed up with
Yeah.
saying it was
Aaron,
here
you're a nice young man. It sounds like you're a little bit new into the
here.
apologetics game, and
Wait,
that's okay.
Justin, can I ask a huge favor of you?
Hmm.
So my uncle has been a studying Catholic and he was an ex-debater, and I was wondering if you'd be able to debate him.
Anyone you want.
Would that Okay, let me just go grab him real quick. I will literally be 1 second.
Don't grab him too hard though. You don't want to hurt him.
More of a cup than a grab. Offer the cup support.
Okay, I guess. Hello.
How you doing, Unc?
Hey, I have my nephew just.
Oh, we lost you for a second. Say it again. You there? Hello? I think he dropped the phone. Really got put on the spot there, didn't he? Well, maybe. Maybe they'll come through. If you're talking, we can't hear you right now. Just so you know. Still with us? Hey, Rabbi Great Glory, your volume is a little bit low on your microphone. The audience was letting me know. If there's a way to turn it up, that might be helpful. I think our apologist left us. I hope they signed up for the Rapture Pet Care. It sounds like they might need it. Okay, well, if you figure, and they're gone. Okay, well, I guess connection went bad. What are you gonna do?
You say my volume's low?
Yeah, your volume's a little bit low.
Yeah,
If
I sometimes. So if you can't hear me, just tell me to pipe up.
no worries, no worries. All right, well, I guess I'll grab a super chat or two. We'll get our next guest in here. That went really well. Tally, thank you so much for the $199 super chat. Fucking Tally, that's huge, my friend. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. That's gigantic. I really, really appreciate that. Big, big W. Let's get some W's all the way around for our friend Tally. Great to see you tonight. That's a huge win. Nightman, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Huge also says, I prayed to Doug for a Bengals victory. Listen, fucking the Browns are so bad. I'm going to start rooting for the Bengals, which I received, but at the cost of losing our quarterback for the year. I know that Doug works in mysterious ways, but this has shaken my faith, and trust me when I tell you, I understand. The good news is your neighbors in the north have a plethora of quarterbacks. We could do a loaner. We can loan you a quarterback for this season. Not even a problem. David, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, brother, you have no idea how much I needed this live today. Rock hard for Doug. Well, listen, we're rock hard for you, friend. Thank you for being here. And Yoda, thank you for the super chat. Says, working back to school night and enjoying a pretzel roast. Today was a good day. I hope all of you had a great day. Yes, even you. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Yoda. And last one from our friend Hannibal's mom says, howdy, good to see your handsome mug. Well, thank you, Hannibal's mom. I really appreciate that. Big W. All right, let's get Matt in here. Matt was next in line, and then after Matt looks like Ernest. How are you, Matt? Matt, are you with us? Matt, can you hear me? Matt? Matt? I don't know if you have your audio set up. Let me see what kind of audio devices you've got plugged in. We could try this. Let me select your microphone or array. See if that picks up your audio. If I can't hear anything from your equipment. Hold on a second. Matt, can you hear me? No, I can't hear you. Can you say something?
Hi.
Oh, I can hear you now. Maybe you just weren't talking.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. All right, so I'm going to turn your volume up a little bit because it's quiet, but other than that, I think we should be good to go. Matt, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to turn your volume up a little bit louder too. All right, there we go. And which God do you believe in?
The sun.
Just so you know, TikTok can't hear him.
All right, let me double check. Oh, yeah, I can see why. Sorry about that. They should be able to hear him now. Matt, you said you believe in the sun?
Yes, correct.
Awesome. And are you referring to the glowing orb above our heads that's the giant ball of burning plasma?
Yeah, exactly.
And you think that the sun is God?
We don't know if it's quite plasma, but whatever it illuminates that color.
Wait.
We
Are you
can call
saying
it plasma, but
you're saying the scientists are wrong about it being plasma?
well, do we know that for sure?
I think science has pretty well got that one on lockdown.
Okay, let's just go with that then, even if it is made of plasma.
Okay. And you think that the sun is God?
Yeah, like even though like God is a Greek word, I try not to use the most impure impure form of certain words. I try to use the more correct, maybe etymology and maybe more of the pure form of an ancient word. But yeah, we can use the word God.
Okay. Do you think the sun's sentient?
In the sense of human sentience,
Mm-hmm.
no, not like a human sentience. That would be like saying almost like, or trying to understand an insect or animal sentience from a human sentience.
Okay. So you don't believe the sun is God
I think
then?
it is. I think it is alive in the sense that it gives life as well. It's the life from the sun that gives plants and animals life
Okay. So you're an atheist.
for the
Cool.
most part. Yeah, I do agree with some of the, for the more majority of sort of the states of mind and a lot
Mm-hmm.
of the agreements that you have. I think you're doing a great work
Hey,
with
thanks.
sort of
Appreciate that.
debunking a lot of the. Yeah, exactly.
Well, Matt, thanks for stopping by. Big W for being an atheist. We are looking for people who want to debate, but hey, good to hear from you.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll keep maybe we can stay in touch, and just want to let you know too, I've been doing deconstruction work as well for quite a few years, and just doing a compilation of just sort of proving as well with evidence and facts that the sun is the creator of this world we live on.
Sure, right. Yeah. As long as creator doesn't mean creator. Cool. All right.
Yeah,
Thanks,
just sort
man.
of the correlation too between a lot.
He's either a troll or it might be like semi socially abusive to debate him. I don't know. I'm gonna grab our 2 super chats and we'll get Ernest in here. Gluco? Glucho. Hey, sorry if I mispronounced that. Thank you for the $5 super chat. This is another great live, Justin. Rock hard for Doug. Every live, I always think, hit them with the baby paste analogy again. Justin, love your work. You know what? We'll find a way to do baby paste tonight. I'll see if I can work it in. We're gonna make it happen for you, my friend. And Zen, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Thank you so much. Zen says, caught you on AXP and the line. Can't always swim with you, but will always support the channel so that your teachings will blanket the internet. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you so much, Zen. I really appreciate that. And Sundays are wild. I'm on like 3 different shows now. It's pretty crazy. My schedule's getting pretty wild, but it's a good thing. It's a good problem. All right, let's get Ernest into the discussion.
While Ernest is loading, I just wanted to highlight, I think that your gain might be a little high on your microphone, and that it's kind of compressing everything and making it kind of tinny and sharp.
What about now?
Much better. Crystal clear.
Perfect. Okay. Perfect. Ernest, welcome in.
Hello, how are you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing blessed. Thank you for asking. Your
That's
God
great
is
to hear.
imaginary if you don't understand the spirit within of your heart.
Sure. So which God do you believe in?
The one that lives inside of the heart of mine.
The heart of mind?
Yes, the spirit.
What is the heart of mind?
Heart of mine. M-I-N-E,
Oh,
mine.
the one that lives
You
in
know,
your
The
heart.
spirit inside. The spirit inside, yes.
Yeah, why would I
I
believe
am
that
closer
spirits
than you
exist?
see because I'm not your God than me.
Why would I believe that
So
spirits
you don't
exist?
believe you exist
No, I don't believe that God exists.
because you have one living inside of you.
No, I don't believe that. What's the evidence
So
of
then
that?
I guess you have no life.
No, I have no spirit.
You love your
So,
life to the death.
well, I think everyone wants to stay alive. Do you want to stay alive?
Exactly. So you have no spirit. You love your life to the death. You have no God.
Do you? Yeah, you nailed it. I have no God. You got it. Yep, I don't have a God. So, which God do you worship?
Yeah. So I worship the God that's gonna bring me back to life in my next life, mine.
Yeah, does it have a name?
Yes, sir. You would call him the Lord in a different setting.
So you mean like you're a Christian?
I mean, I believe in the Father.
Are you a Christian?
Yes, sir. I am a Christian.
Okay,
Yes,
I
sir.
don't
I
know
am
why I
a
have to
Christian,
like
but I'm a
pry it
different
out of
kind
you
of Christian.
people. It's crazy. Just remember that whoever denies Jesus
It's
before
sometimes
others
hard
that
for
will be
me
denied
because I don't
before
use
their
the name
Father
of the
in
Lord in
heaven.
vain.
that's not what that means, but we're not going to waste time on that. So what would be the best evidence or the most convincing argument for the Christian God being real?
You see, this is your how can I say this? You're wrong here because, well, the Christian God would be Jesus, and he's not my God. I have a spirit of my own.
Oh, so you don't believe in the Christian God?
Because of the Christian God, that would be Jesus. There is no other God before me. You know, the Lord, your Father, the Lord, your God, he invites the iniquities of the fathers of the third and fourth generations of those who hate him and use his name in vain. He doesn't hold you guiltless.
Is Jesus God?
Sir, in the beliefs of some people's hearts,
I'm asking you, in your view, do you think Jesus is God?
In the belief of my heart, he will be a creation.
So Jesus is not
like
God.
Incarnation, manifestation.
Is he God or not? It's just yes or no. Is he God? Possible answers, yes or no.
He will be a man with the nature of the Spirit.
I'll put a notepad up on the screen for easy tracking. Since you're not tracking already, this is going to be a painful session. So the answer or the question is Jesus God?
Painful,
we have
sir,
possible answers.
I don't use the name in vain,
yes,
and I'm not going to tell you he's my God like the same.
Maybe. So the possible answers to the query is going to be a yes, a no, or a maybe. Which one would you pick?
If I tell you yes or no or maybe, you're going to act like I'm trying to hold the answer from you. So I'll just tell you the answer.
I'm literally just asking you for the answer of what you believe.
I believe that the Spirit lives inside of me. I can't do anything without that. My God.
Do you think that answers the question of whether or not Jesus is God?
Sir, it would answer the questions in his eyes. Are you him?
I need you to answer the question in my eyes since I'm the one asking the question. So we'll try again.
Yes, sir. So
Jesus
if
God?
you're Jesus, pay attention to the wording. Are you
well,
God?
I'm not Jesus. I'm Justin, and I'm hoping that you have at least enough brain cells in your head to answer an easy yes or no question. So we'll try this again.
You know,
the question that I'm asking right now is whether or not Jesus is God, and it sounds like you don't have an answer.
Sir, the answer you want me to tell you is that he's God, but he's not my God. You see?
I don't want you to give me a particular answer. I want you to give me what you believe. I'm asking you what you believe.
Just respond in earnest.
The logical explanation would be he's God, because so am I. You see the individual?
Okay, so you think you and Jesus are equally God?
Sir, in the essence of the third, yes.
Okay, so then the answer to the question is, yes, Jesus is God, and so am I.
So the answer to the question is creation. Are you made in the image, like in the likeness of God?
So, Ernest.
Do you have a spirit, sir? Were you born?
Yes, Jesus is God.
Can you answer me yes or no?
Is Ernest. So, just to be clear on your position then, you are God and Jesus is God. Is that correct?
Sir, there is no God but God. I am Ernest. The Spirit lives inside of me.
Okay, so Jesus is not God.
You don't understand the two natures of a man.
Okay, so
you have a spirit that lives inside of you.
So
and your father
the answer to the question is
is
Jesus God? The answer must be no then, right?
In your eyes, he's not God, sir. But in
I'm
those
asking
people's
you,
eyes,
I'm asking
he
you
is.
in your eyes.
Spirit,
I'm asking
the belief.
you what is in your head. I know there's not much
Sir,
there, but I need you to provide me at least what you have.
For your viewers. Oh yeah, of course there's not much there because
my viewers want you to answer the question, Ernest. The answer to the question is either yes,
Well,
no, or
let's see,
something in
viewer, do you
between.
want me to answer the question, or have I already answered the question in your eyes? Let me see
You
some
have
writing.
not.
Thank you. I don't see anything, sir.
They all
Probably
they all
not a
say
friend.
they're saying
Jesus
ask
is
the
God.
question.
Look, they
Bro's
believe the
an empty
Spirit
lot.
is God. One God.
I'm asking you, what do you think?
I am telling you exactly what they're saying, just in a different wording.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm going to move on to an adult, okay? I don't know what loony bin you walked out of, but I think they're missing someone. We'll see if we can get you checked back in. Well then, all right. God is not sending his best today. God's depth chart looks like the Browns roster. Steve Gear, thank you again for the super chat. Says, "Don't worry, the Browns will win a game soon, in the biblical sense of soon. That is for sure."
What's the
Good question.
opposite of an eponym?
I don't know.
Because that's what Ernest was. Because he was not Ernest.
Oh, that was good. No, I don't think he was. I think he's living on a different planet. Good question. Says, do you agree that all slaves in Israel were 100% slaves in the idea of bondsmen is only possible because Israelite males were special? Not really. I mean, you could have a female slave that was unbound to a man. That is certainly possible. And of course, you could have male slaves that were completely unbound to a woman. I don't know. Maybe I don't understand the question, but did they have slaves? Certainly. Now, you guys have heard me talk before about when the Israelites were slaves in Egypt. I'm not convinced that they were slaves in the way that most people think they were slaves. I think they were more like forced labor, or mas in Hebrew, which just means like they were conscripted to provide a certain number of production output in order to maintain their social status and relationship within the land. I don't think it was a situation where every individual was owned by somebody else and forced to work under the threat of being beaten with a rod. But let me grab our next guest. Truth Ministries is next in line, so we're going to bring in Truth. Welcome, Truth.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
It's a little bit quiet, but I can hear you. I can turn your volume up too.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that should be a little bit better.
Yeah.
So, Truth, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Do I look over 18?
I mean, you do. You do.
Okay, yeah, I am. And I
Sure.
do believe in God, yeah.
Sure. And which God do you believe in?
The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the God of Israel, the God of the Bible.
So you're Jewish?
No.
Okay, so you're a Christian?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Do you think that Jesus is God as well?
Yes.
Do you believe in Trinity?
Yes.
Okay, cool. What would be your most convincing evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
The fact that since the very beginning of the story, Genesis 1, all the way to Revelation, it was all pointing towards 70 AD, and that's when Jesus returned.
Oh boy. So there's no prophecy left to fulfill?
No.
Oh, is that so?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Jeremiah 33 just doesn't mean what it means?
In what regard?
In regards that there's going to be Levitical priests giving offerings and sacrifices of grain and animal?
Mm-hmm.
So that's not real then. Those words don't mean words?
Yeah, it's metaphoric.
Yeah. All the stuff you don't like is metaphor.
All prophecy is metaphor.
Why would anyone believe that?
I mean, just because of when you look at how everything is played out according to God's word, it's not literal. Like Isaiah 13, the sun, moon, and stars didn't actually stop giving their light when the Babylonians fell to the Medo-Persians.
Yeah, this is called a failed prophecy. Yeah.
Or it's just hyperbolic apocalyptic language.
No, or it's just failed. Yeah. So when I see the prophecies don't come true, I just say, oh, it didn't come true. When you see that the prophecies don't come true, you're like, well, fuck, none of these words get to mean what they mean anymore.
Maybe. I mean, again, Isaiah 13 is pretty emphatic about it being about the Babylonians coming and being destroyed by the Medo-Persians.
Yeah, and the very next
happened.
chapter also says that the Israelites will take the Babylonian slaves, which didn't happen either.
According to Ezra and Nehemiah, they did.
No, they certainly did not.
Yeah, when they came back from captivity, they were given bondsmen and bondswomen from Babylon.
Well, keep in mind here, Babylon was destroyed.
Well, yeah, as a kingdom, correct, but the people
Right.
still remained. Just the political power got removed.
That's right. So they didn't enslave Babylon.
No, they returned from Babylonian captivity with those people from Babylon as their bondmen and bondswomen. That's what Ezra and Nehemiah says.
I do agree. They had foreign slaves. We can agree on that.
Yep.
I think
So that's how.
I think the emphasis on Isaiah 14 though is that they're going to oppress Babylon the nation.
No, that's not what Isaiah 14 is saying.
It it says the house of Israel will possess the nations. Nations don't mean nations anymore. I got it. Sorry, I keep forgetting.
No,
The
hold
words
on
don't
a
mean
second.
words.
Hold on a second though. You're not even quoting it correctly. In Isaiah 14:2, it says they take the people and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel possesses them in the land of Yahweh for servants and maids, and they will take them captive whose captives they were and rule over their oppressors. They're in captivity to Babylon. They took Babylonian slaves back. That's fulfillment at the end of the exile.
Listen, I'll grant you can count that as a minimal fulfillment. My reading of Isaiah is much more heavy-handed than that, but I'll give you that one. You can count the singular the actual individual slaves as people from those nations. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one.
Okay.
Non-zero number.
Is that the first time you've done
What's
that?
that? What's that, Rabbi?
Oh, a non-zero number.
Yeah, it's a non-zero number.
Is that
Yeah,
the
no,
first
that's
time
See,
that
I
you've
was trying to
given
realize-
that?
Oh, sorry.
no.
Oh, okay. I was
No.
wondering if you were being charitable or.
I'm being charitable.
Okay.
Now, I forget where we were in the discussion.
Talking about how
Oh.
all was fulfilled in 78.
Right, the prophecies. Right. Yeah. What actually got fulfilled in 70 AD?
The destruction of the old heavens and old earth, and the institution of the new heavens, new earth, the resurrection of the dead, the institution.
The
of the
heaven, the heaven and the earth got destroyed.
Yeah, that was just the way that they worshipped God under the temple cultist system of worship.
That no, the heaven and earth is the heaven and the earth.
Not according to Deuteronomy 31 or Haggai 2.
You'd be wrong.
Really. So in Deuteronomy 31, when it's the finalization of the tabernacle, it's been built, and the Ark of the Covenant is placed in the most holy of holies. Moses goes and steps in front of the tabernacle and says, "Gather all the elders of Israel before me." And then when he begins talking to them, he says, "You stand here today, and the heavens and the earth are as a witness against you." He's talking about the tabernacle. He's standing in front of the just finished tabernacle. You have to prove that that's not what he's saying.
You'd have to prove that heaven and earth means something other than like heaven and earth. Invoking all the witnesses of heaven and earth is not the same thing as saying that inanimate objects are heaven and earth.
Well, that's not really what he's saying in Deuteronomy 31.
No, you're the one saying it doesn't mean what it says.
No, in Deuteronomy 31, he says right here that could start at verse 26. It says, "Take this book of the law, and thou hast set it on the side of the ark of the covenant of Jehovah your God, and it hath been there against thee for a witness." So it's emphatic what the witness is. He's talking about the ark of the covenant.
Yeah, the book's a covenant. Right. It's a witness. Yes, that's how right. Covenants work. There's witnesses that have to sign off on it.
Perfect. Right. So then when we get to the part
who
where he brings
who all are witnesses to the covenant?
Well, you could say that it's God and Moses, because God's the one commissioning the covenant to Moses, but
And
Moses is just
and
a
all of
federal
Israel
headship.
and all of Israel agreed to it.
Correct. That's the marriage ceremony to the covenant. Right. So in verse 28 of Deuteronomy 31, he says, "Assemble unto me all the elders of your tribes and your authorities, and I speak in their ears these words, and cause to testify against them the heavens and the earth." Well, if the witness was just told in verse 26, you cannot break the laws of grammar and say that the testimony is of the heavens and the earth is not the witness. What does a witness do?
No, a witness is there to ensure that whoever is in agreement is held into account on the agreement. And
Does a
heaven,
witness give a testimony? Have you ever been to court?
a witness certainly can give a testimony, but
Okay, so you're telling me when somebody brings a witness into court, they say, "Hey, just stand there and look pretty."
I didn't say that at all. Listen to my words. I
Right.
said
So what does
a
a witness do?
a witness can give testimony. A witness also gets to sign off on things. Sometimes all the witness does is give their signature to something. I hope you know that. So the
Okay, perfect. So who was
witnesses,
giving their signature in verse 28?
so the witnesses of all heaven and earth is referring to all people who witness. It's not referring to
That's not what it's
inanimate
saying.
objects. I don't
It's
know if you know
saying
this,
that they
but
were
you can't
testifying.
call inanimate objects to witness.
But that's the problem. The word witness is not in verse 28. It's testify. So what do you do with that
Listen,
information?
to testify and to witness is the same thing.
No, it's not. The
It
book of the
is.
law and the Ark of the Covenant is the witness. Heavens and earth are giving the testimony. So now
Right.
now you're in a trap. You've got a big problem. You've got to prove that the testimony given is not of the heavens and earth is not the tabernacle.
Actually, I don't have to prove that at all. You haven't demonstrated at all that the tabernacle is heaven and earth. You've just asserted it. And you've asserted it not facetiously. You've asserted it spuriously. Well, I have no reason to believe that the phrase heaven and earth refers to the tabernacle when every other time it's used in the Bible, it's referring to either the literal heaven or the earth, or metaphorically, all of the witnesses or all the people within the heavens and the earth. Never once does it get used to refer to just the tabernacle. And I get it. You found some really interesting like grammatical feature here that allows you to lie about what the rest of the Bible says. But like I'm not dumb enough to accept this really bad interpretation.
So in Haggai chapter 2, for example, and again, the setting of Haggai chapter 2 specifically is Haggai is now before the governor of Judah and the high priest. They just got done building the second temple. They're about to commission the second temple. And Haggai says in verse 5 and following, "The thing that I covenanted with you in your coming forth from Egypt, and my spirit is remaining in your midst, fear not. For thus said Jehovah of hosts, yet once more, it is a little, and I'm shaking the heavens and the earth, and the sea and the dry land."
Mm-hmm.
What just got shaken previously if they're just rebuilding the temple?
The heavens. Hold on, Rabbi just dropped. Let me close this window. I don't know what happened to our rabbi. The heavens and the earth is the heavens and the earth. So when it comes to like the day of the Lord or the multiple days of the Lord, as it shows up in the Old Testament, it's accompanied by a shaking of the heavens and the earth. It's a display of might.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you again, though. In verse 6, he says, "For thus said Jehovah of hosts, yet once more." So that means that this is something that has already occurred. "It is a little, and I am shaking the heavens and the earth and the sea and the dry land." So if Haggai is standing before the newly commissioned second temple, why did they need to rebuild the temple that was originally there?
Because it was destroyed. We all know this. The temple was destroyed under Babylon. It was destroyed again under the Greeks. It was destroyed a
No, it
third
wasn't.
time. Oh, it certainly
No, it
was.
wasn't.
Yes, it
not
was.
destroyed under the
Yes,
Greeks. Show
yes,
me
it
right
was.
now, please.
It literally
back that up.
says that in First Maccabees and Second Maccabees
Maccabees is an inspired scripture.
both describe their history. I don't know if you know this, but
Okay, I would
history
like
doesn't
you
have
to
to
show me
be.
an actual historical document, please. I don't want
the
Maccabees.
the
That's
book
not
of
inspired scripture.
Maccabees is history, and it describes
It
how
is.
Antiochus Epiphanes walks into Jerusalem and destroys the temple, and even the destruction that's referred to in Daniel chapter 9 and elsewhere doesn't
Yeah.
mean that it was entirely taken down brick by brick. The word destruction often just means to despoil in biblical Hebrew. And so when
Oh, so
Antiochus
there can be metaphors.
Epiphanes,
Interesting.
no, not even close. So the
Okay,
word
so destroyed isn't destroyed
destroy,
though, right?
the word destroy has a semantic range. It doesn't always
Okay.
mean that it becomes entirely annihilated. So
Well, there's
shakath in Hebrew means to despoil or to destroy, meaning a desecration under Antiochus Epiphanes the Fourth, when he set up the statue of Zeus inside there and made them eat pig's meat, was destruction. And then he set the whole city to flame and burned down their houses and buildings. So this is a second destruction of the holy city, including a despoiling of the temple.
okay. So the main problem you have is that the book of Maccabees, if you're going to say it's a historical document, it's an erroneous historical document because it completely botches the death of Antiochus Epiphanes. It says that he died somewhere where he never died in a manner in which he did not die. It
Well, the
actually
Bible says
contradicts itself.
the Bible says things that are untrue as well. I mean, that's not a problem for people who don't believe this thing is inerrant. Like if your evidence that a whole book should be thrown out is that it says one thing that's not completely accurate, man, a whole shitload of the Bible is going to get thrown out.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's perfectly fine if you want to try and have that discussion. But from my standpoint, when we're talking about the book of Maccabees, if you're using that as your authoritative historical document proving that the temple was destroyed under Antiochus Epiphanes, it is you versus all of history and scholarship, my friend.
No, it's me versus Jewish history versus Josephus and versus the writings of the Greeks.
Where
You
does
know that,
Josephus
like,
say that the temple was destroyed under Antiochus Epiphanes? I would
Book
love to-
10, he says that Daniel chapter 9 was fulfilled in Antiochus. The very end of book 10.
Okay, with a desolation, and that's not even right, but that's okay.
It is
He got
right.
that
Yeah.
incorrect.
Yeah, he got that
But
true.
a desolation is
It
not a
actually happened.
destruction.
It is. Under the semantic range of the Hebrew word, it is. I know you're getting real hung up because you want the word destroy to only mean that the entire temple was taken down to the foundation, but that's not what that means.
In the book of Daniel, chapter 9, okay,
Mhm.
so we're just so we can be honest with it, you're talking about the abomination of desolation, right?
Yeah, that's what Antiochus did.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, right. So in verse 26
Mhm.
or 27, which one are we looking at?
We're going to look at both of them.
Okay, perfect.
I'll put
So
it on
we
the
can
screen
look at-
for you.
Yep, that's fine. So when we're looking here at the desolations,
Mhm.
right? Oh man, how do we even begin this?
We begin it by being honest with the scholarship and admitting that this is about Antiochus Epiphanes.
Okay, so the word that's used in verse it's not Antiochus Epiphanes, but
It
in
is.
verse 26, the last word there is desolations, right? So it's plural.
Mhm.
It says and the end of it shall be with a flood until the end of the war are determined desolations. So
Yep.
first of all, you've got multiple things going on there. It's not just talking about one destruction of
I
the
didn't say
temple.
desolations. This word here is the word I'm referring to.
Shall destroy the city and the sanctuary.
Yeah, that Hebrew word is shakath. Go ahead and look it up in your interlinear.
Yeah, absolutely. So for shakath, it is talking about I guess really it's a primitive root word,
Yeah,
meaning to cause decay.
yeah, exactly. It has a semantic range. Read the whole semantic range.
Okay. Well,
Read it.
even if we look in like the Septuagint.
Read it. Read the
Let's take a
semantic
look.
range. Go ahead.
Yeah,
You already got it up.
okay,
What's the
so yeah,
semantic range?
The semantic range would be, again, if we're going to go by semantic range, it would be sorry, the wrong word there. There we go. So to cast off, corrupt, destroy, lose, mar, perish, spill,
Oh, what about that?
spoil, or waste.
Yeah, isn't that wild how the semantic range includes destroyed? It's the way I used it. What about
Yeah,
that?
but again, in what kind of destruction? Because it's a figurative destruction at all times.
I told
Again,
you
it's a
what kind of destruction. He came in and despoiled the temple. He took the
Okay,
vessels out of the temple. He made them eat
Okay.
pig's meat, and he put a statue of Zeus on the temple. And then he burned down parts of the outer court and the city.
Okay. Well, so we can have that discussion, but even if we look at Daniel in the Septuagint, right? It says here
Why?
that he shall corrupt with the one
Mhm.
taking the lead, the one
Why do I care
coming,
what
and
the
they shall be cut
Septuagint
off.
says?
Yeah, it's corrupt. So
No,
the
I'm
holy
asking
space,
why do I care what the Septuagint says?
because the Septuagint predates the Masoretic texts of Daniel, and
The
arguably the Dead Sea
Septuagint
Scrolls
doesn't predate the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's certainly not of the Book of Daniel. In fact, Daniel is being added. If you have bothered to read the Dead Sea Scrolls, Daniel was being added to even during the period of the Dead Sea population in Qumran. That's why we've got Greek additions to the Book of Daniel. That's why Nabonidus in the Book of Daniel is changed to Nebuchadnezzar, when the story about Nabonidus' madness was clearly about Nabonidus, the actual father of Belshazzar. Nebuchadnezzar wasn't even related to Belshazzar.
Yeah, that's because that's just a title.
It's not a title.
Same thing as Pharaoh. Same thing as Pharaoh. Same thing as
There were
Darius the Mede.
there were 4 kings between them.
Yeah, that's fine, but the title given to them is like Pharaoh. There's multiple pharaohs throughout the Bible because it's not somebody's name.
I said
Just like-
father. Nebuchadnezzar
Yeah, right.
wasn't even related, much less the father of Nabonidus or Belshazzar. They weren't even alive at the same time.
Right, but were they not ruling? Were they not in positions of rulership?
No, Belshazzar was never an actual ruler. He was a co-regent while his father went away to Tema.
Right. Right. And so again, the title, even if it's a temporary thing, just like Darius the Mede, history would say there was no Darius the Mede that ruled during the time of when Daniel speaks of it. It's because Darius the Mede is just a title. So
And we're not
that-
talking about
again, that's a
we're not talking
non-issue.
about Darius the Mede. We're talking about
Right, we're
someone's
talking about Belshazzar
fathership.
right, correct. I understand.
Yeah,
but again,
Belshazzar's
ancient-
father was Nabonidus.
Okay, well, in ancient Near East thought, it still would pertain to who had the control over the socio-economic political system at that
Which
time.
was Nabonidus.
Okay.
Just so we're clear, when Nabonidus was king and his son was co-regent, Nebuchadnezzar was dead.
Mm-hmm. Right. That's because the title Nebuchadnezzar is what's given to the person that's ruling at that time.
No, it's
That's
not
the whole
even
point.
close.
Okay, you could say that, but again, there's multiple pharaohs throughout the Bible, multiple Herods throughout the Bible. There's multiple.
Pharaoh is a title.
Yes,
Nebuchadnezzar is
so-
not a title; it's a name of a king.
Okay, what does the word Nebuchadnezzar mean?
I'm sure you can tell me. I'm sure it's already on your script.
On my script. So the word.
I know you have a preterist script. Just give me what you think it means.
Don't have a preterist script, man. I'm just going
Every
wherever
preterist
you
I've
want
ever
me to go.
talked to is on a script. Go ahead and give me what you
Well-
think his name means.
So the most direct link to it is Abaddon in the Hebraic word, which is destruction, which makes sense because in Revelation, Old Covenant Jerusalem is identified as Babylon, and they say that the Abaddon is coming from there. So yeah, that's what it just means. It just means the one that's going to destruction.
Do you think that
which happened.
Nebuchadnezzar was Hebrew?
No, but there's
Oh.
a Hebrew Bible.
Do you know who Nabu is?
What about Nabu?
Do
The-
you know
the
Nabu is
Babylonian god or what?
a Babylonian deity?
Yeah, of course, because in ancient Near East thought, they thought that they were either appointed to their position of power by deities or they were the incarnation of deities themselves.
Just to be sure,
that's so
do you
not-
think he was named in Hebrew or Akkadian?
Both. God is the God of everything. He named them in both. It
No,
wasn't
the,
named after Nebuchadnezzar?
The Babylonian king was named after a Babylonian deity in
Correct,
Akkadian.
and that Babylonian deity has a Hebraic root word meaning Abaddon or destruction.
No.
So this is
No.
still a non-issue.
Nabu's not even close to the same root word.
Okay.
I don't
so
think
again,
you're in a good position to talk about Hebrew roots. If I had to guess,
Yeah.
I would say you don't know a whole lot of Hebrew. You just like look words up on Blue Letter Bible.
No. I'm just giving you what the etymology of the name Nebuchadnezzar in the words of the Hebrew Bible. Okay, because we're
I'm
talking
talking
the Old
about-
Testament.
He's Akkadian.
That's perfectly fine. Are the words written in the Hebrew Bible?
Yeah, and to be sure,
Okay,
his
they
name
are.
his name exists outside of the Hebrew Bible. We don't need the Hebrew Bible to know what
Yeah,
his name is or what it means.
that's absolutely fine. But the way in which his name is written in the Hebrew Bible has a meaning, right? It's there for a reason, right?
Only if you want to add it to it. Just like there are words in other languages that when we say them in English, they take on new meanings because there happen to be words that sound the same in English.
Okay, but this is completely different. We're talking about like ancient Near East mindset, not talking
I
about
know.
English.
Yeah, I know a lot about the ancient Near East. That's why I know this is a bad talking point. Just to be clear, everything you've said about the ancient Near East has been false so far. Nobody's being
Really?
called Nebuchadnezzar as a title.
That's all that names are in the Bible is metaphors for who that
No,
person is.
that's a
What purpose
cope
they
of
serve.
all copes. Names aren't all
Okay.
metaphors.
Oh, okay. I mean, again, you'd have to prove that.
You'd have to prove they are metaphors.
Sure.
The starting
Which-
point is
which
that names
I
are
just showed you.
names. So keep in
I
mind
showed you in
keep in mind the starting point of all of my claims is that words mean what words mean. Your starting point is words can't mean what they actually mean. Names are metaphors in your worldview.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny that you would disagree with that. Like, have you ever met somebody with the last name of Smith?
Yes.
What did their last name come from?
Sure as fuck not a metaphor.
Were there?
What do you
were
think
people
a
in
what do you
their
think a
family
metaphor
Smiths?
is? What do you think a metaphor
No,
is? I think you're
it
confused
is
about what a metaphor is.
no, that the word itself is drawing to an action or a thing. Somebody with the last name of
Yeah,
Smith
yeah,
comes
but that's
from the
not a
line of people who were
metaphor.
Smiths.
We
Okay,
we agree. Yeah,
but that,
people have names that have meaning in real life, but that's not what a
right.
metaphor
Well,
is.
that's what Nebuchadnezzar's is. It's the root
No.
word is Abaddon.
No one.
Yes.
First of all, no. Second of all, not relevant.
Okay,
Nebuchadnezzar
well, it is
was
relevant.
the name of the king, and he certainly wasn't the
Yeah,
father of Nabonidus or his son
that's perfectly
Belteshazzar.
fine because it's just a title.
Dan is not a
Nebuchadnezzar is
title.
just a title.
Find me a
That
single other
kingdom.
king ever in history that was named Nebuchadnezzar II.
No, there's not. Again, it's a title. Just like
Okay,
you
so
can't
there's
find
no
too
other
many
king
pharaohs in
ever
history.
that's called Nebuchadnezzar. You can't tell me that Nebuchadnezzar is a title when I know for a fact it's a name. It's mentioned outside of the Bible dozens of times. In fact, I've got literature
Yeah.
right here from the ancient Near East that mentions Nebuchadnezzar in the
Mm-hmm.
Akkadian. We know who
Yeah,
the guy
absolutely.
is. We don't need the Bible for that.
Okay, that's perfectly fine, but you are playing within the confines of the Bible.
No,
We're
no,
not
no.
talking about
I'm playing in the
Akkadian book
confines of
holders.
history.
Okay, perfect. That's perfectly fine. History still shows that there were rulers of Babylon, and just like you had different Dariuses of Persia, that's just a title. That's
No,
all it is. Just
it's
like
not.
there's different. Was there different pharaohs
Nope.
in history?
Nebuchadnezzar is not a title.
Okay, that's your assertion.
No,
But
no,
when we
no.
look at the
That's
when we
the
look at
truth.
pattern,
That's
okay,
the truth.
were there multiple Herods in history?
Yeah, because as it turns out, you can name person Herod more than once. I don't know if you knew this. Just like my name is Justin, and I could name my child Justin. That's how that works.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean Justin's a title. It means there are multiple Justins.
But Justin is a title. Your
No,
word has
no, it's
your
not.
name has an etymology.
Justin
Okay,
is not a
let's
title.
let's see.
Justin is a name.
What is
It
the
comes from the Latin for
etymology
justice.
of
We
the
all know
word?
the etymology
Okay,
of particular
okay,
words,
okay,
but my
perfect.
name
So
is not a title.
yes, it is. It is
No, it's not.
literally it has no meaning if the word justice doesn't exist.
It
Your
doesn't
word
need
your
it
name
doesn't need
exist.
meaning.
It's funny. It's just funny because you agree.
This
well,
is
yeah, the
the
etymology
weakest
is
argument I've heard ever for the book of Daniel is that Nebuchadnezzar is a title. This is
okay.
bad.
That's fine. It's okay. I think it's holding water because you
It's
just
certainly
proved
not
that
holding
your
water.
name just means justice, just like Nebuchadnezzar means the one going forth to destruction.
No, it's an Akkadian name. It
Yeah, I
doesn't
know.
mean that.
Yeah, it's not. I know.
It means Nabu, watch over my heir or watch over my child.
Maybe an Akkadian,
Yeah, because it's an Akkadian name. Yeah.
right? But what does it mean in Hebrew?
The same thing.
Oh, okay. It means
Because
same thing.
the Hebrew transliterated the name.
Okay, maybe. So anyway, if you want to give up on that point, then we can talk then about the
You,
destruction or the corruption that's
you mean if
given.
you want to admit that it's a terrible talking point?
No, I mean I could sit here all day and continue to just repeat everything that I've said. Like I
You can
said,
be
Darius
you can be wrong all day. That's up to you.
Okay. Was there a Darius the Mede in history?
No, but most new translations will say something like Darius, who was by birth a Mede. There's a little bit of discussion as to whether or not the actual King Darius had Median descent. And so right now, scholarship is a little bit divided on whether or not Darius the Mede is an actual person or if it's a comment on a person's descent.
Yeah. Okay. So let's look real quick here at Darius the Medes.
This is going to be painful.
No, it's not. Let's see where I have it here. Let me pull it up. I did a video on this. Sorry, give me one moment here. So Darius the Mede is here we go. Yep. So first and foremost, okay, the identity debate of Darius the Mede, right? Cuneiform records confirm that Cyrus appointed Gubaru as the governor of Babylon post-conquest, which is in 539 BC. But Gubaru installed sub-governors, and that's attested to in Daniel 6:1, that ruled for 14 years. Gubaru ruled for 14 years. At 62, he was 62 years old at his ascension, matching Daniel 5:31. So what he did was he facilitated the transfer of power from Babylon to Persia, fulfilling prophecies of Median involvement like Isaiah 13:7, Jeremiah 51:11. And then you've got Darius I, who was the architect of restoration. So he usurped the imposter Gumada in 522 BC, reorganized Persia into satrapies, and then he standardized the laws. Now, he enforced Cyrus's decree after discovering it in the Ektabana. That's Ezra 6:1-5. And he funded the temple construction from the royal treasury. So
I don't know what you think you're addressing. You know there's a real King Darius, right?
Right, but so here's the thing. The reconciliation is that the secular records lack a Darius the Mede between Belshazzar and Cyrus. The resolution is that Darius was a title for Gubaru or Cyrus.
What are you talking about? Where are you getting this information? Darius, the first year of Darius is 522. That's between Cyrus and the others.
Correct.
What in the world what Wikipedia page? This is not even Wikipedia level history.
Okay, so again,
to be clear, there is a real ruler named Darius. That's a real guy. The question at hand is whether or not there's a Darius the Mede, which again, I didn't call into question. Not once did I make the argument that Darius the Mede is a falsely attributed person in the book of Daniel. Listen, I know that some people will harp on that. I didn't bring that up. Sounds like you're just defensive about it.
No, because the whole point is the word Darius is a title. That's the whole point. It's just a title.
Darius?
Nebuchadnezzar is a title.
Oh boy. You know, he had a real name too, right?
Herod is a title. Just like Pharaoh is a title.
No, Pharaoh is a title. Herod's a name.
How many Herods are there in the New Testament?
There's quite a few. Even the women, there's Herodias too.
Right. And does the timeline of Herod's ruling in history line up with how many Herods there are in the New Testament?
That's a meaningless question. There are multiple Herods. The timeline's irrelevant. We know they existed.
Count the authenticity of the scriptures, man.
Well, that's not even hard. The authenticity of scripture is like easy to debunk.
Okay.
I mean, it's just self-contradictory. Like, even if you don't know a thing about history, all you have to do is read the book and you'll find dozens of contradictions, some of them quite major.
But just like the word Darius just means to hold to good.
So what?
Belshazzar, Nebuchadnezzar, the roots of that name just mean destruction, and that's what the Babylonian kingdom did. It went forth.
This is crazy. To be clear, every name every name has a meaning because our names come from words and syllables that are in our language. That's meaningless. No one cares about that. We're questioning whether or not a
You don't
name
care about
is
it,
a
Justin.
title. Just because a name has words and syllables in it that have meaning doesn't mean that all names are titles.
Yeah, but look, the Bible uses Darius uniformly to highlight shared function. They facilitated the Jewish restoration under Persian authority. It's no different than the name Nebuchadnezzar having used uniformly to highlight the shared function that
Wrong
the northern and the
again.
southern kingdom went forth
Nebuchadnezzar
into.
is not a title, neither is Darius.
Okay, well, I feel like I just proved very well that
You
it is, 'cause that
certainly did
reconciles
not.
the Darius the Mede problem.
Not even close.
Okay, so was there a Darius?
To be clear, Darius the Mede is not a problem. I've said that twice now.
you just
You're the
yourself
one
admitted that
you're
there's
the
no
one
Darius
that
the
brought
Mede.
up the whole Darius the Mede talking point, not me. I told you
Right, because it
scholars
goes-
are divided on whether or not Darius the Mede is an individual or whether or not it's an individual and then his lineage being referenced. So if Darius the Great had Median lineage, then the phrase in the Hebrew Bible could easily just refer to Darius the Great.
Okay, and so how could the word Nebuchadnezzar in the Bible not just be representative of that kingdom that went forth to destruction? Did Babylon get destroyed in history, sir?
Well, Babylon got wiped out.
Okay, perfect. So now we have at least a starting point for why there might be the Nebuchadnezzar that you're saying is not a Nebuchadnezzar.
No,
Just
I'm saying
talking
that
about the
Nebuchadnezzar
identity of-
is Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar is the actual king, and Darius is the actual king.
Okay.
They're not titles. Listen, you can cope all you want about how names actually aren't names, but it's not going to go over well here. These are not good talking points.
But your name means justice, right?
We'll try this for the 5th time. Every name has some sort of a meaning typically, unless you just like the phonetic sound of different syllables together. But that doesn't mean that names are equal to titles. A title
But they
typically
could
refers
be.
to an office.
But they could be, right? Like the name could
No.
have a meaning, right? Oh, okay, it's
No,
impossible.
having meanings isn't a title.
Okay, serving as a function, is that what maybe it could be used instead? Having a meaning means that it serves a function?
No, neither. Having a meaning is irrelevant to what the name does. The function of a name is to give a designation to a particular individual.
Right, but your name came from the word meaning justice, right?
Yeah, and no one cares. My parents didn't even know that when they named me.
Okay, but that's not your parents' fault, right? It's just a
Well,
fact of the matter.
my name is still just my name, not a title.
Okay, but your name comes from something, whether your parents
Still
knew it or not.
irrelevant every time you say it.
It's not.
It's a bad talking
Drawing
point
the whole picture.
every time you mention it. It's never going to be a good
Okay.
talking point.
Okay, well, again, so that could be your idea on that. But anyway, when we go back to Daniel chapter 9, again, that's corruption
Right, yeah.
that's used there. We've got no problem with the word corruption because every time you see that it is used, it is talking about something becoming corrupt. It's not talking about actual physical destroying. It's a metaphorical destroying.
But the city and the temple was destroyed given the semantic range of the word.
The
I
city
know
and temple was-
I know the semantic range is really difficult for you right now, but like that's what happened.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. And again, Daniel 9, if you're going to take it all into account what it's saying, you would have to then say that the transgression was shut up, the sins were sealed up, iniquity was covered, there was age during righteousness, and
Nope.
vision and prophet was sealed up, and the Holy
Nope.
of Holies was anointed during Antiochus Epiphanes. So what happened in
Literally, none of those things are anything I view as being true. So let me tell you what actually happened here. This prophecy was written in the middle of the Maccabean revolt as evidence that it knows everything about the 2nd century, doesn't know fuck all about the 6th century, doesn't know anything about the time period of Nebuchadnezzar, but it knows everything about the 2nd century. Everything that it describes in chapter 7, chapter 8, chapter 9, chapter 10 all of those events are happening in the 2nd century, and it gets all that shit right because they're writing in the middle of the 2nd century, which is why it's mostly written in Hasmonean Hebrew, which wasn't even in existence until after the fall of the Greeks. Once the Hasmonean Empire got underway, they started to reinstitute their own form of Hebrew. It's referred to as Mishnaic Hebrew nowadays, and that's the form of Daniel that we're going to find most of these passages in. So they're written in the second, well, they're probably written originally in the 2nd century and transposed later after the 2nd century into Hasmonean Hebrew, or just from Greek. They very well could have written in Greek like the editions Daniel were. That being said, we have no evidence whatsoever that this predated the 2nd century. The last kingdom in every chapter of Daniel is the Macedonian kingdom, as well as the actual people named, like Antiochus, which is why almost all of the Jews up until Jesus' time period understood that this was primarily fulfilled in Antiochus Epiphanes. Josephus agreed, and I don't even think Jesus agreed. I think Jesus understood this prophecy to be a prophecy being fulfilled a second time around, not the first time around, because almost all of the prophecies that are fulfilled in the New Testament are some sort of dual fulfillment, not in the original context of the prophecy.
It's interesting, though, because the Maccabean revolt started in 168 BCE, and they've dated the book of Daniel, or at least the most significant fragments of the Dead Sea Scrolls, to as early as 230 BCE. So that would pose quite the problem for you.
It wouldn't pose any problems for me.
Okay. So
what problem do you think that poses for me?
Well, you just said that Daniel was written in the middle of the Maccabean revolt.
Yep.
So if the Dead Sea Scrolls can be dated to before the Maccabean revolt, then it probably wasn't written in the middle of the Maccabean revolt.
To be clear, not all of the Dead Sea Scrolls were written at the same time. All of them are paleographically dated to different time periods. That's why we have fragments in Greek, we have fragments in Aramaic, and we have fragments in Hebrew. As the book of Daniel comes, we've got part of it in Aramaic, part of it in Greek, and part of it in Mishnaic Hebrew. Mishnaic Hebrew didn't develop until long after. This is a Hasmonean Hebrew form.
Okay, but the scroll fragments that they found, according to AI that has redated this to possibly 230 BCE, that would take your entire narrative and have to throw it out, right? Because at least part of the book of Daniel would have been written before the Hasmonean revolt.
The Aramaic portion.
Okay, you're saying the Aramaic portion of it, which
again, and why do you think the Aramaic predates the Hebrew?
Well, it's still not good for you because Daniel.
No, it's really good for me.
Daniel 2 through 7 still talks about the 4 kingdoms.
Yep. Which is Greece, the last one.
No.
Yep.
No, it's not. The last one is
Nope,
Rome.
it is. Wrong again.
Okay. So, according to Daniel,
the 4 kingdoms always end in Greece. And I've got about 30 different historical references from the Jews, from the Greeks, and the Romans, all indicating that the 4 kingdoms are exactly as what I said, even including the Dead Sea Scrolls agree with this. It wasn't until many, many centuries later that modern archaeologists started to reconstruct the history, and they came to the determination that the Medes didn't first defeat the Babylonians, but that wasn't known until just a couple hundred years ago.
Right. Okay. So here's the thing. I guess Daniel chapter 8. Tell me if I'm wrong. Was that written in Hebrew or Aramaic or Greek?
I can tell you if you give me a minute.
Yeah.
I've got my English copy on me, but my English copy does actually tell me which section was written in which. Let's see. Daniel 2, verse 4b to 728 is in Aramaic.
Right. So
and then
Hebrew.
Chapters 8 through 12 are in Hebrew, which are of the Hasmonean variety, and then chapters 1 to 2.4 or to 2.4a are in Aramaic.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a question about this. When we talked about Daniel chapter 8, which I'm fine if you want to say that that's a later dating or whatever. The verse 9 says, "And from the one of them come forth hath a little horn, and it exerteth itself greatly toward the south and toward the east,
Antiochus,
towards
yeah.
the beauteous land." Right?
Yeah.
The
So-
problem is
The problem is it just tells you that who the people are here. Did you read the whole chapter?
yeah, I understand, but this is talking about the Roman Empire.
Nope.
Justin.
Rome's not mentioned once.
This
It
is
says
the Roman Empire.
the
It
male
is not
goat
the
is the
Seleucid.
king of Greece.
That's not what the word says. It's
It
not what
says-
the word says in Hebrew.
Verse 21, the
word is
male
Yawan.
goat is the king of Greece.
Okay. The word is Javon. If
Yes,
you read
I'm aware, yeah, and Jabon has nothing to do with Rome.
Javon has everything to do with both Greece and Rome, because according to
Greece.
Genesis chapter 10, hold on. Genesis chapter 10, the table of nations, Yavon goes to inhabit all of what would become Greece and Rome. So when we get to chapter 9, verse 9 of Daniel 8, the problem is the Seleucid Empire never grew to the south and to the east. It was already situated in the southeast. But what it does is it goes southeast towards the beauteous land, which is Israel. That's where Rome came. They came southeast towards Israel.
So you forgot the time
this
period
is
when
not
the
the
Seleucids went down to Egypt and beat up the Ptolemies? You just forgot about that? Then when they went through the Promised Land and destroyed Jerusalem on the way back from Egypt?
But
That's the
again,
king of the north. Just the Seleucid king, Antiochus, is the king of the north.
Look, but the problem is the Seleucid Empire never went southeast. They were already it was already situated in the south. It never went to India. It never made it to India. So how could the little horn grow and go to the southeast if it had no more southeast to go? This is talking about the Roman Empire.
No, it's certainly not talking about the Roman Empire.
The Roman Empire started from, if I'm not mistaken, a couple battles that happened in the vicinity of I'd have to go back and relook, but it basically it sprung up from a couple of battles because of the death of Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great died in Babylon. His empire gets split up into 4 kingdoms. The Seleucid Empire is already there in the southeast. So they cannot expand any further to the southeast. They never made
Well,
it
the
to
Seleucids
India.
aren't in the southeast.
Okay. The
To be
Seleucid
clear,
Empire,
there's no southeast.
so I just want to make sure. You're saying that the Seleucid Empire, okay, was never situated on the very portion of like the Arabian Sea.
No. They certainly had a command of part of the Arabian Peninsula, but they didn't command the entire peninsula. They didn't need to.
Right. So, I mean, it's interesting because when we look at the entire Seleucid Empire, it doesn't go southeast. It was already situated at the very end of like what would be, I guess, modern day India. Like if they went any further, they would start getting into India, but it never went there. But what did happen was that the Roman Empire.
That's why they can go south.
But it doesn't say that. It says southeast.
Actually, I don't think though. It depends on what translation you're reading.
It's right there in the Masoretic text and probably in the Septuagint. Let me see what it says in the Septuagint here.
It says mine says towards the east in the south.
And let's see, Daniel 8:9 in the Septuagint says, yeah, towards the south and the east, and then towards the setting of the sun. That didn't happen under the Seleucid Empire.
Are you kidding me? So you don't know anything about the travels of Antiochus?
Of course, we know about it. But when the empires, the kingdoms were originally split, it was already there.
I'm
It's already
aware.
situated in the south and the east.
I'm aware.
Sorry. Out of where?
I said I'm
Well, out of the
aware.
whole- Oh, you're aware. Sorry. Yeah. So, but when we look at the history of the Roman Empire, what happened was it started under a couple of skirmishes in like 27 BCE from the area called Javon, which is where Greece came from. I'm not denying that, but it's
So
an area.
just to be
according
clear, then,
Genesis 10.
just to be clear, then, every translator of the English Bible got this wrong. You're the one that got it right.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the words say what they say, and history shows what happened with the Seleucid Empire.
I'm just asking. Do you think that you're right and all the translators of the text are wrong?
I don't think well, I mean, translators can be wrong with how they translate certain things.
Well,
but I believe the text.
I'm just looking for a yes or no. Do you think that the translators got it wrong?
No, I don't think the translators got anything wrong. It's talking about the southeast and towards the glorious land, which would be Jerusalem.
Okay, so they got it right.
Right, but what you're
Okay,
saying is incorrect.
so then Javon is Greece.
Absolutely, Javon. Look, Greece came from the area known as Javon. Genesis 10, chapter 2. The sons of Japheth are Gomer and Magog and Madai and Javon and Tubal and Meshech and Tyrus. And sons of Gomer, right? It tells you where all the sons are and everything like that. But what it says is that, but by these have the isles of the nations been parted in their lands, each by his tongue, by their families in their nations. The isles of the nations is talking about what would have been that area that Greece controlled, but Rome came from that same area, from the area of Javon.
Listen, everyone knows that Rome and Greece were neighbors. No one's questioning that. Yeah. The question that I have for you is, why would I interpret that as Rome as opposed to Greece when Greece is the last kingdom in all of these nations? They clearly are describing the events of the Grecian kingdom. It literally refers to the events. You can go back in history and see that it actually happened until the prophecy failed because they're writing in the middle of the 2nd century.
Yeah. So again, when we look at the entirety of the
verse 21 doesn't even make any sense if it's Rome. It is the dumbest interpretation. The ram that you saw with 2 horns, these are the kings of Media and Persia. The male goat is the king of Greece. This is Jabin. And the great horn between its eyes is the first king. You think Rome defeated Media and Persia?
Hold on a second. No, that's not it. It says in verse 21, and the goat is male, the kingdom of Yavon, and the
Greece.
horn, the large horn that is between its eyes is the first king. That's what Daniel 8:21 says.
Yeah, and what happens? What does the what happens to the ram?
It gets taken out by the goat.
By the goat, right? And the goat is represented by Jabin.
This is
okay, so if the goat is it's Greece, I know. Yeah, that's why they translated it as Greece.
Right. The word is Yewon, so I'm not denying that this is Alexander the Great, because then the horn gets broken out into 4 pieces. Right, but then it says, "Kingdoms out of that nation shall arise, but not with its power." So not having the power of Greece,
right? Because it was divided.
The latter time of their, sorry.
Yeah, because they were divided. I know.
Right, but then when you get to Daniel 8:23, that's the latter end of their kingdom. That's the latter end of the 4 kingdoms. This is talking about Julius Caesar.
Julius Caesar is certainly not alluded to here.
Bro, who is? I'm gonna give you the opportunity to be honest. Okay.
I'm gonna give you the opportunity to be honest. I'm agreeing with the overwhelming consensus of scholarship. You're the one here bringing in a crazy view of this book that scholars don't agree with. I'm agreeing with the scholars. To be sure, I didn't make this up. I agree with the actual scholars who study this.
I understand you didn't make it up, but if you just said Daniel 8:22 is the 4 kingdoms of Alexander the Great, Daniel 8:23 says, and in the latter time of their kingdom, so in the latter end of the days of the kingdom of the 4 empires that got split up, when they have reached their fullness, the transgressors shall arise, and a fierce king, having features and who understands sinister schemes, shall be mighty. and he
Antiochus.
destroys and prospers them.
Yeah, yeah,
He
and he shall
destroys the
destroy
kingdoms,
he'll destroy the powerful and the people of the holy ones. Yeah, yeah. That's exactly what Antiochus did. It's almost like if you know a little bit about history, all of this points towards Antiochus.
Okay, so
Maybe
Antiochus,
maybe
you're
what
telling me
you
that
should
Antiochus,
try doing is actually reading those unsacred books of the Maccabees and see why Josephus and the rest of the Jewish people understood this to be about that particular time period, which is why after it happened, just look at the coins from the Hasmonean period. Alexander Jannaeus was literally lauded as the Messiah during the Hasmonean period because they thought that this came true. They thought this prophecy in Daniel literally came true because it was written about their time period.
but it's not. It's written about the time of the fourth kingdom.
And you'd be
You've
wrong.
got Babylon,
The fourth kingdom's
Medo-Persia,
Greece.
and Rome.
Rome's
that
not
doesn't
mentioned.
That literally does not even add up to history.
It doesn't need to. It adds up to what Daniel understands history to be, which is what everybody in Daniel's time period believed, which is that there were 4 kingdoms that ended in the Macedonian kingdom. You want me to read you the sources?
No, I understand the sources. I've read
How about
the commentaries. I
I
understand the argument.
actually don't think you do. How about Dionysius? Dionysius says, "For the empire of the Assyrians, ancient as it was and running back to the legendary times, held sway over only a small part of Asia. That of the Medes, after overthrowing the Assyrian Empire and obtaining a still wider dominion, did not hold it long, but it was overthrown in the 4th generation. The Persians, who conquered the Medes." And then you can find the same stuff, the same 4-kingdom succession in Tacitus. While the East was under the dominion of the Assyrians, and then the Medes, and then the Persians, the Jews were regarded as the meanest of subjects. Like on and on and on, all of the ancient sources agree that there's a 4-kingdom succession that started with the Medes, and then the Persians, and then the Macedonians. There's 4 kingdoms in the ancient world. This narrative that Roman, the 4th kingdom, didn't come until after Jesus was already dead. In fact, Polybius says, this happened to Elam, this is a city, once prosperous, to the empires of Assyria, and then Media, and then Persia, the greatest of their time, and then to Macedonia itself, referring to the hands that it exchanged ownership of. And the Bible itself says that the Medes were going to defeat the Babylonians. You pointed to Isaiah 13:17. I'm stirring up the Medes against them. The ancient sources all agree that the Medes were the kingdom prior to the Persians. It wasn't until modern scholarship discovered the Cyrus cylinder and reconstructed the history that they came to a different conclusion. To be sure, I still agree with the ancient sources. I've got dozens of ancient sources that agree that the Medes actually did defeat the Babylonians first for a period of about 3 to 4 years before the Persians came in and toppled them. And part of the reason why it's so hard to piece together is because the Median Empire was a loose confederation of states. It didn't have a strong kingly leadership like the Persians did, so it was hard to know if they were actually in charge. And it's very difficult to know when Cyrus actually defeated the Medes and to what extent he defeated them, because according to the history, when Cyrus defeated the Medes, he didn't defeat all of the Medes.
Right. Yeah. It's again, it's more about like political, the geopolitical power being overthrown, and that's like how they would institute things. And I want to just point out something too. If you're saying that the 4th kingdom cannot be Rome, then Daniel chapter 2 as well, which is the statue, makes no sense, because
It does.
when we see that the statue in, I guess we could say, chapter 2 verse 41 through 43. So it says, "As to that which thou hast seen, the feet and toes, part of them potter's clay and part of them iron, the kingdom is divided, and some of the standing of the iron is to be in it, because that thou hast seen the iron mixed with the miry clay. As to the toes of the feet, part of them iron and part of them clay, some part of the kingdom is strong and some part of it is brittle. because thou hast seen iron mixed with miry clay, they are mixing themselves with the seed of men, and they are not adhering one with another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. So I have an interpretation of this that I think is able to
Sure
be
you do.
verified by history, but I want to know what you think that means. Those or three verses.
I think it's referring to the division of the Median or the Macedonian Empire. Just like the scholars. Again, everything I'm going to tell you is what scholars already agreed on. Nothing I
So let
tell
me-
you, it was invented by me. Everything I tell you
Right.
is in the scholar literature. The
So
four
just to make
kingdoms
sure,
are Babylon, Media, Persia, Greece.
Okay, so Media is one and Persia is another.
Yep.
That's very interesting. I've never heard that, actually, even though you're saying it's like something that's commonly known, I guess, by scholars. Never heard a
very commonly
scholar dividing
known.
those two out.
I haven't seen a single commentary on Daniel in the last 20 years that had anything to say different from that. In fact, I've got a commentary back here from back in 1976 was saying that this is now the accepted consensus. Hold on. All right. This is the Jerome Bible Commentary, page 451, second edition. And it says, Daniel's interpretation of the dream and the description and interpretation of the vision of the four beasts represented the same four kingdoms as given in chapter 7, make it unmistakably clear that the kingdoms are those of Babylon, the Medes, the Persians, and the Greeks. The inscriptions of the old Persian Empire speak of three successive empires, the Assyrians, the Medes, and the Persians. After a time, then Alexander the Great. This is old stuff. In fact, it says in the beginning of this, it says, although this theory, defended by Jerome, was once regarded as traditional, Catholic interpretation in connection with the attempt to explain the 70 years or weeks of years in Daniel 9, culminating in the death of Jesus Christ, it would now find few modern Catholic exegetes to support it. Daniel's interpretation of the dream and the description and interpretation of the vision of the four beasts represented the same four kingdoms. So few people, even back in the 70s, would have thought that the four kingdoms ending in Rome would be real.
But it's interesting because if we're gonna take it like that, you still have the third kingdom with the two legs, which would have been Medio-Persia. Then we get to the feet. And that's where this becomes different.
The two legs is a meaningless attribution. The reason why it's from top to bottom is not because the legs are meaningless. It's because it's going from most important to least important, which is why most of the commentaries will tell you the succession of metals go from most valuable to least valuable.
Right, I understand that. And again, we also have to understand that Daniel was telling this vision to Nebuchadnezzar. So I'm sure he isn't going to tell Nebuchadnezzar, hey, you're the feet of iron. Right? He's going to say, no, you're the head of gold, because he's not trying to get killed by this guy that he's given the prophecy to. But anyway, so here's why this doesn't make sense. Historically speaking, when the Grecian armies came and they would take over a kingdom or a city or whatever, how would their government run? Like, for example, with Babylon and Persia, the whole idea is you would come into a place, destroy it, and absorb
Not
its
with
culture.
Persia.
Right? Like the culture of the people would become the culture of the dominating army. Is that true or no?
Not of Persia, no. Persia was quite notoriously hands off with their rulers. As long as your kingdom was not causing trouble and they already had their own set of laws, they would kind of let you manage their own affairs under their guidance. They didn't typically force all of their customs on you, whereas the Greeks were the opposite. The Greeks wanted you to adopt Greek culture.
Right. Okay. Perfect. So let's talk about that. Okay. The Greeks were very much more authoritative in when they would come and take over a place. They would want to instill, would you say, like Greek language, Greek religion, their own government system. Is that accurate? Okay, so how could that be? And let me just point this out. In Daniel 2:41 and 42 and 43, how could that be the Greek system of them taking over cities and towns if it's the iron mixing with the clay versus when you've got the Roman Empire coming in and instilling more of like the Persian Empire, where they just kind of sat back and let people do their thing.
The Romans
as long
did
as
not
they
do
were
that.
adhering and paying taxes. Really?
You're first of all, you're reading way too much into this. Second of all, the Romans didn't do that. Romans were incredibly heavy-handed. That's why they literally had gallows of people being crucified at all times that opposed the state up on display in all major cities. The clay and the iron mix refers to the Macedonian kingdom that was eventually divided.
What part is the Macedonian kingdom? Is it the clay or the iron?
It's a mix. That's why it's a divided kingdom.
Okay. Well, I feel like that doesn't quite vet out, because if there's the mixing of the miry clay with the iron, it's talking about that system of governance being
Why
mixed
would
in
I
with the people
possibly
which
think
you
it's
would-
referring to a system of governance?
Because that's all these are. They're systems of government.
No, you've interjected that onto the text.
Is a kingdom a system of government?
A system of government is a separate thing from a kingdom. A kingdom is a noun. A system of government is a different noun.
Okay. How does a kingdom operate?
Through laws?
Would you say it's a system?
No.
Okay, so there's no system. There's no systemic anything in a kingdom.
No. Again, you're confusing the map for the place. A kingdom has a system, but a kingdom is not synonymous with its system.
But without a system,
They're different
is there a
words.
kingdom?
There apparently is. That's why we have the Medes. The Medes were a kingdom that were a loose confederation, but they were quite strong for a long time.
Right, because they operated under like a federal headship of rulers, right?
It was more like a really strong clansmanship.
Right. Okay, that's fine. So under that federal headship of strong clansmen that were leading them, is that not a system? Did they not have some sort of hierarchy there?
I'm sure they did, but the vision of the
Okay.
statute has nothing to do. It's not commentary on their styles of government. You're the one interjecting that. Like, you don't
Okay.
like the conclusion that all of the scholars agree on, therefore you need to read more into it. Like, oh fuck, I gotta find Rome in here somewhere.
No, it's just that, again, to say that the toes and the on the feet are the Macedonian Empire, again, is just completely out of pocket. Especially
Yeah,
when we talk
what-
about the timing.
go. Yeah, attend a seminary class and tell all your professors that all of
Sure.
the scholars since the 1960s were wrong. Let them
Yeah,
know.
I'd have no
Let them
problem
know
with
how you
that.
feel about that.
Sure, I've got no problem with that, because again,
But
we're
this guy on the
especially when we're
internet
talking about
said,
especially when we're talking about the timing that's given in the book of Daniel, these cannot be things that happened under the Antiochus Epiphanes.
"Oh, they
There's
certainly
no
can be.
times, and
They
half-times.
are.
There's
Yeah,
3.5 years under
yeah.
Antiochus
The
Epiphanes.
3.5 years
Whereas-
did happen under Antiochus Epiphanes. It's almost like you. I swear, I'm gonna make you read Maccabees today. We're gonna do it. My goodness.
Mhm.
All right, it should be Maccabees 130-ish. Let me find it for
More
you.
Maccabees?
Yeah. He even gives you dates. You can calculate the 3.5 years.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's start out in verse 29. I'll put it up. There, the occupation of Jerusalem. 2 years later, the king sent to the cities of Judah a chief collector of tribute, and he came to Jerusalem with a large force, deceitfully spoke peaceable words to them, and they believed him. But he suddenly fell upon the city, dealt it with a severe blow, and destroyed many of the people of Israel. He plundered the city, burned it with fire, and tore down its houses and its surrounding walls. They took captive the women and the children and seized the livestock, and they fortified the city of David with a large, strong wall, so on and so forth. This refers to the siege of Jerusalem. Now, you know what predated this?
I don't know what predated it, no.
In 2 Maccabees chapter 4, what you'll find is that this was the Antiochus Epiphanes defeating, we'll call it Egypt for now, going north into Judea, and then deciding he's going to defeat Judea. And it talks about a period of about 3.5 years where Antiochus makes a pact with Jason. In fact, we'll go, I'm going to get another browser tab open so we can go back and forth between Daniel 9. So you have a timeline right here in Daniel 9 that is precisely described in the book of 1st and 2nd Maccabees. So it says, after 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off and shall have nothing, and the troops of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary, and its end shall come with a flood, and to the end shall be war and desolations decreed. This is typically believed to be possibly Joshua the priest, who was the first priest anointed over the restored temple in 516. And it says, he shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week. So now we've got somebody making a strong covenant. And for half of the week, he shall make sacrifice and offering cease, which is what Antiochus Epiphanes did. Antiochus Epiphanes cut off the second leader. The first leader is Josh. The second leader is Onias III. Onias III was cut off by Antiochus Epiphanes and murdered. He was replaced by Jason. Jason was spuriously and by treachery allowed to be the high priest. He caused the sacrifices and offerings to cease for a period of 3.5 years until the Maccabean revolt succeeded, and then they were restored, exactly as Daniel 9 describes.
I'm sorry, where's the 3.5 years?
I'll grab it. It should be 2nd Maccabees. 2nd Maccabees chapter 5, the revenge by Antiochus. I think we're going to be in verse 11. Let's see. Hold on, did I type in the wrong chapter? Yeah, I need 2nd Maccabees 5. When the news of what happened reached the king, he took it to mean that Judea was in revolt. So raging inwardly, he left Egypt, referring to Antiochus. So Antiochus leaves Egypt, says he took the city by storm. He commanded his soldiers to cut down relentlessly everyone they met and killed those, went into their houses, and there was a massacre of young and old, destruction of boys, women, children, slaughter, and young girls and infants. Within the total of 3 days, 8,000 were destroyed. So this is
80.
right at the beginning. So we're looking at about 167 is when Antiochus comes in, and then he pillages the temple. Not content with this, Antiochus dared to enter the most holy temple in all the world, guided by Menelaus, who had become a traitor both to the laws and to the country. So there's going to be a whole narrative here about how the high priest is eventually deposed, Onias III is murdered, and Jason takes his place. And then we've got the martyrdom in chapter 7 of the woman and her sons. And we don't have the victory until chapter 8. So there's a period of 3.5 years between chapter 5 and chapter 8. In fact, chapter 4 is when Onias III is cut off. So Simon accuses Onias III.
It's funny because I think that history states that it was less than 3.5 years. But anyway, even if that were the case, it's hilarious because the whole point of that time is to, again, bring in righteousness, age during, seal up vision and prophet, and anoint the Holy of Holies. You're telling me that a high priest being murdered and his murderer being instilled, or some puppet guy named Jason being instilled, is bringing in righteousness, age during, and anointing the Holy of Holies.
No, I didn't say any of that. So this is where my position actually has strength and yours doesn't. So I can look at the book of Daniel and just demonstrate to you that it didn't actually come true. They only thought that it came true. You have to look at the book of Daniel and say, no, fuck, it can't fail. It must be true. Therefore, I'm going to go into this book. I'm going to reinterpret what the words actually are supposed to mean. When originally the context is pretty damn clear. Antiochus Epiphanes is the guy who cut off the first Messiah, the first anointed one, and then made a deal with the second anointed one.
So what is, okay, so then what's the 70 weeks of years in chapter 9, verse 20 through 23?
I thought you'd never ask. This is my favorite part about Daniel 9. So Daniel 9 is very easy to interpret. You don't need a degree for this. You don't need to go to seminary for this. This is simple. So this is being written theoretically in the time period of Darius, probably about 522. So shortly after they're freed, after the 70 years are up, and he's trying to figure out why the promises didn't come true, because Jeremiah chapter 29 said that it's going to be a period of 70 years. 70 years have already passed, so what the fuck's going on, right? So it says, in the first year of Darius, son of Ahasuerus, by birth a Mede, who became king over the realm of the Chaldeans, I, Daniel, perceived in the books of the number of years, according to the word of the Lord to the prophet Jeremiah, must be fulfilled for the devastation of Jerusalem, namely 7 years. Okay, so he's like, listen, I'm reading Jeremiah. Jeremiah said it's going to be 70 years. Then I turned to the Lord God to seek and answer by prayer and supplication with fasting and sackcloth and ashes. And I prayed to the Lord my God, and he made confession saying, and then we've got the confession that he gives to God. And then the important part here that makes sense of this whole thing is when he refers to the law of Moses. It says, all Israel, sorry, I think we went one too far. Let's see, blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Maybe there we go. Verse 11. All Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice. So the curse and the oath written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, has been poured out upon us because we have sinned against you. That curse you can find in Deuteronomy 28. You can find in Leviticus 26, where it says, if you do not return to me, he'll multiply your devastations by 7. So then you get to a period of 490s. Now, so the question as to what is the 490-year period, it is the time period for their devastation, the time period that they are going to be ruled over and devastated by another power, which means the period starts in 605, which is when the first incursion in Jerusalem happened and the first deportations took place, which actually makes sense because when you go down to the word that went out, it says, know therefore and understand from the time that the word went out to restore and to rebuild Jerusalem until the time of an anointed prince, there shall be 7 weeks, so on and so forth. So the word already went out. It's something that happened in the past tense. Now, my contention is if it's something that happened in the past tense, it's either has to be the word of Jeremiah in 605, or it has to be a decree of Cyrus in 539. I don't personally buy that. I don't think it's the decree of Cyrus. I think it's the word of Jeremiah, because we see elsewhere, even in Daniel 9, that words go out that are not decrees. They're just prophecies. Which means 490 years from 605 is supposed to be roughly the end of this whole mess.
So, okay. The interesting thing about this, though, is there's the restorement. Well, I guess the restoring and the building of Jerusalem until Messiah the Prince. You're saying that issuance went forth in 600 something BC? I just want to make sure.
Well, I'm saying the word that went forth appears to be the prophecy of Jeremiah in 605 to rebuild. Or that they would rebuild.
Also,
Also, we
Right, that they
probably
would.
shouldn't just insert the phrase Messiah the Prince on
Yeah.
an anointed prince.
Yeah. To
Yeah,
be
that's
clear,
fine. Yeah, they're anointed ones.
yeah, not a single translation should ever read the Messiah. There's no definite article in there.
Right, there's not. No, it's just ad Messiah. So yeah, it's until Messiah. But then Nagid would be the prince, right? There's an article there with
Or
it.
a ruler.
Okay. Yeah.
Mhm.
So, and I'm just looking here to make sure that I'm not, not crazy. But when we look here, yeah, to bring back and build Jerusalem. Now, the thing about this is that the final decree was actually put forth in Nehemiah
It was
to
not.
finish the building of
Nope.
Jerusalem, the final wall of the
It
temple.
wasn't a decree. It was a letter of passage given to Nehemiah, allowing him to get the supplies he needed and to do the work that he did. It wasn't a decree that went out to the entire kingdom. And keep in
It
mind,
never said it had to be that.
it's in the past tense. The word already went out when Daniel is being theoretically written in 522. It says, "Know therefore and understand from the time that the word went out, or the going out of the word, to restore and rebuild Jerusalem."
So this is it's a preposition, verb, hefil, infinitive construct.
Mm-hmm.
Infinitive constructs.
Which is not imperfect.
Right.
At best,
But
at best, an infinitive construct could be present tense.
Well, actually, it could be present or future,
It could be present or perfect.
which would be future, right?
No.
Or what
So-
is imperfect?
So imperfect means that it would be theoretically future. I'm saying perfect.
Mm,
And
I'm not
keep in
necessarily
mind,
saying
like
that, but okay.
if you really want this to be an edict as rather than a prophecy, the edict of Cyrus is a real edict. And God even says in Isaiah that Cyrus will rebuild my city. In fact, if you look at the edict that's issued in Josephus has a different version of the edict that commands the rebuilding of the city and the temple.
Right, but Israel was not restored. Okay, so that same word that's used here for restore, the Yahasib, that word restoration, Israel would not be fully restored until the final brick was put into the second temple being built. The finalization of that
So again,
final wall.
you keep getting hung up on this idea that the prophecy has to be true. Again, I'm an atheist. This prophecy did not come true. You're doing the same thing that the Jews did. The Jews said the prophecy can't fail. We must reinterpret, which is why when you read the Dead Sea Scrolls, there's all kind of pesharim in the Dead Sea Scrolls where they're just going back to the prophecies and saying, well, this must mean something new now. And they give a new interpretation of the prophecies that are completely disconnected from the context. Because rather than just admitting that the prophecies failed, they came up with fanciful interpretations.
Okay, so again, the issue is, like, when we look at this word for restoration, look at what, for example, is said in
Do you not know about the Hasmonean kingdom?
yes, I know about them. What about them?
Are you aware that they rebuilt under the Hasmonean Empire? In fact, the Hasmonean kingdom was the largest kingdom Israel ever owned, ever. There was never a
Right,
larger kingdom than the Hasmonean kingdom.
But in Ezra and Nehemiah, Israel did not fully they were not fully restored from that Babylonian captivity until the final wall was done being built. That's when they go and meet in front of the temple, and Ezra starts reading out of the law of Moses. It's the same thing that talks about in Joshua. Joshua says, until today, you have been under persecution from Egypt. Because even though they were out of Egypt, the persecution of being separated from the land of Israel was still there until they entered into the land. So this, again, this is 420 BC.
To be clear, you're adding in a full restoration. It doesn't say anything about fully restored in the text.
That's what the restoration is, though. In
I was
Ezekiel
about to
38,
say, I'm looking
Doesn't
at
say
it.
that
I was looking
even
for it.
remotely in the text. See how your
Okay.
reading requires you to keep adding
No.
stuff to it?
No, it's really not adding anything. I think that what you're doing though is you're denying Hebraic thought, even though these are the people that wrote the
Certainly
book.
not. I'm agreeing
you
with
are.
the I literally agree with the Hebrews. I agree with the Jews that this was about Antiochus Epiphanes.
Oh, okay, so look, when we look at like Joshua, okay, Joshua said that they were pursued until, like, they're being pursued by Egypt. They were in Egyptian captivity until they entered into Israel.
Buddy, I think you're
So,
confused.
look,
What
it says,
what
look at
word
this.
do you
In
what word
Joshua
do you
5,
think
6.
it what word do you think needs to be translated as fully restored? Which word? Because
No, I'm
the
telling
Hebrew
you
text
that
doesn't say fully restored anywhere here.
in Joshua 5:6, it says, "For 40 years have
We're
the
in-
sons of Israel gone
We're
into
in
the
Daniel
wilderness."
9.
I understand, but I'm giving you precedence for why the restoration was not complete until the final wall was built, and then they were able to read from the law of Moses and begin worshiping in their temple cultist system of worship again.
But no one's arguing the completion. The completion's irrelevant to this passage. That's why I keep trying to tell you. It doesn't matter when you think it was complete. That is irrelevant to the passage.
No, it's not. Okay, look, let me ask
Then
you this.
show me in the
Joshua,
passage where it says that it's going to come to a
I'm
completion.
showing you the precedent. I'm showing you how this is a biblically
No. Show me
idea.
in the actual passage what word I should be translating as fully complete.
It's the restoration.
It doesn't say
is not-
restoration.
In Daniel 9, it doesn't say restoration. It doesn't
says-
say to restore.
It says bana. The phrase bana, the verb bana, means to build or to rebuild.
Okay. Right. Okay. So the rebuilding, okay, and I mean, actually, it's not necessarily. It's restoration. If we
No,
look
it's
at
build.
This word, well, no, this word that the word for restoration here, it seems to be the Hebrew word lehashi, which means to return.
Correct.
Like like the word teshuva. Yeah, a returning and building of Jerusalem, but the text, nothing in the Hebrew insinuates a full restoration. Nothing.
Look,
there's nothing in the text.
In
that
Joshua
insinuates that.
chapter 5, verse 8 and 9, it says, "And it cometh to pass when all the nations have
can't help
completed
himself.
to be when all the nation has completed to be circumcised, that they abide in their places in the camp till their recovering. And Jehovah saith unto Joshua, Today I have rolled the reproach from Egypt off of you, and one calleth the name of that place Gilgal unto this day." So they were still under the reproach of Egypt for 40 years because it was not done. They were not restored out of that Egyptian captivity.
What does this have to do with Daniel 9:25?
I have no idea what this
Because
has to
in
do with
Daniel-
Daniel 9
because
yet.
in
I'm still
Daniel
waiting
chapter
for it.
9
I think we've asked 5
I'm-
times.
I'm telling you, in Daniel chapter 9, okay, when it says that it would be the restoring of the kingdom or the
That's
of
what
the
I'm asking
city.
for. Which word do you think needs to be translated as fully restored?
By the way, this word again, restore. It's.
Shub.
I would rather. I would rather
Shub does not
translate this as
mean restore.
as the word to return and build
Yeah.
Jerusalem.
Yeah, it's return.
Exactly, but that's the point. They would not be returned into the land until the temple was done being built, just like they were not
No,
returned out of
not
Egypt.
remotely true.
That I just showed you. in Joshua
Apparently,
5 how that's true.
Joshua 5 is irrelevant. Haggai literally talks about when he got there that they were already living in paneled houses. That's why he chastised them and said, "Why have you neglected the house of God and built your own paneled houses?" They did return under Cyrus to the land.
Yeah, exactly. The exodus from Babylonian captivity began. It was not completed. The return was not
The
done
passage doesn't say
until-
anything about completing it. I don't know why you keep adding that into it. It doesn't say that.
Because you don't understand Hebraic thought.
I
You think that
do.
it
I
was
actually went to
done.
school and learned Hebrew, and so Dalton knows Hebrew as well.
I don't
I used
care
to
if I know
practice
Hebrew. You
Judaism.
have to
I
know
think
Hebraic.
I know a little
Yeah,
something
not only
about.
does Dalton speak Hebrew, he used to practice Judaism. There's
Okay,
no Hebraic
perfect.
thought that the word banan needs to mean completing something. You know
When
that there
Israel,
are words
look,
to say complete in Hebrew.
okay, but when Israel was out of the
Mellow.
land, when Israel was out of the land and their temple was destroyed, they were covenantally dead with God.
The
They did
covenant's
not have a
irrelevant. We're
place to
talking about the
worship
meaning
God.
of a
It's
word.
God. Yeah, the meaning of the word when the return happens, it's when that final
Everything's a
wall was
metaphor with
built.
this
You
one.
say no because then it proves the Bible true.
Well,
So
I
you
say
have to
no
say no.
because I
No,
believe
you
words
have
have
to say no,
meanings, and I
Justin.
don't believe that we should apply
I know
metaphors to
you don't believe.
everything.
I know you don't believe. Trust me.
No,
That's what this whole
what I'm saying is
conversation's
I
been
have
about.
no
You do not
reason to
believe.
be a liar and say that none of these words mean what words mean. Again, my whole argument is
I'm
based
not
on
saying that.
words mean what words mean, which is why I know that like everything you're doing is a cope because you can't handle the fact that the prophecies didn't actually come true, which is why you have to interpret every single prophecy as not being about what it actually says. When in reality, Jesus didn't fulfill even one prophecy, not even one,
Hmm. Yeah.
not even
Okay.
close to
Exactly.
one.
I think what the problem is that you're going to say no matter what it must be false because otherwise you cannot be an atheist and the Bible is therefore true.
No, I agree with the Jews.
Yeah. I feel
To,
like
to be
I've
clear,
been standing my
I
ground pretty
agree
good here with you for like over an hour and a
I
half,
agree with the
showing.
Jews that Jesus didn't fulfill anything.
Oh,
Not even the virgin birth. The virgin birth is the most spurious prophecy ever. Do you think that Jesus fulfilled a prophecy about being born of a virgin?
yes.
Okay, can you show me where it says that in the Hebrew
Where?
Bible?
Well, so the word used there for maiden, right, which is if I
Alma.
remember correctly, Alma, yeah. It's yes, it just means a young girl.
And what does it
I'm
say about
perfectly
her?
fine with that.
What adjective does it use? The word
Mm,
right after Alma is what?
with child.
Oh,
Hara. Yes, pregnant. Ha'ama
present
hara.
tense.
She's a pregnant young woman. This is a
Okay.
prophecy to King Ahaz about what's happening in his kingdom. If you go back and read the context, it clearly tells you, in the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, the king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and King Pekah, son of Remaliah, went up to attack Jerusalem, but could not conquer it. When the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of his people shook as the trees of the forest shake before the wind. Okay, and then the first prophecy comes. No one really cares about that one. That's not the fun one, but it ends with the most important thing, which is, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand in all. The point of the prophecies are to gird up the faith of Ahaz and his people, which is why the second prophecy comes and says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose the good, the land before you, whose two kings you are in dread, will be deserted. This is a prophecy to the actual king at the time, stating there's a young woman who's pregnant. Before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, the two kings that are attacking you are going to be wiped out.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. There's no Messiah mentioned here. There's no virgin birth.
Yep. Cool.
So what got fulfilled?
What's the point?
I'm asking you.
This passage is not.
What did Jesus fulfill?
Yeah, this passage has nothing to do with an unknown virgin at a later time conceiving and having a child. None of that's in the text.
Yeah, so I'm not here to debate the virgin birth.
But you are. You started the conversation with Jesus fulfilled all prophecies and finalized in 70 AD, and now it turns out when we actually look at the prophecies, like he didn't fulfill shit. Hosea 11:1 is not even a prophecy. When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. That's not a prophecy.
Yeah, that's his type.
It's not a typology. It's a cope at best if you're a Christian. This is a reference to Exodus 4:22 when God says that He's calling His firstborn son out of Egypt, and He describes what happened. The more I called them, the more they went from me, so on and so forth. This is not a prophecy. Why would any sane Jewish person think that Jesus fulfilled anything in here when there's no prophecy in here?
Sir, when did I ever say that?
Moreover,
Matthew does.
To say that verse verse 1 is a typology, but to deny that verse 2 is a typology doesn't make any sense. Like, when did Jesus ever go away from Yahweh and start worshiping Baal?
Right. Matthew says it's a prophecy. He says they remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken through the Lord by the prophet, out of Egypt I have called my son. You can't fulfill things if they're not actually prophetic.
Well, yeah, you absolutely can. That's just the antitype.
No.
Yeah, Jesus is the true Israel, so he's the antitype.
No, he's not. He's a liar and a fraud.
Okay, well that's your opinion.
My opinion just happens to be true because he didn't fulfill a single prophecy. Can you find me?
Do we have any evidence from the Hebrew Bible of such a thing as typology existing?
Yeah, I would argue that, and even in the Hebrew Bible you see it. Yeah.
Where?
I mean, like where an author explains that this is an appropriate method of interpretation.
Can you think of a single typological prophecy and fulfillment in the Hebrew Bible?
Well, not within the Hebrew Bible, because I believe the Hebrew Bible is all the type and the New Testament is the antitype. The whole antitype.
Yeah, a cope.
No.
Yeah, it's all a big cope.
It would be a little bit convincing if at least we had a prophecy given in the Old Testament, which was a type, and fulfilled as a type in the Old Testament. But it seems like if all we have are these types in the Old Testament and the fulfillment of them in the New Testament, it seems like an invention of the New Testament.
Yeah, I mean, I personally probably couldn't show you exactly where, but no, that's not true. In Joshua, you do see that he tells Israel that they got all the land promises that were promised to them by Abraham, and that was just a type pointing again to the true antitype, which is Christ. He is the true Israel, the land.
That was a
promise.
promise. Not a type, it's a promise.
No, the Hebrew Bible never states what you just said.
In Joshua, he does not say that.
He does not say that this is actually true, will one day truly be fulfilled in the Messiah.
No, but I never said that though. But what you see is the type given to Abraham, and then fulfilled. The antitype.
I don't think it's
Christ.
a type.
Mm-mm.
I don't see Christ mentioned in anywhere, any one of the prophecies given to Abraham. As far as me and Jessica can tell, just from reading the promises given to Abraham, they're about corporal Israel. The seed is referring to all of Israel, because it wouldn't make sense to say that the seed is Jesus, because God says to Abraham that his seed will be as numerous as the stars of heaven, which would not make sense to be referring to a singular individual.
But Paul, again, it's going into the New Testament, so...
Yeah, Paul in Galatians chapter 3 fucks it up because he's reading the Greek. He doesn't know Hebrew.
No, it's because he uses the singular seed for a reason.
But what's Hebrew, give me the plural and singular Hebrew word for seed.
I think that it's always a plural construct.
You're right. Yeah, it's a collective noun, right? So making a huge distinction that it shows up as a singular singular plural means that Paul didn't actually know Hebrew. He was reading it in Greek.
The corporate identity is the type, and Christ Jesus is the antitype. Who is the singular?
That's an adorable cope.
If I went into a synagogue and we were reading Genesis 15 with the passage where Yahweh speaks about the seed, Abraham, and I said to all these Hebrew speakers, hey, notice that it says seed and not seeds. They would all point and laugh at me.
Right, because they're Jews. They deny Messiah.
No,
No,
because
because they
that's not
know
how
that there's
Hebrew
no such
grammar
thing as
works.
seeds.
Yeah.
Well,
That's like saying sheeps. If I walked in and said sheeps, you'd be like, what the fuck are you doing?
I understand, but that's why Paul is showing that the antitype is the Christ, who is a singular seed.
Well,
He's
no,
making a
Paul's
statement.
reading. No, Paul's reading the Greek. The Greek has a singular and a plural for seed. The
Correct.
sperm.
Spermos and spermatos, yeah.
Yeah, that does indeed have a singular and a plural. The Hebrew does not, which means his argument is silly. It doesn't hold. Paul's
It
not a
does
Hebrew of
hold.
Hebrews. He couldn't even read Hebrew,
Well, again,
which is why he never quotes it in Hebrew. He doesn't quote a single passage in Hebrew.
Either that, or Paul knows exactly what it says in Hebrew. It's just being deceptive to his non-Hebrew speaking audience.
That could be the case. I did have a question. In Matthew 27, it says that Jesus was betrayed for 30 pieces of silver and then quotes the prophet Jeremiah. And they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price on the one whom a price had been set, on whom some people of Israel had set a price, and they gave him for the potter's field. Can you find me that quote in Jeremiah? It seems like that'd be a really interesting prophecy for him to fulfill if it actually existed.
If your
Yeah, I
Bible
think
has notations, it should be easy to find.
Well, yeah, I would probably be talking about Jeremiah 32, and also I think it's also in, the
19?
Psalms as well.
He says it's in Jeremiah, but the thing that he quoted is not in
32.
Jeremiah.
32.
They took the 30 pieces of silver, and then the price of the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price. That quotation simply does not come from Jeremiah. It does come from the Old Testament, though.
Mm-hmm.
From
Right,
Zechariah.
so Psalms, right?
From Zechariah, and it's not even about a Messiah. It's about a worthless shepherd.
Mm-hmm.
Is Jesus a worthless shepherd?
To the Jews.
Jesus was a worthless shepherd to the Jews. We agree on that. The funny thing in Zechariah, no one actually gets betrayed. It's not about anyone getting betrayed.
Okay, but
so how is there a prophecy being?
32:9,
How is there a prophecy being fulfilled here then?
Because in Jeremiah 32:9,
there's no 30 pieces of silver there. Nope.
I'm actually curious, would Christians ever accept this type of interpretive lens if it was being used by a Muslim who was taking prophecies from the Old and New Testament and then applying them typologically to Muhammad? Because I've seen Muslims do this. They'll take passages from the Christian Bible and then say that this is actually like, oh, I'm sending another helper after me. And they'll say that's actually Muhammad.
The Mormons do the same thing, yeah.
Yeah. And of course, no Christian would ever stand for that. They would say, no, read the context. Look at what the original passage was actually talking about. And they would never accept a typology,
right.
Which is why I guess the old joke stands, why did God invent Mormons? So that Christians would understand how Jews feel.
It really is kind of remarkable. Like when you go to Bible college or you start studying the Bible seriously, the first thing they tell you is that context is king. And then when you read what the New Testament did with the Old Testament, they're like, oh, fuck all the context. We don't need none of the context. We need typologies, baby.
Yeah. I'm just looking at this real quick. In the Septuagint, I'd just be curious to see.
Not to mention that they are cherry-picked typologies because the entire passage is never actually typologically applied to Jesus, because if it did, for example, the passage you brought up earlier, Justin, Hosea 11 verse 1, we never apply Hosea 11 verse 2 typologically to Jesus, lest we make him an idolater.
True. It's a real cherry-picked typology. Like the problem with typology is I can go to any passage in the Bible I want to, any single passage, and I can just claim it's a typology and build a narrative around it. In fact, I've got quite a few of them written down if you want prophecies that I typologically fulfilled.
So, well, hold on a question real quick too, though, about this Jeremiah 32. Do we know what the conversion would be from shekels to pieces of silver in the first century?
I mean, I'm sure somebody out there has done a conversion, but it's a
But
quotation.
it's 7 shekels and 10 silver. But if he's talking about it being in the first century context, you could say 30 silver if that's what the 7 shekels and 10 silver equated out to.
Right, but we have no text that quotes the quote that was given to Jeremiah. It's a quote from Zechariah.
Well, Jeremiah
You want to
32:9
acknowledge this?
talks about it as well. But anyway, go ahead.
Jeremiah does not quote that.
That's why I just
Pretty
said
much
if
every
we
single.
go ahead.
Obviously, pretty much every single Christian Bible acknowledges this, as do all the early church fathers.
Yeah, it's just a slip. It's from Zechariah 11. There's no quote in Jeremiah that says it. Matthew's just a goof. Matthew doesn't know what he's doing. He does this all the time. Matthew makes so many mistakes with the Hebrew Bible, it's hard to keep count. Like when he has Jesus fucking up Psalm 110. You know about that one, right? In Matthew 22?
No. But also
Matthew
in
20
Zechariah 11,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, this is again, this is the typology that we're seeing in Zechariah 11.
Uh-huh.
So I've got no problem with it being applied to Christ Jesus. And again, neither do I with Jeremiah 32, verse 9.
To be clear, there are 2 worthless shepherds in Zechariah 11. They're both worthless. They both don't do their job.
Right, because it's the northern kingdom and southern kingdom.
Okay, so Jesus typographically then was a worthless shepherd?
To the Jews, yes, because they rejected their Messiah, but he is the one true Israel.
Can you show me in the spot in Zechariah 11 where someone's betrayed for 30 pieces?
It's not a betrayal, it's a weighing of the reward.
Is there a betrayal? You know, it's not a reward, it's a payment, right?
The word is reward in Hebrew.
It's payment for the job. He was tasked to perform a duty that that God knew he wasn't going to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's a performative prophecy, and he's going to take up the implements of a shepherd. And then when he doesn't finish his job, what's he do? He says, "If you think it's right to give me my wages, give them to me." And then they give him the wages, and he ends up putting them back in the temple because he didn't do his job.
Temple, right?
But no one's betrayed. So this typology would only work if Jesus himself was given 30 pieces of silver and then threw them back.
No, because again, the typology is showing what Jesus was accomplishing in his earthly ministry. Verse 14 of Zechariah 11 as well, it's talking about Judah and Israel, the 2 kingdoms. That's why the 2 worthless shepherds are representative of the 2 worthless kingdoms. Christ Jesus comes to be the restoration of that.
Well, then he's not worthless.
Right, but to the Jews he was. That's why he would be.
If he restored them, he wouldn't be worthless. He'd be the most prized possession they've ever had.
He was to the 144,000 of the first century.
He's 144,000. What are you referring to?
The 144,000 Jews.
Are you trying to? Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting you're a preterist. Yeah, you think there's a literal 144,000 Jews that got saved in the first century because the Book of Revelation says so.
I think it's a militaristic term.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Are there? I'm actually curious. Are there any prophecies that you think Jesus fulfilled that aren't typologically fulfilled but actually fulfilled?
No. Well, I mean,
well, there you go. We agree then.
The second temple. No, the destruction of the second temple. That's what the overarching narrative of the entirety of the Old Testament is pointing
Jesus didn't destroy the temple.
Yeah, and I don't think there's a passage in the scripture that says that the Messiah will destroy it.
It does happen, yeah.
In fact, it says the opposite. It says that the people are going to be restored to the kingdom. Like, we just look at Ezekiel 36 and 37.
Yeah, those are promises of the Messianic kingdom that we now live under. We are a kingdom and a priesthood to Christ Jesus under the new covenant.
Yeah, that's adorable. Do you think that it happened 2,000 years after he died? But it says in
Who?
Ezekiel 37, my servant David shall be king over them, and shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my
Right.
ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes, and they will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children will live there forever, and my servant David will be their prince forever. If this didn't happen when Jesus was here, then he didn't do it. Just because the
But it's
Jews
talking
found their
about
way,
that
just because some of the Jews found their way back to the Holy Land 2,000 years later after Jesus had been worm food, it has nothing to do with Jesus.
Wait a second. No. 1948 is nothing to do with prophecy. This is talking about
I agree.
70 AD.
I
and
agree.
The Messianic kingdom.
This is
That's
certainly
why I
not
told you
talking
Jesus-
about 70 AD. We'll try this again
Jesus-
because it says they will live in
Jesus
the
is true
land.
Israel.
We'll try this
He's
again.
the
They
true
will.
land.
Yeah, well, I'll read it for you since you didn't hear it the first time. They will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob. What land was given to Jacob?
That is referencing the physical land of Israel. But
It is, yeah. Okay, so the
fulfillment is in
prophecy
Christ.
says they're going to live in the physical land that I gave to your servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. That's a physical land. It says they and their children's children shall live there forever, and my servant David will be their prince forever. If Jesus didn't restore the Israelites to their physical land and rule over them, he didn't fulfill a single prophecy about the Messiah.
That's
Yeah.
not true at all.
Not to
because
mention
I
that
told
the
you Christ
the
is
priesthood.
land.
He's not.
Not to mention that the priesthood, which is established according to Isaiah 66 verse 21, is the Levitical priesthood, not a
Mhm.
Melchizedek priesthood. It literally says he will make for them priests and Levites.
That's right.
Correct. Right. Because,
Which is
because of
crazy. Like, these are the gymnastics you have to do as a preterist. You have to say that Jesus is now land. It's crazy, like the lies you have to tell yourself to be a preterist. Like, of all the forms of Christianity, full preterism, I think, is the highest level of cope. It's like cope overdrive.
No, you just don't like it because it can stand fast to any argument you're
No,
trying to throw
it
at
doesn't stand fast to
fast.
anything.
Yeah.
If
And
all
anyway,
if
the
all you
word-
have for an interpretive model is I can make any word mean what I need it to mean, shit, then I'm the Messiah. Worship me. I'll take your tithes and offering.
And again, we go back to what the name Levi means. Levites, it just means joined ones. So yeah, they are priests and joined
Oh
ones.
God. No. Okay. No. Okay.
Yeah,
What is
yeah,
to stop
actually, yeah.
What is to stop a Mormon or a Muslim from performing the same tactic on you?
If a Mormon or Muslim wants to agree that Christ returned in 70 AD, then I don't
No,
think
no,
they can be a
no.
Mormon or
Taking
a
your
Muslim.
scriptures, taking your scriptures, and typologically making prophecies about their figureheads from your scriptures.
You'd have to, right, but again, then we go back to the 490 years given in Daniel, which you guys erroneously are saying, oh, well, that was actually at this other time, when it wasn't. It was 70 AD.
It was
the
not.
No,
400
they
years.
can.
And
It doesn't equal out to
420 is when
70
Nehemiah
Not
gets
remotely
the final
true.
wall built. The final wall to Jerusalem was built.
The final
and
wall
they
is
begin-
irrelevant. The final wall has nothing to do
you,
with the
because It
passage.
destroys your worldview.
It is not even mentioned
One
in the
single
passage.
Hey, you know what's funny? A single wall built in
Show
Jerusalem.
me in the
over
passage where it
2,000
says
years
anything
ago
about a wall.
Destroys your worldview.
Show me
Really
where
funny.
it says anything about a
It's
wall in the
funny.
passage.
It's all right. It's just funny, Justin. That's
It's
all.
not
But
it's not
anyway,
funny that you're coping.
I'm not coping
So
with anything.
so again,
This whole
show
time
me
I've
in the
been coping with
passage. Show me in Daniel 9 where it says anything about a wall.
Yeah, the full restoration. When it says to restore.
It doesn't say
restoration-
full restoration.
the
You keep
restoration is
adding
not
that.
complete until
You
that temple
keep
is not
adding
restored.
that. You keep adding that to the text. And if that's the case, if you think that it was done after the edict of Nehemiah, then you'd be wrong because Isaiah 44 tells you the opposite. Isaiah 44 says of Cyrus, he will say, referring to Cyrus will say of Jerusalem, let it be rebuilt, and of the temple, let its foundation be laid.
Yeah, that's not the full restoration. That's the
No,
foundation. being
again,
built.
the
Full
full restoration's
agreement.
irrelevant to the passage. It's not in the
So
passage.
wait. You're saying
Where,
okay? Let me.
where
let me-
does
let's-
the
hold on,
where
one
does
second.
the word
One
full
second, one
occur
second,
in
please.
Daniel
Hold
9:25?
on.
We're still
one
waiting
second.
for you to demonstrate where the word full shows
Ju-
up in any
Ju-
text.
Justin, hold on. I just want to make sure I understand. Let's say your house gets burnt down in a fire, and the insurance company says, "Hey, we're gonna rebuild your house," and then they pour the cement foundation, and they say, "Hey, job's done. Your house is rebuilt." Are you serious?
No one's making
Is
that
my
claim.
house
No
is
one's
my
making that
house a
claim.
city?
Doesn't matter. It's not talking
Is
about
my
the city. It's
is
not
my
talking about
house
the
a
temple.
city?
No, your house is a single
Okay,
entity like the
so
temple
if a
was.
city gets destroyed and not every single house that was destroyed gets rebuilt, we can't say the city was rebuilt.
It's not about the city, it's about the temple.
It's about the city.
It's about
It says
the
Jerusalem.
temple.
It says Jerusalem, which is the name
Correct.
of not the
But
temple,
the
but
Yeah,
the name of
city
the city.
itself. All right.
Remember though, Dalton, words don't mean words, remember?
No, again, what it's talking about though is the finalization of the restoration of the city. There
Th-
was no
This
city
is
of
funny.
Jerusalem without the temple.
In fact, it says the exact same Hebrew word in Isaiah 44:28 when it says that Cyrus is going to rebuild the temple. It uses Banah. So, I mean, literally based on your own interpretation of Banah must mean a complete rebuilding, then it must have happened under Cyrus's decree.
Right. Well, the one
Min
speaking regarding
motza.
Cyrus is his herdsman, and all my pleasure he will let perform. And speaking to Jerusalem, so again, this is talking to Jerusalem, not to Cyrus. Speaking to Jerusalem, she will be
Of
built, and the
Cyrus.
temple will be.
The temple's not even mentioned in Daniel 9:25. Min motza devar lahashiv labanyot Yerushalayim, from the going forth of the word to return to and to build Jerusalem. No mention of a full restoration, no mention of a temple, just of a returning and a building of Jerusalem.
Yeah, also the temple was anointed in 516. Joshua was already a priest in the temple in 516. They started rebuilding it in 520. They had a temple in 516.
Right, I understand.
Okay,
it
so
began,
so if they
Reconstruction began.
christened the rebuilt temple in 516, then by your own bad hermeneutic, it was finished.
I know that's the whole point. I never said it was. It was not done until the finalization of the building of the second temple. That's when they were back fully in their
516.
land. The final
Again,
wall
but the
was
text
built
doesn't
in
say anything
516.
about
The
finalization.
wall has nothing to do with the temple.
Yeah, according to you.
The wall around the city is not the temple.
Again, though, where does the text say anything about the finalization or
It
the
doesn't.
full of the
That's-
building? Where does it say that?
No, that's the whole point. I told you, according to Joshua, Israel was still under the reproaches of Egypt until the finalization.
I don't care
of
what
the
Joshua said. I'm asking
I know
about
you don't.
Daniel.
I know you don't care. You don't care about anything that the Bible says. You're just looking for a way to try and say that.
We do. So
No, me and Justin actually do care, but you
Yeah.
just seem to like add words in and take words out and like change the whole meaning of the
I'm not
text.
taking anything out.
Sure, you are. You keep talking about a fully restored, yet the text doesn't say fully restored.
Okay, so we've got the bringing back and building of Jerusalem until the anointed, right? Until the Messiah.
Not the Messiah, but until an anointed one.
Right. Okay. Until anointed. Right.
Mhm.
What period of time does verse 25 say it is?
Well, it depends on which translation you're going to be getting into. Mine says 7 weeks. The KJV can't make up its mind.
I mean, okay, so there's
So
only
about 49
weeks.
years.
Okay, so you're saying
Uh-huh.
there's 49 years
Mm-hmm.
from. Okay. So when it says 7 weeks and 62, is it possible it's? No, I mean.
Are you going to try to add those together to make 69?
No.
Because
my question,
yeah,
what
because
does that equate to?
that wouldn't be smart. Yeah.
Yeah, my question is, what does that equate to?
Nothing. To be clear, the reason why these numbers don't line up to literally anything in history is because it was written in the 2nd century and the author didn't know dog shit about 4 centuries ago. That's why these large numbers don't match up.
And we can pretty much definitively demonstrate that, yeah, this text was written in the 2nd century.
Well, again, recent finding by AI suggests maybe 260 BC. as a latest
Nope.
date. Well, I mean, I'm just saying.
It's got Greek words in it. The author doesn't seem to know jack squat about Babylonian politics.
Really.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gets the entire lineage of the kings wrong. I mean, it makes 3
Oh, Dalton,
mistakes just in Daniel chapter 5.
Dalton, you missed his terrible cope for Nebuchadnezzar not being the father of Belshazzar. He literally thinks that Nebuchadnezzar was a title and not a name of an individual king. I know. That's a rough one.
Okay.
I know, right?
I mean, let me just wash my hands after pulling that out of my ass, right? Gee whiz.
Let me ask you a question.
Belshazzar was also never a king, and he wasn't succeeded by Darius the Mede, but those are just 2 other problems.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. In the Messianic age, when we describe the circumcision of the heart, when God circumcises the heart of the people, when is this supposed to happen in your worldview? Is that the Messianic age?
Yeah, the turning to Christ.
Okay, so the circumcision of the heart happens with Christ, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then once God circumcises the hearts of the people, do they need the law anymore?
Not the law of Moses, no.
Oh, okay. Because that's a problem. Because in Deuteronomy, God says, "Moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. The Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments I am commanding you today." Which means, at a minimum, everything in the book of Deuteronomy should be applicable during the Messianic age.
No, this is talking about their release from Babylonian captivity.
No, we'll try this again. He says, "Then you will again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I am commanding you today." So I don't know if you know this. There's a lot of commands in the book of Deuteronomy.
Mm-hmm.
He's saying this is fulfilled at the time of the return from the exile, but the text explicitly says when God will circumcise your heart, which you just said happens in the Messianic era.
Right. I'm sorry.
Again,
so verse 6 is not about Jesus. So God
in Deuteronomy, no.
So this already came true before Jesus.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
There's also another circumcision of the heart in Jeremiah.
So God circumcised the hearts of the people multiple times. Seems to not be very effective, because it literally
type and an antitype.
It says, "The Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments." So apparently then they did all this, and then they were obedient to God, and then God just decided to strike them again?
Yeah, because they fell disobedient again. That's the whole point. If you read Daniel chapter 9, verse 13, he says all this happened according to the aim giving of Moses. All the evil came upon us. So
it's crazy how he's got to backpedal from Jesus is the circumcision of the heart to now there's multiple circumcisions of the heart.
Well, no, that's the type of law
what good
for Israel.
What good is the circumcision of the heart if it just leads to more rebellion? What a useless thing to put in there.
I guess. I mean, who are you or I to say that God shouldn't have people fall away from him?
It's pretty crazy because, like, if you just read the verses prior, it's pretty clear that this wasn't fulfilled prior to Jesus. It says, "The Lord your God will return you from captivity and have compassion on you, gathering you from all the peoples among whom the Lord your God has scattered you. Even if you are exiled to the ends of the world, from there the Lord your God will gather you, and from there he will take you back. The Lord your God will bring you into the land that your ancestors possessed, and you will possess it. He will make you more prosperous and numerous than your ancestors." That's poppycock. Literally, they're still fighting in the New Testament about how the 10 tribes of Israel are basically mudblood. They're mixed with the Assyrians. The real 10 tribes that got cast out and into the Assyrian exile never actually returned.
Yeah, they're still part of the diaspora, but the purpose of the apostles was to go out and find them, tell them about Christ Jesus, and then Paul is the one who is to the Gentiles. So again, I told you this is typologically fulfilled in their return from Babylonian captivity. The spiritual fulfillment of it in the New The spiritual fulfillment of it in the New Testament is when Israel was destroyed, Jerusalem was
I love the
destroyed.
word
That
spiritual
was Babylon
fulfillment.
being destroyed and the gathering of the people, the episynagogion, and that's the institution of the new covenant.
Hey, I love the spiritual people. I always get tickled when people give me spiritual meanings to words rather than just reading what they actually mean. Again, these are the lies you have to tell yourself to be a full preterist. Words don't have meanings. Every word means something other than what's actually there. I'm not willing to be that dishonest. What about you, Dalton?
And the heavens and the earth passed away,
No,
just like
I
Deuteronomy
actually
32 said,
I
and then it all came
I
to
think
pass.
ironically enough, I just have more respect for the text of the Bible than that.
I agree,
Okay.
which is why when I read Deuteronomy 12:28 and it says, "Be careful to obey all these words that I command you, so that it may go well with you and with your children after you forever, because you'll be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God," that God really wants them to follow the law forever, doesn't he?
That was never the plan, though.
Yeah,
It certainly
those
was the
forever doesn't
plan.
actually mean forever.
No, because look at again in Deuteronomy 31, Moses tells them, "I know you're going to become utterly corrupt."
Mhm.
So what's the problem?
No. The problem is God still wants you to follow the commands.
Yeah.
In fact,
God gets
every
what he
time
wants.
the law comes up in the Torah or the prophets, God indicates that He wants you to follow this thing forever. And the really interesting thing is, even Jesus was of the same opinion.
Right, but they didn't.
Yeah, God
That
literally
was
told
always
them
the
that
plan.
they would.
It wasn't the plan.
Yes, it was. Read Deuteronomy 31 and 32. It's
It
about
actually wasn't the
that
plan,
generation.
and we can actually show you the passage we almost read, and then you got distracted real easy. Deuteronomy or Jeremiah 33, where it says, "The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and the house of Judah in those days, and at that time I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety." Did that happen? Did
Yeah.
Jesus do that?
Yes.
No, he
I
didn't.
think
They got
70 AD is pretty much
decimated.
the antithesis of
Yeah.
that.
That's the
Yeah, pretty
point.
much the opposite of that
spiritual
happened.
fulfillment.
Oh, it
The
says spiritual fulfillment.
This is not. This is the new
When
Jerusalem.
God destroyed the Israelites, He spiritually fulfilled the prophecy that they're going to be restored and live in safety. Oh, exactly.
Correct.
Oh, I
In
forgot about
Deuteronomy
that.
31,
Words have
27,
no meaning. Okay,
in Deuteronomy 31,
tell me
27,
tell
he
me
says,
which
"For I
words
have
in the next verse need to be translated to mean the opposite of what they mean. For thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices forever." What are the Levitical
Sacrifices,
priests doing
plural.
here? Yeah. What are they doing here?
What's that?
What are they sacrificing?
Well, the sacrifices to God are a broken heart and a contrite spirit. That's what the Psalm says. And
Wait, it says
again,
grain
Levitical-
offering.
It says grain offering, bro. These are Levitical
Grain.
I understand
offerings.
because it is a spiritual fulfillment of the type that was.
Yeah,
literal.
there's
So,
no
yes,
type or
God
spiritual
required
fulfillment
grain
here.
offerings and meat
All I've
offerings
got-
and burnt offerings. Yeah.
All I've gotten out of this conversation that is that if I want to become this type of Christian, I need to utterly like just get rid of the Old Testament.
It's not useful.
anything that disagrees, anything that in the Old Testament that
Brutal.
disagrees with my perspective, I just need to reinterpret it to say what I want it to say.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, it's literally just.
Remember,
I told you,
words have no meaning,
Psalm-
Dalton. Zero.
In Psalm 51:17, it says the sacrifices to God are a broken spirit, and a broken contrite heart. God.
Sure, but those go along with the physical sacrifices. Like having
God
those
does not
spiritual
despise them.
sacrifices always accompany physical sacrifices.
No, there's no physicality to the sacrifices given in the new temple system of worship.
Not according to
According to the
Ezekiel.
Old Testament, there is. Have you read Ezekiel?
Yeah.
Again,
It says that the Messiah offers up a bull. Yeah, he offers up a bull as a sacrifice.
That is Christ. That is Christ Jesus. The
I thought he was a
perpetual
lamb.
sacrifice, just like he is the bread. He is the showbread.
Okay, so
These
we
offerings
agree.
are done through Christ
So
Jesus
so
on our
we
behalf.
agree the offerings in Ezekiel are for the Messianic age.
Correct.
Okay, so when it says in 46:19 He brought me through the entrance, which was the side of the gate, to the north row of the holy chambers of the priests. And there I saw a place at the extreme western end of them. And he said to me, this is the place where the priests shall boil the guilt offering and the purification offering, and where they shall bake the grain offering in order not to bring them into the outer court. What are these individual offerings? It really
Again,
sounds
these are
like they're
all-
Levitical
Right.
offerings.
Right, but they're all fulfilled in Christ Jesus. It is the perfect representation.
Jesus
of the
is giving
tabernacle in
purification purification
course.
offerings through boiled meat.
Of
Who did he
course,
boil?
is that fulfillment. He was
Who did he
made-
boil?
He is made to be. Hold on, no.
He's a
He was
grain
made to
offering?
be- Listen to me. He was made to be sin, according to what is that? 2 Corinthians 5:21 says.
Well, he sure is
the
sin. He's a
one not
liar.
having known- hold on, the one not having known sin, for us sin he made, so that we might become
To be
righteous of-
clear,
the righteousness of God
you
in
can
him.
quote the New Testament all you want. It's still silly because it says here that there's multiple priests doing the offerings. Multiple.
Yes, we are a priesthood. I told you. We
Oh,
are the priesthood.
that's right. You're the Levitical priest. When's the last time you gave a purification offering or a grain offering?
It's done through Christ Jesus.
That's right. Words don't mean words. That's right.
Revelation chapter 1.
So again,
verse 6.
oh, you don't believe
He
you
made
don't
us
believe
to be
in
a radiant
Revelation.
Priests to his God and Father.
You
We
don't
are
believe
priests.
in the book of Revelation.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. It says death will be no more. You don't believe that death is no more. People are still
Spiritual
dying.
death that Adam brought through.
Oh,
the
the
death of
spiritual
the law of
death.
Moses.
I forgot the spiritual death.
The death of the law of Moses.
Hold on,
was
tell
the
me-
end of the death.
Tell me
the end
about
of
the
separation.
the spiritual sorrow too, because it says he will wipe away every tear from their eyes. Death will be no more. Mourning and crying and pain will be no more. What's spiritual crying? How do we interpret this? What's the
Because
new
it's talking
word?
about hold on, it's talking about the first things. The first things is the covenant that he made with Adam that Adam transgressed.
Right,
So
I'm asking about the
separation of
crying.
God- the separation of God from his people are the tears and the mourning and crying and pain. That is no
Right.
more.
Okay.
We
so
dwell with
obviously,
God. He
these words
tabernacles with
can't
us.
mean words.
God tabernacles with us
Amazing.
under the new covenant.
It's crazy how you need like an entire new dictionary to be a preterist. Not a single word in the book means what it actually means. It's crazy.
Mhm.
That word spiritual does a lot of work for them.
That's doing a lot of heavy lifting, man.
That's why.
Oh man. Oh boy. Well, I guess we got one more thing we could probably do here for fun. I'm gonna assume that I already know what your answer is. But if I asked you, what percentage of the Bible is true? What percentage would you put on it?
100.
100?
Yeah.
There's not a single
I'm
error
curious
in the
to see what
Bible.
you-
Come on.
I will preface it by saying I don't necessarily accept Esther. I don't think Esther is canon, but
Okay, so we can get rid of Esther. So you don't think there's a single error there? We already showed you Jeremiah, not actually being
Yeah,
quoted properly in Matthew.
Do you think that Abraham knew God's name was Yahweh?
Oh,
no, I don't think that's necessarily true.
he's gonna
Even though
say it's
Genesis.
yeah. Go ahead.
I would say Genesis has Abraham calling God Yahweh directly.
Genesis 15.
Okay, yeah. So what's the problem with that? Oh yeah.
Have you read
yeah,
Exodus?
According to Exodus, God never made himself known as Yahweh to either Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob.
Yep.
I don't know
Exodus
about
6, 2 and 3. Yeah. God also spoke to Moses and said to him, I am the Lord. I appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as God Almighty, but by my name, the Lord, I did not make myself known to them.
Yeah,
All right.
correct. So because
Tell me how Yahweh is actually Jehovah. I'd love to hear this one.
Yeah, no. So that's because the word of Jehovah, or the word of Yahweh, or the angel of the Lord is the Christophany. So, but what's happening here in Exodus 2 is God Himself speaking through the mannerism of the Father. So yeah,
We'll try
fine.
this again. Well, I know you weren't listening. It says, I appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as El Shaddai, but by my name. The question is, what name did he appear as, right? The question is, did he appear with the name Yahweh. And he says, by my name Yahweh, I did not make myself known to them. So they shouldn't have known the name of Yahweh.
Right, but the name is talking about Christ. So
It's not.
no, you're
The name is certainly
convoluting
not
No,
about
it's
Christ.
You're convoluting
By my
what's happening
name,
here.
Yud-Hey, Vav-Hey.
It's Yahweh.
Convoluted.
Correct,
We're just
but
reading what it
in
says.
in
My
Revelation,
my name Yahweh. My name. God's name is Yahweh
Correct.
here.
right? But look, even Christ identifies that. He said, "Abraham saw my day and rejoiced," but he did not know Christ as Christ. But
Try
he
try
knew
to
that there was
try
a
to
not-
actually
promise of
follow us
coming
here.
of
We're
his
not
Lord.
talking about identities in terms of which member of the Trinity showed up. We're talking about names.
Well, that's what. But
Would
again,
Abraham
the name is important.
known that God? Would Abraham have known that the God he worshipped was named Yahweh?
I mean, yeah, he calls him that in Genesis 15 too. Absolutely.
Then Exodus is
All
wrong.
right. Now, yeah, because this text above us says, "I appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as God Almighty, but by my name Yahweh, I did not make myself known to them." So did he make himself known to them as Yahweh or not?
No, again, because of the way that he had made himself
Remember,
known to them
words
was
don't
not
mean
the
words.
same way that he was not the same way that he had made himself known to Moses.
We're not
As a-
talking about
Moses
modality.
was
We're
a
talking about
cor-
name.
I understand that, but Moses is a corporate figurehead for the redeemed Israel coming out of their first captivity.
Yeah, we're talking about names. Try to follow along. The question is, did God reveal his name to them?
If we have a text
Well,
that has Justin
when we talk
referring to me
about,
as
hold on a second, though,
Dalton,
when you talk about made known, if we look there, it was, well, I guess you said, what is it? Made myself known to them. No, I was known to them. Yeah. Okay. So when we look at, well, actually,
Yeah, tell me how the word Yada
hold on a
doesn't
second.
mean what it means.
Hold on a second. Yeah. Right, because he let them know as El Shaddai, or in the shape of the all sufficient. So yeah, this is talking about the manner in which God appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Wrong
not
again.
The same manner that he
It's
appeared.
about the name.
It's about what he was called, what they knew him as.
Okay, look, in verse 3 it says, "And I appeared or was seen to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob."
Mhm.
But then this word here is actually as. I mean, what do you take for this word here as Be'el?
As? That's not as. You want a
Be'el
prefix for
Shaddai.
as.
Just go ahead. I'm sorry. Well, bet would be like, is it in?
It's in, on, or against.
Okay. So on, in, on,
Or-
or against.
You can
El
actually
Shaddai,
translate it.
right, the Shaddai.
You can actually translate it as by or sometimes when.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. But again, he appeared to them as the El Shaddai.
Yeah, I
Which
know
is
he
breath.
did. Yeah, he appeared. He shows up
That's
in
breath.
Genesis under the name El Shaddai. You nailed it. It's a name.
But
No,
by my
the
name
function in
Yahweh.
which he shows.
It's like
Look. The function in which he shows himself to them.
The
this is a
gymnastics are crazy.
Christophany.
It didn't say
Whenever we
anything
see
about
El
Christ
Shaddai-
or function. It talks about name.
Right,
Names.
but the name. Look, this goes back to you not understanding what names are in the Bible.
I do understand.
understand
You
what
want them
names
to.
are,
You
don't
want them to
understand
be
Pharaoh.
metaphors.
names are words that we use to attribute to speak about peoples. It's a way of distinguishing people.
That's it.
So, for example,
Look,
if there's a text that says that Justin calls me by my name Dalton, and then later I say I appeared to Justin as the Bible guy, but by my name Dalton, I never was made known to him. What am I supposed to make of that?
if you were God and you could appear in different forms for a specific reason, then yeah, we would have something to talk about. But you're not. You're a man. So look,
Okay, so
in Genesis
are you under
17,
the assumption that no, Abraham did not know God as Yahweh?
I'm not saying that. It's that what he says here is that he did not make himself known to them by that
By
name,
his
Yahweh,
name.
which means
As
by the
by
Yeah,
the
by the
Yahweh.
function.
name. Yeah, by
No,
the
by the
name.
function. By the function.
Did he
I
say
No,
said as
it
function or
the
did
doesn't
he
say
say
name,
function.
meaning
name?
It
Lord.
says Shem. It says Shem, name.
Yeah.
Right. Well, yeah,
Ushmi is
Ushmi,
my
yeah.
name.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I agree. I agree with that. But that name has a meaning. The Yahweh, as the Lord of Lords, has a meaning. He let
No one,
look in Genesis
no one's asking about the
17.
meaning. The question is whether or not he appeared using that name or not. That's what we're trying to figure out. Because Exodus says that
Look,
he did not
but because he
appear.
didn't.
He
He
didn't make
didn't. Just
himself
because Abraham
known.
called
He didn't make himself known by that name.
No, because Abraham calls him that doesn't mean that he had seen the function of what the
It
Yahweh is.
doesn't say
Again,
function.
Genesis
The text
17
says
verse
nothing
1.
about function.
Genesis 17 verse 1, he tells Abraham, I am El Shaddai, walk before my faces and become an immaculate one.
Mhm.
Like El Shaddai is how he lets himself be known to him all the way until Genesis.
Yeah, because there's
All the way to
multiple
Genesis
authors
49.
in the Torah. There's 4 different stages of redactional history, and one stage of redaction refers to God using El or Elohim, and one redactional history refers to him as Yahweh. It's called the Yahwistic source. Again, this is baseline Bible College 101 entry-level class. You would have taken this on day 1 as a freshman.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, documentary hypothesis is day number 1 of Old Testament survey.
Right, but what I'm telling you though is that when God appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, it was as the breasts. That's what El Shaddai means. That is a
Oh,
function.
no, that's not what El
Just
Shaddai
Abraham looked
means.
into the sky and a big old pair of bazungas were up there. He goes, I am El Shaddai.
First of all, El Shaddai is a little bit debated in the scholarly literature. It usually means like God of the wilderness or God of the mountain, depending on which tradition you want to go with. I kind of like God of the wilderness, but it's really not referring to breast.
But Abraham also calls him Yahweh.
Yeah.
Correct. I agree. He could know him by name as Yahweh, not by function, though.
Well, the text doesn't say
What do you
anything
think
about
the
function.
of Yahweh is? What do you think the function of Yahweh is?
So that would be as the form of the Father, which is how God appeared to Israel as he was bringing them out of Egypt. He did not appear in such a way to Abraham. That's how Abraham saw Christ's day and he rejoiced.
Where in the etymology of the name Yahweh do you get that idea?
What do you mean by that?
Like, where are you pulling out this idea? Okay, I understand that you're getting the whole breast thing or mountain thing based on the word, like the etymology of the word Shaddai. Where are you getting this idea of, like, the function of the name Yahweh means Father and all this other nonsense?
Well, because when Christ identifies what was happening with Abraham, he says, Abraham saw my day and he rejoiced. So the entire narrative of what was happening with Abraham is he was being redeemed out of a land and told to do things, and by obeying I would say the Christophany, he was, the word of the Lord or the angel of the Lord. He was seeing what Christ would be fulfilling spiritually. So when Abraham saw Christ's day and he rejoiced, that is the El Shaddai. That is the essence, the nurturing. As a new creation, we have no life if we do not have the Shaddai.
That's not remotely even in the ballpark of what's happening with El Shaddai. El Shaddai is not a nurturing pair of breasts.
Okay, so
again, these types of mental gymnastics you have to do to square up these two passages is crazy.
What did God do with Abraham when he called him out of Ur of the Chaldees?
He called them out of Ur of the Chaldees and promised him the land. In fact, he did it more than once.
Okay.
And promised him posterity.
and said that through you all nations of the earth will be blessed, right?
Yeah, through his seed,
Will be
the
happy.
Hebrews.
Right. The
Yeah,
Hebrews.
through the Israelites.
Right. All nations of the earth will be happy. That is
Blessed?
Christ's day. Of course.
It doesn't say Asherah, the Hebrew word for happy. It says it uses the word Baruch, which means blessed.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I would argue blessed is just a form of happy. It's just a different form, but okay.
Two different words.
No, there's a
Asherah.
distinction.
The word
No.
happy does occur in Psalm 1. Happy are those who walk on the counsel of the godly, uses the Hebrew word Asher, but it's Asher and Baruch are two different words.
So to be clear, the text in
blissful.
Exodus 6, as
Ashrei is
Dalton has
blissful.
rightly pointed out 15 times, says, "By my name I did not make them known." And the question is, if he didn't make himself known by the name of Yahweh, they shouldn't have known the name of Yahweh.
No, it's that they did not know the function of
It doesn't say
the
function. Again, you keep add.
But-
I'm not going to let you do it. Every time you add
Inserting
stuff to the
words.
text, I'm not going to let you do
Alright.
it. You
Okay,
can lie.
so
Listen, you
what-
can lie to yourself, but you can't lie to me. Doesn't say anything
I'm
about
not gonna
function
lie to
here.
So when he says that
Liars
he
go to lake
appeared
of
to them-
fire. Revelation 21:8, buddy.
Okay. So when it says in El Shaddai, he says, I appeared to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob in El Shaddai. Right?
I would
Is
say
that-
as.
Yeah,
Okay.
that could just
As
work as
El-
in that name.
Okay, so what does that mean?
He appeared as El Shaddai,
That
under
the-
the name El Shaddai.
What is
I
the
have two
name
names.
El
I have Dalton, and I'm also called the Bible guy. If I appeared as the Bible guy, I appeared as El Shaddai, not Yahweh.
You
It's
broke
like,
up on us,
what
Dalton.
name did I express to? Sorry, what name did I express to the patriarchs?
Well, it would almost be as if though like what okay, it's like if you're a mechanic and you're also a pizza delivery guy and you show up to my house to deliver a pizza, I knew you as a pizza delivery guy. That was the function you were serving. But if my car broke down and you came and I got towed to your shop and you're like, hey, I can fix this, that's the other function. That's the El
Says
Shaddai and the Yahweh.
name.
Yeah,
It
you
says
can
name,
add
not
function, but
function.
we're not going to let you do it. It never
Okay.
once in this text does it say function. We will not let you lie to us. You can lie to your mom, but you can't lie to me.
Not lying at all.
Does your mom know you get up on the internet and
mean,
tell
the clo-
lies?
No.
Okay.
The closest you can get to the word function in Hebrew is avodah, but Shem is not it.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to
don't really know
wanna-
what to tell you.
want to end on my favorite pet topic.
Hmm.
Do you think that Jesus is 100% God?
Yeah.
Sure. What does it mean to be 100% of something?
The full totality.
Right. So if I said, I got a screwdriver here. This is 100% screwdriver, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If I remove the tip, just the tip, is this 100% screwdriver or like 90% screwdriver?
I don't even know what percentage I would put on it.
But it's not
It's
100%.
incomplete.
Yeah,
It's incomplete.
it lacks some of the properties of screwdriver, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it needs to have at least all of the indispensable qualities of whatever it is that it's 100% of. We can agree there. So I'm gonna keep track of this syllogism on the board. Premise number 1: you can't be 100% God unless you are identical to God, right?
Okay.
Okay. So premise number 2 would be to be identical to God, you must have 100% of God's properties, right?
Okay. Yep.
Okay. Premise number 3 is that oops, I don't know what happened there. We'll try this again. Premise number 3, we say God's properties include the omni properties: omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent, right? We agree there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Premise number 4 is Jesus is none of those. Is Jesus omnipresent?
Yes.
Fuck. So when Jesus was in the physical form, he was omnipresent?
Yes.
Jesus' physical form is present at all locations.
Yes.
Wow. Talking about telling lies now. This is wild.
That's what
So
the Bible
Jesus
says.
never traveled? Every time it says that Jesus traveled, he didn't actually travel?
Of course he did.
He did you did not just say that's what the Bible says.
Yep.
Where
This
does
is
the
gonna be,
Bible say
this is
that
gonna be
Jesus is
crazy.
omnipresent?
I want to say it's in Colossians.
It says that the fullness of God was pleased to dwell in him. I don't think it says Jesus is omnipresent. Now, you could make the case that Paul
Yeah,
thought
where
that
is
after
this?
he died and went to heaven, he's omnipresent. I'm talking about Jesus the man.
Let's see. Where is it here? Let me find it.
This
Hey,
is
here we
going
go.
to
Yeah,
be,
Colossians 1:16. So in
yeah.
him, all things in the heavens and upon the earth, and visible and invisible, and all things through him and into him are created.
That's not omnipresence at all. It says, for in him all things in
Okay.
heaven and on earth were created, things visible and invisible, whether thrones or dominions or rulers or powers, all things have been created through him and for him. It doesn't say he's
Well, that's not the word.
omnipresent.
That's not the word. The word ice is into. In verse 16, it's into him, through him, and into him.
Ice can
It's
have
continuously going through
so
Christ.
again, ice has a semantic range. To be
No.
sure, I'm going to agree with the guy with the PhD, not you.
Oh, okay.
Just to be sure.
All this text is telling us is that Jesus was the sort of cosmic blueprint upon which all of creation was made, which was an idea that already existed in Judaism. The idea of the Logos, this angelic being the blueprint of creation, but no one ever believed that angelic being was ever omnipresent. So,
Well, that's cool. He is. It is all in him, through him, and into him.
You can assert your
that's something
conclusion. It's going to be wrong every time
Yeah.
you assert it.
That's cool.
Was Jesus omniscient?
Yep.
So when he says that he doesn't know the day or another hour, he were lying?
No, he's using Hebraism for how a Israelite wedding would be going down.
Jesus,
It's a parable.
but Jesus certainly wasn't using a Hebraism when he said that he doesn't know something.
Yeah, he does. He says it's only for the father to tell. That's how a Jewish wedding
So,
would be going down. The father would
do
release
the angels
the son at the appointed time.
also know? Do the angels also know?
That word is messengers.
We know.
No. Do the messengers know?
No.
So the messengers
how
don't
can
know, but the
messengers
son
know?
does know, even though the same word is used to describe how they both don't know.
He literally
Again,
says
it's a
about the
confusing
day
mixture.
and the hour, no one
No one
knows.
knows.
Neither the angels of heaven nor the Son,
Angels of
but
heaven,
only
yep.
the Father.
Yep.
Which means he doesn't
Correct.
know. He's somebody who
But
doesn't know.
He does know. The context is
What-
that
he says
it
he
is
doesn't.
about a Jewish wedding. He's using.
Is there a
parable
wedding mentioned
to a
here?
Jewish wedding.
Show me where it
Yes.
says anything about about this being a wedding.
Absolutely. Yep. I destroy Unitarians with this all the time too, so it's fine. I'll do the
No, because
atheists
this
as
is
well.
about this is a comparison about the days of Noah, not the comparison of a wedding.
So look, it says here.
It's on the screen. You can look at it.
Hold on. I'm gonna read. I'll read out of mine.
He's not saying that his inability to have knowledge has anything to do with a wedding. He's talking about his second coming being like the days of Noah. People are going to be eating and drinking.
Right, but look, it says, and concerning that day and the hour, no one hath known, not even the messengers of the heavens, except my Father only. And if you want to say, are you looking at Luke's or are you looking at Matthew?
I'm in Matthew 24.
You skipped right over the messengers of heaven, went straight to the Father without any mention of the Son.
Yeah, it says, but about that day and hour, no one knows, neither the angels of heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. And if he's the Son, that means he doesn't know.
Okay, so this is. Oh, yeah, no, okay, yeah, I see it here. So, yeah, but concerning that day and hour, not one perceives, not even the messengers of the heavens, not even the son, except or if not the father alone. So again, and if you're saying it has nothing to do with a wedding, that is absolutely incorrect, because the entirety
This
of
is
Matthew
gonna hurt.
24, entirety of Matthew
Mm-hmm.
24 continues in Matthew 25, which is the parable of the 10 virgins, which the
Mm-hmm.
job of the virgins was to wait for the bridegroom to come. That's
Yeah,
literally what it's
yeah.
talking
The
about. So this is
immediate
all
context is
wedding
about the
motif.
coming. Yes, you finally got it. It's about the coming, and he's saying he doesn't know when the second coming is.
Because he's using the wedding motif imagery.
Wrong
That's the entire
again.
point.
Not even
Bullshit,
close.
it's wrong, bro. Read Revelation 21, and it says
Do we
here
have
in verse.
do we have anything?
Hold on, no, hold on. Revelation 21 verse 2, and I perceived the holy city, New Jerusalem,
Mm-hmm.
descending out of the heaven from God, having been prepared as a bride, having been
Mm-hmm.
adorned for her man. That is the wedding. That's the return of Christ. That's what
Yeah,
Matthew 24 is
yeah,
That's a
about.
different
It's a
book.
wedding motif.
Yeah, we're aware of that, but
Yeah.
that has nothing to do with the interpretation of knowing. Weddings have
It has
nothing to
everything
do.
with a parable.
This is, first of all, weddings have nothing to do with Jesus not knowing something. He gives two different stories
Is Jesus the
to
Son?
allude to the fact that not he nor anyone else knows.
Right, I understand.
Yeah.
but
Also,
is Jesus the
this
Son?
as an analogy for a wedding, this wouldn't really work because the son who is the bridegroom knows when a wedding is going to occur.
No.
Jesus does not
According
know.
No, sir. See how you claim? Oh, I used to be Jewish, this and that. But
It's
you don't know anything about the culture.
crazy.
You
This
don't
guy
know
does.
anything about
Yes.
the culture.
This guy's just making shit up now.
What they did was that the husband would not know when the father would release him from the land. The point was when
That-
a man was betrothed.
that's not
when a
remotely
man was
true.
betrothed- Listen, when a man was betrothed to his wife or to his wife to be, he would go to his father's land and he would build a house there.
Wrong
and at
again.
the appointed time
Nope,
of the
not
father,
remotely
he would
true.
release him to go back to get his
Not
bride and
remotely
bring him back to
true.
the land.
That's
It
a
is
lie.
absolutely true.
Absolutely a
point out-
lie.
Could you
Absolutely
point
a
us-
lie.
It has to be a lie to you.
Could you
Justin.
No,
point-
it's a lie.
Could you
You've
point
you've
us to a
literally
text?
made that up.
Okay,
Whose house did Rebecca and Isaac consummate in?
Could
hold on. In Laban's,
Wrong.
I would imagine.
Nope. That's Jacob, Rebecca, and Isaac.
Oh, oh no, I'd have to go back and look.
His mother's house.
could you? I'm wondering, could he point us to a passage in the Talmud where it
I don't read the Talmud.
says that the bridegroom doesn't know when the wedding? Oh, where are you getting your information about Jewish weddings?
From the culture of how it was.
What?
How it was
What
actually
text?
described. Even
What
hold
text?
on, even
Give us a
even
source.
in Genesis.
Give us a
Even
source.
In Genesis.
Give
in
us the
Genesis.
source.
Yeah, in Genesis, when it talks about the betrothal to from Jacob.
We're talking about
To
Rebecca and
the
Isaac,
birthright.
remember?
Yeah, I know you were talking about Rebecca and Isaac, and that's fine if it happened in his mother's house. I have no problem with that.
Okay, so that
Regardless-
didn't hold true then. He didn't know about the tradition.
Of course he didn't. We're talking about post Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Okay, so give me the
Hold on,
source
vein of
when
how a
when
wedding
this
was
tradition
performed.
developed. Where can I find it?
Okay.
Because even in the Song of Solomon, it depicts them
Yes, if I
going
want-
into the parents' household. Go ahead, Dalton.
Correct. That because the Song
Yeah.
of Solomon.
If
is
I
about
wanted
the
to
new
know,
covenant.
if I wanted to know, if I wanted to know about Second Temple Judaism, especially from the first century, how they would have performed weddings, my source to go would be the Talmud. I don't know where
Mhm.
else you would possibly be getting any information on how Jews in the first century understood wedding customs.
I mean, the best you can get other than the Talmud would be like the apocryphal Jewish literature, like some of the Dead Sea Scrolls, or possibly the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs, but that shows up in the 12 Dead Sea Scrolls. The Book of Enoch, that shows up in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Yeah, the Dead Sea Scrolls is probably your oldest Second Temple source of literature.
So if we look here, source being from, I don't know, I guess you could say Chabad or the Torah.com or gotquestions.org, says
Chabad.
that the betrothal.
Got
Chabad
questions.
is going to be using.
Yeah, the betrothal was typically initiated by the groom's father, right?
We agree.
Uh-huh.
The bride's father and the groom's father would barter.
Yeah, the Erusin, not the Nisuin. We're talking about the Nisuin, which is the second half
Right.
of the marriage. Would the bridegroom would know when the Nisuin is going to take place. The father might initiate conversation regarding the Erusin, the initial betrothal period.
Right, but then after that, they had the preparation period. He would go to build the chamber in his father's home, right? And then she would wait in her father's household during the time. And then at the time that would be unknown to anybody.
That's the text we're looking for.
Other than the father.
No, that's
Where
the text.
does it say no? Where does it say that? Where does it say that? Where does it say that that the bridegroom doesn't know when he's going to get married?
Right here.
Or rather, when he's going to consummate the marriage.
Let's see.
It's a shame that Rabbi Bert left. Rabbi would probably have the text on hand.
Right.
I bet literally you can go to the first chapter of like Ketuvot and find a contradiction to this silly talking point.
Mm-hmm. That's the text I would look at.
Hold on.
Yeah, I've got nothing that
look at
says that
Laban. Hold on. I want to look at Laban real quick too, because this is where we get the typology over it.
Of course, it's a spiritual house. It's not a real house. It's a spiritual house. It's a typological house.
Also,
Correct,
the way that they
because-
performed weddings in the first century would not bear much of a resemblance to like what you see in Genesis.
Let's see. Son, bring him to his house. On my flash. Days. Tender.
Like literally the first paragraph of Ketuvot seems to indicate that people should know when the wedding is. It says, if the time that the groom designated for the wedding arrived and the wedding was postponed and they were not married, the brides are entitled to eat from his food, and if he is a priest, eat teruma. So the date of the wedding designated by the groom.
Right. Okay. So.
Oh, but the Jews don't know their own tradition, I'm sure.
No, but when we see what happens with Laban, you've got the exact typology playing out. So
You don't.
He first gets.
The Jews forgot about their own tradition?
No, what I'm saying is when Jacob goes to Laban, right, and he wants to get Rachel, he serves the time period for it, but according to the father, Laban, that time was not yet, because he says it is not so done in our place to give the younger before the firstborn. So fulfill the week of this one, and we give to thee also this one for the service thou which dost serve with me yet 7 other years. So that's the betrothal to the true wife, Rachel, which only the father had known. So Jacob thought that
Leah wasn't a true wife?
Correct. It's talking like again typology. That's old.
That's
Covenant
crazy
Israel,
because
Israel,
it says that she's a wife, and now that we've evoked the name of Rabbi Bert, look who's here. Rabbi Bert,
Hey.
we've got a guy lying about your tradition.
What's happening?
He's in that grooms, in contradiction in contradictions to Ketuvot, grooms don't know when they're getting married.
Yeah, correct. Because Jacob did not know when he was getting married to Rachel, and that Leah was the hated one. So it
It
says in
certainly,
verse
first of all,
31.
it doesn't say that, but second of all, we already showed you in Ketuvot, the groom does know when the wedding is.
Also, the
Not according
reason
to
that he
Genesis
didn't know,
29.
but the reason, why didn't he know? What
Because
happened
he
that
got
was, what were the
what happened was
circumstances?
he didn't understand that he was working the 7 years for the false wife, the wife he hated, Leah.
He was
So
tricked.
he did not know the day or the hour of the marriage to the true wife, which is Rachel, which is the new covenant.
So he was tricked.
Typological of the new covenant.
What? This is the
So
definition of eisegesis because you see
Yeah.
Jesus everywhere.
That's right.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So he was tricked. So Jesus was tricked.
No, it's that no man knows the day or the hour, not the son, but the father only, because it's talking about the wedding.
But Jacob did. Jacob says, I will serve you 7 years for your younger daughter, Rachel. So he knew. And at the end of the 7 years, he got both women. He just had to work 7 more.
Correct.
So he,
exactly.
so not only did he know, it actually happened in accordance to what he knew, which means this is not a good typological fulfillment to Jesus not knowing something, because he did know.
But at first, when he thought he was getting betrothed to Rachel, he did not know the day or the hour, because he thought, oh, okay, I'm getting married to her at the end of here. And then Laban's like, actually, no. So no,
the day or the hour, day or the hour is not even mentioned. He says, I will serve you for 7 years. It's crazy that you believe that he's going to think, well, 7 years from now, on this month, on this day, I'll marry. What a crazy expectation for a test.
That's how it goes down.
I've never seen someone eisegesis more into a book than this guy. You might take the crown for adding stuff to the Bible that's not actually there. You might actually be the biggest liar that's ever come on this live stream.
Cool. In Revelation 1, we see, just like how Laban then revealed when Jacob would be married to Rachel, we see Revelation 1:1, unveiling of Jesus Christ, which God gave him to show to his Holy One. So now the timing was known. The day and the hour was known because the Father gave it to him.
But it wasn't known to Jesus.
Of course, he did know it. He's speaking in parables.
No, he didn't know it.
Okay.
I forgot. Words don't mean words. When he says the son doesn't know, it doesn't mean the son doesn't know. It means the son does know. But as long as you've read ahead to Revelation, you should know that when I say I don't know, it means I actually do know, because his audience, when he spoke that in Matthew 24, they would have known what was written later in the book of Revelation, that he actually did know. He was just saying he didn't know. What a foolish, clownish take you have to take on this book. It's crazy to me that grown-ass man will get up here and tell these fairy tales. It's wild.
Yeah, Revelation.
I hope you don't kiss your mom with that lying mouth. That's wild.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right, yeah. Listen. Tell us truth. Would say lack of truth in Tell Us Ministry. You've been up here for a while. I've had a great time with the conversation. I'm sure you had a blast. But I think I'm done being lied to. I'm going to move on to an adult that won't lie to me, okay?
Bye.
I've never seen a guy that has such a spurious relationship with the truth. Yeah, there's no connection there. He needs help.
Yeah, I did not understand what he was trying to say at all.
He was trying to say that when it said that Jesus didn't know the day nor the hour, he's saying, well, he actually did know the day or the hour. He was just alluding to this idea of a wedding feast where the groom doesn't know the day or the hour, which is weird, because then it would just entail that he was wrong, that Jesus still doesn't know the day nor the hour. Like he was trying to square a circle.
Also, it completely forgets about the part that Laban, by the way, the pronunciation of, what did he say? Laban?
Yeah.
Like nails on a chalkboard. But the idea that Laban, he's completely forgetting the fact that Laban was acting on his own selfishness and his own deceitfulness. So how does that fit into the story?
So typologically, God's deceived Jesus?
Or maybe it was the Satan.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's got to be a Satan. All right, well, let me do this then. I'm going to read. Oh, go ahead, Dalton.
I was just saying, I was just, and while y'all were talking about that, I was just reading in Mishnah Ketuvot 5, and it literally talks about how Like there's 12 months for preparation. So like everyone basically knows when the wedding feast is going to take place. Like they're
Right.
giving notice in advance so that they can like prepare for it.
Right, yeah, and the Bible actually does allude to this. It says that if in fact what was it? If in fact you get married during a time of war, that they're exempt from duty for 12 months so that they can spend time with their wife. Like like there's obviously an expectation that you have to know when the marriage and whatnot is happening so you can plan your future. Well, let me grab some super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Retired Bomb Tech, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W says, have you gotten your dentist licensed yet? With the amount of teeth you got to pull for an answer is not good for anyone's blood pressure, for fuck's sake. I know. It actually is crazy how many times I have to ask people the same question. And Adele, thank you for the $10 super chat. Adele says, I was so excited to see your interview with Dr. Tabor. That was epic. And I was not surprised to learn Rock Hard for Doug has already pre-ordered the Mary book. I can't wait to hear. Actually, I'm actually going to be reading that book, Lickety Split. I'm pretty excited for it, only because no one's really done it. Like, no one's really spent the time. Like, obviously the Catholics love Mary, but even they haven't really dove into really trying to uncover the historical Mary. I cannot wait until he deals with some of the critics of Mary, because there's some pretty heavy critics of Mary in the literature. Cameron, thank you for the $20 super chat. Cameron says, Justin, I like your name. This guest was so obsessed with names, Persian, Roman, Babylon, and Greeks. Good discussion. It was fun. Go Persians, by the way. W Persians. Thank you for that, Cameron. And Carlos, thank you for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That's huge, my friend. I super appreciate that. And Can Best, welcome in from Canada. Thank you for the $100 Canadian, my friend. Kemba says, Leviticus 19:28, you shall not make any cuts on your body in mourning for the dead, nor make any tattoo marks on yourselves. I am the Lord. Am I wrong about this, DZ? If not, what the fuck? So, Kembus, this is a common question. As far as most scholars are concerned, when it talks about the tattoos and the markings, this is not a reference that, like, you can't tattoo yourself. This is a reference specifically to pagan rituals. God is not interested in you joining yourself into pagan rituals, which is why some of them get like really abstract, like don't boil a goat in its mother's milk, which seems to have a loose affinity to a ritual that we know from Ugarit. It's debated whether or not the Ugaritic language is firmly supporting this as a spiritual ritual, but we do find there's quite a few Levitical laws that are trying to suggest, like, don't live like these people that I'm driving out before you because they defiled the land, and you have to be holy because I'm holy.
So fun fact, the archaeologists will be able to tell Israelite sites versus Philistine sites based on the presence or absence of pork bones. So there's a theory that the reason that Israelites didn't eat pork was because the Philistines did. And so a lot of these laws have to do with distinguishing, like you said, from other groups. And that plays right into the kind of separation sort of mentality.
Indeed. Yeah, they did a pretty good job of separating themselves.
Yeah, there's a YouTube channel called Religion for Breakfast. I think he has a whole episode dedicated to the whole pork situation.
Like, if you've studied any biblical archaeology, this is like rule number 1 to identifying Israelite sites. SEAL Team Sticks, great name, by the way, says, this guest seems to forget that in Numbers 12:6-8, God says he speaks clearly and not in riddles to Moses. Yet every time God speaks through Moses, words don't mean words. It's the funniest thing. Like when God says he speaks clearly, he does not deceive. When you get to the Hebrew or the Christian Bible, it's nothing but deception. It's nothing but words don't mean words. What are people supposed to think?
Yeah, he's not a god of confusion.
Not at all. And Hank says preterism is like insisting Star Wars is a sequel to Star Trek because they have a star in the title and occur in space. 100%. I've never heard a better analogy than that. That's my favorite one. I'm going to use that for now on. Thank you. Maximilian, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $19.99. Says, this was crazy. Ideal for a t-shirt with Doug yelling this. One of my favorite sayings from our father, Justin. Keep it up, brother. Yeah, this was crazy. We probably work on a t-shirt that says that for sure. Patrick, thank you for the $20 super chat. Patrick says this guy is a perfect representation of mental illness. Can we move on now before we all catch it? I did keep him on a little bit long only because like he was, you guys know me. I'm kind of like when I get people on here that are this confident in their lies, I just want to poke them and poke them and poke them until I kind of get them frustrated and put into a corner. And I
You
think
like to play with your food.
yeah, I think we accomplished it, didn't we? I think we got him. But there were so many like weird bullets he had to bite in order to maintain his position. It just became weird at some point. Like the amount of words don't mean words. That's why like when he first came in, I knew he was a preterist and I was like already annoyed because I'm like, I'm going to have to spend the next hour demonstrating that his only position is words don't mean words. And it's going to take forever. But I think it's pretty damn clearly demonstrated. His whole position is words don't mean words. Tom says, hey, Justin, every September, I'm convinced that God is real, but he's evil and hates the Cleveland Browns. Listen, if there was an evil God that hated the Cleveland Browns, it would be parsimonious with the data that we have, and it would certainly explain the Cleveland curse. I'm not saying there's a God. I'm just saying it's one possible way to look at the Cleveland curse. Mediocre says, Justin, don't insult the Browns like that. I know they're the Browns, but Watson is much kinder to women than God is. Oh, that's... First of all, I think it seems to be true. Second of all, it's horrific that it's true. I've never hated a quarterback more than Watson. Watson's... No Cakewalk, thank you for the super chat, says, what book of the Bible do you think has done the most damage by being canon? What book would you go back and make never having been canonized? Well, if you're a Christian, I would say Revelation. Revelation has caused the most church splinters of any book in the Bible and is complete and utter nonsense. Shouldn't have been there in the first place. But if you're not a Christian, what book would I get rid of? That becomes a little more difficult. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Maccabees.
Don't you fucking
Maccabees?
shit on Maccabees.
But if we didn't have Maccabees, we wouldn't have latkes. I mean, I think it's worth it.
We'd still have latkes. People are going to fry potatoes. You know, potatoes are going to get fried.
Ooh, here's my choice. Genesis. That way, no more Kent Hovens and yeah.
Fair. All right, I'm going to read two more super chats. Viking Chef says, it baffles me when Christian starts off with Genesis and you still seem to keep your cool and your hairline. I'm pulling my hair out listening to these lost, deluded robots. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Viking Chef. And trust me when I tell you, even for me, like I get exasperated sometimes because like I cannot. I'm an optimist. I believe in good faith. Eventually, if you dialogue with somebody, they'll become honest at some point in the dialogue. Like they'll let their guard down and they'll start being honest with you. That guy wasn't willing to do it. And I was honest with him. He brought up a good point on Isaiah 14 that I don't think is true to the reading of the text, but if you read the text, you could come to that conclusion. And I conceded. I said, I'll grant you that. You could get that conclusion from the text. This is not how I read it, right? He wasn't willing to do that on anything because his whole shtick was words don't mean words. Nothing can fail. I can't be wrong. Rockhard Verduct says, I remember the apologetic days when I was like truth in Tellius. I also remember the relief of not having to pretzel anymore and just accept my reality. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, Rock Hard. And it's great to see you. I really appreciate you being here, my friend. I hope you're having a great day. And I've got a bunch more super chats, but I want to get to the next guest. Because that conversation was so long, friends, I apologize. There's a bunch of super chats that are going to have to wait for between the next guest and towards the end of the show. I try to read as many as I can between guests, but when I get backed up, it kind of becomes impossible. So if you don't hear your super chat read between guests, I'm sorry. It will be read at the end of the show, though, I promise. All right. We've got Archie. He's been waiting to get in for a while, and Archie's battery is about to die. So I'm going to get Archie in before his battery dies and see if we can have some discussion with Archie. How you doing, Archie?
Hey, Justin, how are you, man? I don't want to waste a lot of time on action. I'm a blogger myself. I'm not a believer. That's why I don't want to take a lot of time. I really want to thank you from my and my 10-year-old son's name and all other sober, normal thinking people's name. I just want them to hear that we really appreciate your work because you give us the tools to fight these fanatics. Without it, would be really difficult to do. That's all,
I
brother.
really
And I wish
appreciate
your
that.
son a good health and you have a nerves of a steel, man. I'm a blogger. I kick him out real fast, man. I can't take that shit.
I get it. Well, thank you so much, Archie. I appreciate that, friend.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. And I like your stance on um, we're not making this political, so this is good. Because I want to say something real short. For the most part, the good, intelligent atheists are leaning towards the left side of the politics, and stupid zombie fanatic religious people with some good points about some family standing, they're staying with the religious stuff. So I'm that middle guy that I criticize politically both parties. I am for the truth. I'm for a sober thinking, for high intelligent, analysis which you're providing, man. Thank you again and again and again. I'm with you, brother.
Thank you so much, friend. I appreciate that, Archie. Have a
You
great
do
one,
work for
friend.
us. Thank you.
Fuck W Archie.
Can I ask what was because right as the Isaiah 14 thing was coming up, my phone completely crapped out. Just wondering what the comment was there. I was so curious. Do you know it was
Yeah,
like
I wasn't here
Deuteronomy
for that either.
31:28 or something?
Yeah, so in the beginning of Isaiah 14, God talks about Israel taking the nations as slaves. And it seems, if you're reading this correctly, that the Israelites would turn around and do to the Babylonians what the Babylonians did to them. It says the nations will take them and bring them into their place, and the house of Israel will possess the nations as male and female slaves in the Lord's land, and they will take captive those who were their captors and rule over those who oppressed them. Now, a straight-faced reading of this would lead you to believe that this is the Israelites taking the Babylonians captive, which didn't really happen, but it was true that once the Israelites were no longer in Babylon, once they returned to their promised land, they certainly probably indefinitely had some Babylonian slaves among them. But I wouldn't read that as being the fulfillment of this, because I think the text appears to be talking about some sort of a naturalist or nationalistic domination.
Yeah, and also like it ignores the entire genre of revenge fantasy,
Right.
and like
Right.
which is look, I always say that the Babylonians were like the San Francisco Giants, and the Assyrians were like the LA Dodgers, and the Egyptians were like the New York Yankees. The Israelites were like the Columbus Clippers.
Right. Well, that's what I told him. I said, listen, if you interpret this as like on a smaller scale, it's not nation owning another nation like the Babylonians did, and you just think that because some of the Hebrews owned individual Babylonian slaves, I was like, I don't want to argue with it. I'll just give it to you. I don't think that's worth bickering over, and then we move on to the next point. But that's about it's about as far as he got in the conversation. That was his best point. All right, we're gonna bring in. This is gonna be a real treat for those who don't know. We're gonna bring in Nebraska Steve.
Yeah, hi, Justin.
1 second, friend. Just making sure the echo cancellation's turned on. Steve, how you doing, bud?
Yeah, hey, Justin. Yeah, thanks for having me again on your program. So previously, we discussed how RNA has God's mark based on the structural components, cumulative atomic masses of amino acids encoded by their codons initial two nucleotides that express 3 squared times 37 plus 4
It
squared
does.
7 equals 5 squared times 37, and 73 times 37 equals 2,701. And this is Genesis 1:1 Gematria value.
Sure. You want to walk through that argument from the very first step so we can actually analyze it?
Sure. So there's this particular group of amino acids, and they're called whole family codon-based amino acids, and they're encoded by their codon's initial two nucleotides. And the nucleotides, of course, are the central building blocks of RNA and DNA. And codons have a sequence of three. They have a sequence of three nucleotides.
Okay, so
And
to be
these
clear,
particular
what
group
you're
of
saying is that
codons,
amino acids are coded by codons nucleotides, meaning the nucleotides are possessed by the codon?
yeah, the nucleotides are in code. So the codons consist of a sequence of three nucleotides, and there are four types of nucleotides.
What's a
Adenine,
codon?
guanine. A codon is a sequence
Hmm.
of three nucleotides,
Okay, so
and
amino acids are encoded by codons, and codons are a sequence of three nucleotide bases, right?
right. And these particular group of codons can be defined by their first two base nucleotides. It doesn't matter what their third is. They're sufficiently defined by their first two codons. And when you take the atomic masses, and these amino acids have structural components, a main core, a side chain, and the atomic mass, their total atomic mass. So when you take the atomic masses of their and add them up of their main structure, their side chain, and their total, you can get the expression 3 squared times 37 plus 4 squared times 37 equals 5 squared times 37. And that formulates a right-angled Pythagorean triangle. That message appears in our genetic code. And when you take these atomic masses and you factor out,
we're still on premise number 2. I feel like you're jumping ahead. So premise number 1 is that amino acids are encoded by codons nucleotides. What's premise number 2 in the argument?
So the premise is that there's a signal that appears when you based on the structural component cumulative atomic masses of amino acids.
Is this a conclusion?
Those are encoded by their codon's initial two nucleotides.
Is this a conclusion or a premise?
This is a signal. This is how you get the signal, this pattern that is in genetic code.
But I'm asking you how to properly word your second premise. Your first premise is that acids are encoded by codons, which are three nucleotides. Premise number 2 should be what?
Okay, so if you take this group of codons, these whole family.
Any group or a specific group?
Family codons are those that are sufficiently defined by their, the amino acids are defined by their codon's initial two nucleotides.
Right. What I'm asking is any group or a specific group?
I'm sorry, what?
Any group or a specific group of codons?
It's a specific group of amino acids. For this,
okay, which group?
It has to be a whole family codons.
Wait, which group?
The whole family amino acids.
Okay, so we're going to say
codon based. I mean the whole family codon based. Those amino acids.
There are encoded. There are 8 individual amino acids in question. Then is what you're saying?
Yeah, there's a group of 8 amino acids, and these are ones that are encoded by their codon's initial two nucleotides.
So we should just include that in premise number 1. Premise number 1 should be 8 amino acids are encoded by the codon's nucleotides, which are
first and
pairs.
Second base. It doesn't matter what their third nucleotide is.
Okay, so just to be clear, only 8 of them, aren't there? Like 22 amino acids? How many amino acids are there?
Throwing out because those have to be defined by all 3 of their nucleotides. So we're just going to throw those ones out.
No, what I'm trying to figure out is why we're selecting 8 rather than say 15 or 20 or 22.
Well,
or 20. Is it 20? I'm hearing 20.
Defined by the codon's first 2 base nucleotides.
Okay, so we're going to throw out the amino acids that don't fall into our pattern seeking
Right. Yeah. So these
situation.
codons.
Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah.
Right. Right.
Okay.
So these
If
are the
if I
ones
made a
that have the code that are
if I
coded by
made if I made a
these
pattern
first
out
two.
of the remaining 12 amino acids, would that be
Right.
meaningful?
Yeah. This is how we get this to work. So then, after
Yeah,
we
by
do
ignoring the
this,
data that doesn't fit. Yeah, that's how you get it to work.
well, anyway, so when you take this particular group of amino acids
Right.
and you take their structural components, like their main core, and you add up their atomic masses, and then you take their side chain atomic masses,
Well, you're
and you
moving way
take the
too much at
total.
once. Are we talking about atomic masses or what?
Yeah, we're talking about the sum of their atomic masses, or what they weigh based on their
Okay.
protons and
Are we talking
neutrons.
about the sum of the atomic mass of all 8 of them or each one
Yeah,
individually?
yeah. When you add up the 8 and you add up what the atomic mass is of their main structure, main component, you get 3 square, whatever number this adds up to, 3 squared times 37. I don't have a calculator in front
I
of
can't
me.
even put a square on my keyboard. So we'll do
Yeah, I just
3
used the
3 it was 3
symbol.
squared what?
Yeah, times 37, and then that's going to be their total atomic mass, I believe, of either their side chain or main core, forget which. And then when you
Which
add that to,
which 8 amino acids are we referring to?
yeah, let me look this up now. You're gonna make me Google here. I should have
Well,
had this
I'm gonna
ready.
make you show your work. I'm gonna do the math.
Yeah, so whole family base codons. What are whole? And it's in the paper. It's in the paper called Wow Signal of the Terrestrial Genetic Code, but I have to go. So whole family base codons. And anybody can Google this. I'm not just making this stuff up.
The whole family base codon refers to a group of 4 codons that all code for the same amino acid.
Okay, so where are these 8? Here, I had the list of them earlier.
Is it 8 or 4?
No, there are 8 of these. There are 8 unsplit codon boxes, whole family codons. It doesn't tell me which ones, but I think glycine's one of them. Glycine, but I'm not sure. I don't have them all but that's not the important part of this argument. This signal. So when you take the atomic mass of their structural components and you add them up, you can get this pattern of an Egyptian triangle that's in the genetic code. If you factor out 37 from the structural components atomic masses.
You've gone way too far in the dialogue. We're still trying to figure out the masses. We got to get that step next. Welcome in, Doctor.
Hello. Hi, Nebraska Steve. So I'm a friend of Ian's. I have a PhD. I'm from an agricultural field. I don't reveal what exact field because I went to a top 10 program and it is a small program and you could find me, but the basis of it is molecular biology, and I am now a computational oncologist. I'm doing an oncology fellowship at a medical school in the Northeast. I have a master's in molecular biology. I also have a bachelor's degree in biology with an advanced certificate in it's essentially organic chemistry or agricultural field. So
Yeah, but if you
I
get
think that I might be able to I do know some of the Bible. I know the Mormon scriptures better, but I think I might be able to answer some of your questions, Steve.
Okay.
And your numbers. So, okay, so you said that they're whole family. So they're not actually whole family. They're just ones that evolution has exerted more pressure on because they're more important in the sort of messaging of what we're doing with DNA. So they are less, well, in many ways, they're more evolutionarily conserved because they are so important. Hold on one second.
Okay, but there are these patterns in the genetic code that are symmetric, and
So
they
hold
are
on. What do
symmetric.
you?
And
Number one, what do you mean by? Okay, sweetheart, what do you mean by symmetric? Because 3, we're talking about amino acids. 3 is symmetric to what? Are we supposed to
Well,
cut them down in the middle? Is that what you're talking
in the
about?
signal that
Asymmetric?
appears, when you
Hold on.
take
What
this number
signal?
that
What,
appears,
what what is the signal? What is the signal that appears? What signal are you
it's
measuring?
it's the number 37 in an Egyptian triangle appears. This pattern, a number 30. It's in a paper titled "Wow Signal of the Terrestrial Genetic Code," and it was published in Icarus, I think, about 12 years ago by two
An
scientists.
Icarus?
And it was
An Icarus. Sorry, is Icarus a
Vladimir
journal?
Sherbak and Maxim Makakov published this paper 12 years ago.
And in a collection of paper pages called Icarus?
Yeah, it's an astronomy journal, Icarus.
Can
Didn't
you
we
give me a
talk?
PMID for this?
Yeah, Steve, last time you came, I asked you why you're reading an astronomy journal about amino acids, and we looked at the authors of this particular entry, and not a single one of them had any expertise at all in biology.
Well, that doesn't make them wrong. Yeah, one was a mathematician and the other guy was an astrophysicist.
I'm
They
gonna
weren't.
stop you right there, Steve. I am gonna halt you in your tracks. If you had to go to the hospital to get your gallbladder out, and they told you, okay, we've got a fantastic ornithologist. We've also got Kevin from Oklahoma. Who would you pick?
Well, I would pick the first one you said. I would
Just
think. I mean, I would have to know more, but yeah, I would
Steve,
probably. I mean, just based off that information, I would
an
go with the doctor.
ornithologist is an
Mhm.
expert in birds. And so what I've just done is show you, elucidate the problem with saying, you know what? That ornithologist could fix me, but you don't actually know anything. You know what? I'll put my money on Kevin. I bet Kevin is probably like an IM person, maybe a GS person, probably a lot better suited for you than the bird doctor. Now, why I've said that to you is because what I think you've fallen victim to is a pattern of pseudo intellectualism where people that may, by their own right, be experts in whatever they're doing, and they may have a PhD, they may have whatever, that does not mean that they are in any way equipped to talk about the thing that you are going to look to them for. So I would.
Okay, I have the list here of the 8 amino acids that are specified by the whole family of 4 codons. So it's proline,
Say it
alanine.
again.
Okay, proline, and then
Okay.
alanine,
Uh-huh.
spelled ALANINE,
Mm-hmm.
and then threonine, it's spelled, I'm probably not saying that right, it's spelled THREONINE.
Threonine, yeah.
I didn't catch it. Thoro
Threonine.
what?
Threonine, it's threonine, maybe that's how you're supposed to say it.
It's
Threonine is
threonine.
spelled
It's
THREON.
threonine.
Threonine, thank you. And then there's another one called valine, VALINE.
Valine. It's valine.
Yeah, see, you can say these better than I because you probably know these. And there's glycine, glycine. Am I saying that
Exactly.
right? GLYCINE. And then the other ones, I'm just going to spell these because I can't pronounce them. The other one's ARGININE.
Arginine?
And then number 7 is spelled LEUCINE. And then the
Leucine?
last one's spelled SERINE. So I'm just
Serine.
not making this up. This is in the paper.
All right, so we'll start right at the top with the atomic weight of alanine. Does anyone know that?
Well,
No,
then you
because
add them all up together and you take their main component.
Hold
Steve,
on,
because
Steve.
guess
Now you're gonna make me grab my calculator, Ray.
Hold on, Steve.
Hold
We
on.
got the calculators. What are you saying, Doctor?
so you want to know why we don't know off our head, like what the atomic weights are? Me,
I think
as a
there's
molecular biologist.
more than
Would you
one
like?
alanine, isn't there?
Yes, but I don't think that we can go through that
Okay.
process here with Steve. But you want to know why, Steve, we don't care about the atomic weights of these?
Hello.
Because it doesn't matter when you're talking about codons and amino acids. You're talking about the triplicate structure and the evolutional pressure put on each of those elements that goes into an amino acid. Nobody except organic, inorganic chemists care about what the molecular weight, the atomic weight is of these structures. And this is why that paper that you are clinging to was not in a scientific journal, was not by reputable people. It was because they came up with some crackpot idea that you have now guzzled so deeply into your own soul that it helps you make sense of whatever nonsense you've already got rattling around in there. So what is your next question? Also, you said glycine before. It's glycine. Do you have any other words that you would like me to help you pronounce?
No, but when you take the structural, the main block core, and you add up these 8 amino acids, and you get
Why are we adding them up?
383.
My love, why are we adding them up? Where are we going to?
Because
Is this
you
a
can get
stairway
this,
to
you can
heaven?
get this
Is this
mathematical
a stairway
expression
to
signal that
heaven?
appears.
Because none of this makes it. Why are we adding them? Why are we only adding those? Why are you
Well,
not
no,
adding in
you add
methionine?
those
Do
up,
you know what
and then
methionine is? Do you know what
you take
methionine
the side
is? Do
chain.
you know what methionine is? Because it was probably a lot more important than whatever ones you're adding up. Do you know what methionine is?
I'm not a geneticist. No, I'm
We
not.
know! We know, Steve! We know! Methionine is probably the most important, and you didn't mention it. That's what's called a start codon. That is what makes every protein work. A little machine comes along, it reads the DNA, it gets to a methionine, and it says, "Bagong, now I start." Okay? And if we're going to talk about really important amino acids and their codon bases, we are not going to talk about glycine and serine and all of those because that's nonsense. So would you like me to give you some more biological education? Because I think that there are other topics that are more important in this factor. Do you know what exons versus introns are?
No, I don't. What is that? That doesn't have anything to do with my argument, probably. But go
Oh
ahead,
my
tell
God,
us.
it has everything to do with your argument. Do you know what alternative splicing is? Do you know what isoforms are?
Like I said, I'm not an expert geneticist, so I'm not going to know this.
Okay. So I'm going to explain these concepts to you, and then I'm going to ask you one question at the end, okay? And I want you to remember that I'm going to ask you a really important question at the end, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So a gene is made up of different parts. Some of those parts get read by those little machinery parts and they become a gene. Some of those parts are read and discarded. They do not get put into the gene. Now, depending on the gene, depending on the tissue, depending on the hormone levels, a number of things depending on which organism we're looking at, that combination of, in this case, we can call it important and not important. Red and not red. Exon is red. Intron is not red. Depending on the condition, different combinations of those things are put into what the final gene product is. Now, this is important because depending on the conditions, depending on mutations, things like that, that structure of red, not red, included, not included changes. And because it changes, we cannot say for certain beyond a very, very, very basic level of understanding what the codons are, what is actually included, what the amino acids end up to be. So regardless of how much information, which by the way is really quite basic, we know codon, you need 3 parts to get to an amino acid. Some of those amino acids do well, do better or worse, depending on what that last little spot in the codon is. So your very basic understanding of takes 3 parts to get 1, and then we can add up however many to get some number in your head at the top of the staircase heaven. There are much more important, much more complex layers to what you're talking about to get to. I think maybe what you're trying to get to is like humans are humans because we have 3s and it's an Egyptian triangle and therefore we can see God.
An Egyptian triangle is not found in nature. That is not a signal that would appear naturally. That is an artistic, precise symbol.
Sorry, so it's artistic. So is the basis of your argument that you're taking an artistic license on the entire history of human biology and therefore it proves the existence of whatever God you think it does? Is that it?
Right. The numbers match up to the I don't know how I want to say gematria's value. Like in Hebrew, there's like 22 letters, I think, in Hebrew, and if you assign numerical values to them, like 1 to what the first.
We do not even use a Hebrew system of mathematics. So where are we going off the rails from here?
Also,
we don't use a Hebrew system of mathematics.
Doctor, I'm not sure that his claim is even true. Because I've gathered the atomic mass of each one of these theoretical amino acids, or I would imagine the individual amino acid by itself, and I don't see how the formula works. The sum is 981.1 unless I fat fingered the thing, but you said that the atomic mass of all 8 is going to add up to 3 times the square of 37?
It's going to add up to 5 times 5 times 37. So 5 times 5 times 37 it's going to add up to 925.
So you're almost there. You're at 981.
Well, I can't see you're working what you're doing, but
do you
it's on
want
the screen.
If you take the total atomic masses, it's going to be.
Sorry. So do we want
up to 5 times 37? So
hold on,
925 for their total atomic mass.
Maybe I've got the answer for it. Apparently, this is the Hebrew system of mathematics. I know that there's a Babylonian system of mathematics. We haven't used that.
The Hebrews used base 10 math. Hold on, Justin knows this. The Hebrews did they use base 10 math or did they use a 60 base math like
it's 60, it's hexadecimal.
Okay, so they didn't use a base 10 math system?
Okay, Steve, so do you know what math system the entire world uses?
Yeah, well, there's different ones like binary and.
No, there's not.
Base 10 is universal now. That's the universal system we all use now.
Hold on, Steve. Do you know? Oh, this is a great question. Do you know what system of math they use in all of the journals that have any scientific rapport about mathematics or physics or any of that? Do you know what that one is?
The metric system. Yeah, of course, the metric system.
You moron! It's the
math, yeah.
It's
not the English, the
system
metric,
of math. It's an Arabic math system. We are so
Right.
far beyond metric versus whatever the fuck you just said that this is not. Sorry. Okay. Steve, I've not done you enough justice. Can you finish what your argument is, please? Can we add up the it's apparently, I mean, we're not getting to 925, but I'm going to give you a couple more chances to get to 925 because I am quite interested in hearing whatever tangent has wormed its way so far into your brain that you thought that this was like a devotional that you've come to give us. Please explain the rest of the equation that nobody else is observing, please.
So
Thank
when
you.
you take the base, okay, so there's two components to these structural components. There's a side chain that these amino acids have, and then they have a main core. Okay, so they have two components. And when you take the atomic mass of all of these 8 amino acids, and you take that would equal the 3 times 37, so that would have a total atomic mass of, I believe that would be what, 333? Is that right? 3 times 37.
The sum of all of the masses are 981.1.
Yeah, no, that's a combined. Yeah, we'll get there in a minute. And then when you take their side chains components and you add them up, that would be what, 4 times 37. That would equal 592, right?
Okay, let me
so
ask
592 times 333.
So to be sure,
25 number.
so Steve, no one knows what you're doing right now. No one knows what you're adding up right now. What are you trying to add?
Okay, this is all in a paper too. I'm not just making this stuff up.
Trust me, I'm not going to read this paper. So what are you trying to add right now?
Okay, so I'm taking the structural components of these amino acids and totaling their main core atomic mass.
Hold on. Why are we taking the structural components? Which, by the way, that doesn't make any sense. If we're taking,
because that's how we find the signal that we're looking for to find this number of 37.
I don't know what signal you're looking for, bud.
To get this signal, to find the signal.
I don't know what signal you are looking for, but why would we take the structural components and then add them up, and then that would add up to this? You said the side chains?
Yeah, the amino acids have 2 structural components, right? You can look this up online. You can Google all this too. I'm not just.
Oh fuck!
I don't.
Steve, I love you, but you just stepped in it. Scientific snitch wants in too. This is gonna be trouble.
Well, what I've got myself into now. I didn't know I was gonna have all these scientists on here with you.
I didn't know either, but this is what happens when people start talking about science with a Bible guy and another guy that doesn't know science. Welcome in, Snitch.
Hey, so I don't have a lot of time right now, but I just thought I'd drop in because, I'm literally in biochemistry and I have my exam tomorrow, and you know what it's on? It's on amino acids. So, what's the topic here?
Well, I'm trying to get a little bit of the feel on the notepad above. He's saying there are 8 amino acids that are encoded by the codons nucleotide. Premise number 1, atomic mass. The atomic mass of all of the 8 adding up is supposed to be equal to 925 somehow, which it turns out is actually equal to 981. But now he's trying to go on a side tangent about it's not actually the atomic mass, it's the atomic mass of the side chains. Did I get that right, Steve?
Oh, wait, you're oh man. This is gonna be
Okay, so there are these 8 particular.
There's no 8, buddy. There's not just 8 amino acids. There's 20.
No, there's more. No, but there are 8 that are sufficiently defined by their
But they're not
codons first
divine.
and second.
You actually, so
This
you
is a
named
mathematical
glycine, which
equation.
is, by the way, theanine is, is it one of the amino acids? I'm pretty sure it's derived from an amino acid, but I digress.
Can
But
I read
glycine is
my
not
AI
essential.
overview for you guys?
Glycine
read
is
my
not
AI
essential.
overview?
So why is glycine on your list? It's non-essential.
His definition of essential is the triplicate decay hypothesis. He doesn't know what that means, but it's the triplicate decay hypothesis, where there are some amino acids that are more intensely reliant on what that third space in the codon says than other ones. So what he is saying is that these 8 amino acids here can only be made, I think, by a perfect triplicate.
What?
That's not true.
No.
Yeah, that's
Hold on,
not
guys.
true.
Oh,
Okay.
Also,
how?
glycine doesn't even have a side chain, so
Now, can you
what are
hear
you
me?
even
Oh,
talking
we're
about?
so far beyond. We are so far beyond. He also said that we have to add the base parts of all the amino acids to get the
Yeah,
math
guys, can
of
you
the
hear
side
me?
chains.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, Steve. Yes.
Unfortunately, we can still hear you.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so there are 8 amino acids. So 8 amino acids are specified by a whole family of 4 codons, meaning all 4
Not 4.
codons,
Certainly not 4.
all
It's
4
definitely
codons with
It's
the
weird.
same first 2 bases code for that single amino acid.
no.
These
Steve.
8
No,
amino acids and
Steve.
their associated codon families are proline,
No, Steve. We don't
alanine,
need this. No,
threonine.
I don't.
I'm not saying this, I'll spell it. Right.
Steve,
Steve,
stop.
you
And then
don't
there's
have to read it. It's
THR.
already wrong right out of the gate. Just hold,
Steve,
pause for a minute.
Steve, did you know? Oh my God, there's so much science I could talk about with someone that had
Can I
massive.
also say, like, it's not the first 2 codons are not the same, and then also, like, glycine doesn't have a side chain A, but then when you're talking about all of these different amino acids as if they're like what is it, divine? Why didn't you put leucine and isoleucine together? Because they have the same exact
Well, I
atom.
said methionine, but that went completely over his head as
Yeah,
like
Okay,
methionine is
intrinsic
the start codon.
so
So
let's just
hold
take
on, Steve.
valine. Or
Hold on,
valine.
Steve.
Okay,
It's pronounced
let's just take this.
valine. Nope,
Yeah,
I
okay,
don't need to take it.
VALINE.
Nope, I don't
Okay.
need to take valine anywhere because I'm going to explain something to you. This concept of the first 2 little spots in the codon being incredibly important, that applies to all of them. It's not these 8 that you have picked out as holy. It's all of them, all 20 of them. So, and we do a lot of really reliable math about evolution and about mutations and things like that based on that principle that's been proven over and over and over again, and it is in no way unique to these 8 that you've listed. Now, as I said before, there are certain amino acids that take more or less evolutionary pressure, which means like it's more or less consequential if they change. So that in no way is unique to what you're talking about here. There are, like me and Scientific have said, there are other amino acids that are much more important that you haven't even mentioned here. So I have a hypothesis for you, and I'm going to see how you feel about that. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so my hypothesis is that maybe these 2 men that went in that did this paper in Icarus, perhaps they picked out the amino acids that added up to the number that they wanted, but with the caveat that they're probably not that good at math because they didn't get it. They didn't get that number right. Have you ever thought about that?
That's
No,
a
this
wonderful.
paper's been peer reviewed and the math is solid in it. There's not been any criticism on this paper for the
There's been
math
an
in it.
immense amount of criticism about
What
those 2
journal?
in
In
Icarus.
Icarus in
Icarus.
2013, I believe.
Where's the hubris?
Icarus, ICA.
Hubris. I think
It's
is
an
what you meant to say.
astronomy. It's
Yeah,
a planetary
you forget
astronomy
the
journal.
story of Icarus. You forget the story. He flew too close to the sun. That's the whole point.
So
Buddy,
Okay,
listen,
you
this
guys,
is you know what? Wait a second. I've been silent the whole
okay,
time. I have something that's very important. You're on a panel with two people who have dedicated their lives, who have spent over 10,000 hours dedicating their lives to this. I have so many questions that I want to ask them. Not my place to do that right now. If I were you, I would wonder, what do you do during the week? How do you spend your time?
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I'll listen. What do you guys got to say? I'm
Yeah, how do you no,
interested.
how do you spend your time, Nebraska, Steve?
How do I spend my time?
How do you
Well,
spend
I
your time
probably
during the week?
podcasts and live stream shows,
Yeah,
like I
okay.
am
So
now.
these people that are on the panel spend their
Hmm.
time dedicating to make the world a better place. What I would suggest, as your attorney, that's why I'm on this panel, is to provide legal advice and legal counsel. I would suggest that you would ask these people more questions than provide more answers. You know what I'm saying? I would say, I'm wondering about this. Can you maybe give me some direction? I have some thoughts about how this might play in.
Sure.
I just wanted to also mention, like, the amino acids that are listed, you have like a handful of aliphatic amino acids, one amino acid that barely plays any role in actual proteins. Like, for example, proline is very difficult to fit into like an alpha helix or beta plate or beta sheet, sorry. Arginine is basic with like a pKa of around 12.53. Serine is polar. Leucine, glycine, valine. Well, glycine is kind of a weird case, but valine and alanine are all like aliphat or did I say serine? No, serine's polar. Leucine, what is it? Leucine, valine, and alanine are all aliphatic and non-polar. Like you literally chose the weirdest like handful of amino acids. And just so you know, like leucine and isoleucine have these same exact atoms, but you like didn't put them together, which is so weird. Arginine is basic as hell and is positively charged. Like what is this mix of amino acids?
Okay. So like valine, or let's go with glycine. So glycine codons are. So you guys know what is it guanine or uracil is,
Guanine,
or cytosine and
guanine,
adenine.
cysteine,
You guys know what those are, right? Those are
That's
nucleotides,
the
right?
mRNA codon.
mm,
Are you talking about the DNA or mRNA?
No,
Because those are
we're
two
talking
different
uracil, so it'd be RNA. I think DNA doesn't have
mRNA.
uracil,
Yeah.
right? Doesn't DNA use something else besides uracil?
Yeah, I'm just making sure you're referring to the right kind of codon.
Yeah, so these are the RNA codons
Okay, so what's so
in
special about
RNA.
RNA codons to you? Because like
So
every
and
amino
these are
acid has
the
three unique ones.
okay. So these so with like let's take the valine. If you take the guanine, the uracil, so the first two codons, nucleotides, and the codons that code for the valine that it code that amino acid is guanine and uracil, but it doesn't matter what the third nucleotide is. It could be
yeah, okay,
So
uracil, it
we're
could be
talking
about
about
the wobble
cytosine,
bait.
hold
it
on.
could be
I'm gonna stop
adenine, it could
you
be
again.
guanine. It doesn't matter. It's still going to
Guanine.
code
Steve, stop.
for
Steve,
valine.
stop.
Uh,
Steve,
if
Sure.
I
stop.
could just chime in
Stop.
from a nuclear physics standpoint. Also, hello everybody. I'm
Good to
I'm
see you,
a
Quant.
PhD candidate in nuclear physics. Yeah, it's
Oh,
nice to finally be a part of
Cool. I got
this
more
live.
scientists on this panel.
Um,
I like that. Yeah.
yeah, so there seems to be a lot of arbitrary choices in this selection, both on the chemistry and biology side, but also on like the nuclear side as well. Because when you're adding up the atomic masses of each of these chemicals, you also have to like arbitrarily pick which isotope of which chemical to use. Because changing the isotope won't change the chemistry, but it will change the atomic mass.
Right.
And
Of
so
course. So
that
what they're
does
doing is they're just taking the nucleons, just
Oh
Yeah,
God.
that's what I'm
figuring out the
saying.
atomic
That
masses of
the isotope
protons,
changes the weight of the
and
nuclei.
that would be the main stable, the most stable isotopes, the most stable
No,
Well,
universe.
now
We're
that's another
no,
not
arbitrary
taking the
choice.
unstable isotopes
Can I
and
say
figuring
one
out.
more thing about
Steve.
like the
Wait.
wobble place? Because he was
Oh,
referring to the third position of the codon, which is the
that's
wobble.
what I was going to talk about. It's called the triplicate decay hypothesis. And what he seems to think is that these 8 amino acids are unique in that the third place in a codon for some of them is more important than others. He doesn't seem to connect that with evolution, which is where it comes from. But
Yeah.
what this is called triplet decay hypothesis. I mean, they're depending on what field of science you're in, they'll talk about it different ways. But the basic argument is that those first two places in the codon are super important. That third one is less important.
I can add on to
And
that, by the way, because the tRNA, which is basically what allows proteins to be translated, is curved. It's kind of like half hairpin RNA, which basically means it's wound back on itself. So that third place is called the wobble position on the codon. So sometimes it's mismatched. That's the reason why every single amino acid has three different codons basically. That way it kind of I guess over evolution's progression, it's more evolutionarily favorable if we have multiple different versions of it because the molecules that allow proteins to be translated are curved. So it's almost literally impossible to have three straight pairs line up like that. So yeah.
And it also is I was trying to touch on this before, it's also very tissue dependent. So I'm a computational oncologist. So my job is to use math to help people figure out what's going on, if they're going to have cancer, what their cancer is, what those outcomes are. And I specifically am a gastroenterology computational oncologist. So this conversation is intensely important to us because the cause of depends on what it is, but the cause of cancer and polyposis in the colon and the other structures associated with that are intensely dependent on, number one, what those codons are, and number two, how the human body tries to fix them. So I've tried multiple ways to get to an answer about where we're leading. So I would appreciate from Steve and maybe the panel if we could just Steve, where are we going with this? Where are we going with it?
Well, where we're going with this is there's patterns, numerical patterns in the genetic code.
What does that mean, Steve? What does that mean?
Yeah, it requires that gematria be considered like a valid, which is not. Gematria is just like ancient Israelite nonsense, but you know.
Also, maybe he was getting at that triangles don't exist in nature or something, but
Oh, he did talk about
that's
that.
fully not true. Triangles show up in nature all the time.
Triangles. I'm talking Egyptian triangles. It's precise in ratio of 3-4 with 3-side ratio 3-4-5 90-degree angle. That's a very precise figure. That does not appear anywhere in nature. If you can tell me where that appears in nature, that would be awesome.
Right
Hold on.
triangles?
I'm
Or
going to ask you. Hold on
No,
one
an
second.
Egyptian one. It has to be
Okay.
ratios 3-4-5.
Okay, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Does this 3-4-5 triangle, is it pointing towards the existence of God? Because you've come up to Justin's live who talks about God and the Bible and all these other things, and I mean we're talking a lot about math and triangles and triplicate. So what I would like to know the ultimate part, the ending gate of where we're going with this. Is it that our DNA has threes and therefore it makes triangle, and triangles don't exist in nature and it could only be a conscious mind, therefore the universe is created by God? Is that where we're going?
Yeah, it's just real simple. My argument's simple. God's signature is in DNA. It looks to be
To me,
patterns
what does
in
that mean,
DNA.
Steve?
That looks
to me, all this is
artificially
saying,
generated.
even if this relationship is actually a true thing of nature, it just tells me that it's evolutionarily advantageous to follow this pattern. It doesn't tell me anything about a creator. It just says I mean, we do see like mathematical patterns show up in nature for biological reasons. Like one example is that cicadas will often only emerge on prime numbered years, which at the face that looks completely weird, right? Like how do cicadas count prime numbers? Until you realize that prime numbers, by definition, don't overlap with each other much, meaning that evolution selected the broods that specifically don't overlap with each other as much as possible, which turns out to be prime numbers. So again, like if this relation is true, we'd expect maybe a similar situation behind it.
Also, I just wanted to add on that there are some triangles in nature. So, for example, if you're looking at like an octahedral, like molecule, I guess, structure, then they technically have 90-degree bond angles, and you could draw like a 90-degree triangle there. There's also certain beta pleats that have like 90-degree angles as well.
I think he's specifying like the ratios of the sides as well.
Steve, I have a
Yeah, they have side ratios of 3, 4, and 5. Very
Steve, I have
Yeah,
a
so if you're looking at like
question.
a hydrogen bond, that's 3 angstroms. So let's say you have an octahedron that's bound with like a hydrogen bond, and let's say that's an oxygen, it's potentially that it's around 3 angstrom, and you might actually have a 3, 4, 5 triangle there.
Steve, I have a very important question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe in evolution?
Yeah, I do. Of course, I believe that there are, that there is, allele frequency changes throughout different generations of populations, and people's characteristics in a population
How did the
change
word
from
frequency get
generation
in
to
there?
generation, and
Okay,
there's,
so hold
I
on.
believe in that.
Let me ask you a follow-up question. You said that the mathematic basis of our DNA means that there's a God that created us. Is that correct?
Well, I think that the genetic code displays a thorough precision type orderliness, matching
Why
the
is the
criteria to be considered an information signal.
Okay.
Why is the majority of our DNA from viruses?
Wait, scientific, hold on. Wait. So because it's so orderly, does that then mean that there is a God?
Well, let me ask you a question. How much has the genetic code
No, my
changed
love, I'd like
in
you
the
to
last
answer
million
my
years?
question.
I'm not talking
A lot.
RNA. I'm not talking DNA changes. I'm talking genetic code changes.
A lot.
Okay, well
Genetic
then
code
you
is
would
DNA, man.
you would
Genetic
be
code is different now than it was a
disqualifying.
million years ago.
You would
Yes.
number one, if you say I want to know genetic changes, but I'm not going to talk about DNA, I'm not going to talk about RNA. Okay, well then you're no longer talking about genetic changes. Number two, genetics have changed immensely over time. So, so I'm going to ask you again because I think that this is an important part. Are you saying that because of the orderliness and the mathematical basis of our DNA, that therefore means that only a God could have created us? Is that what you are trying to say?
It would be technologically advanced extraterrestrial intelligence
So now an
that
alien
seeded life on
created
Earth.
us.
Ancient
Aliens.
alien.
Okay, I'm
There's
done.
this thing called, you
That
guys
took
know
a turn I
what
didn't expect.
panspermia is, right?
Hey, Steve,
Listen.
can I chat with you a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm an MD. Learned a bit about this stuff in Yield Medical School. And I hate to break it to you, but our DNA is an absolute mess. It is not orderly at all. As scientific snitch Ella, alluded to, a lot of it is from endogenous retroviruses. So these retroviruses that inserted portions of their DNA into our DNA that found its way into gametes and was passed on and has become part of our somatic DNA. A lot of our DNA is intronic, so it doesn't even make it into proteins.
I
Right?
tried
It
to
gets spliced
explain
out.
that. He didn't get it.
Yeah, so like,
Well, I'm
most of our DNA never actually makes it into anything, useful.
okay.
It can contribute to kind of gene expression, but for the most part, it's not part of like the coding DNA that turns into proteins.
I'd also
Moreover, mhm.
I'd also just like to add on to the whole viral DNA thing. So right now, the going hypothesis is that our nucleus evolved from a Medusa virus due to endosymbiosis, which has been observed actually very recently with a nitrogen-fixing organelle. So yeah, we've observed microscopic organisms taking in other organisms that are microscopic and turning them into their own machinery. Considering the fact that our mitochondria and our nucleus both have evidence of not only viral DNA but also bacterial DNA, it's highly, highly likely that very long ago the first eukaryotic cell engulfed the first mitochondria and the first nucleus.
But I mean, that's really cool knowledge to have. But the other thing I wanted to point out is, you say that there's this repeating pattern in DNA that's, kind of God's name being reflected in our DNA. And I just want you to think about the implications of that, right? If our DNA was the same pattern repeated over and over and over again, how could we possibly have the diversity of proteins inside of us that make our lives possible, right? Like, think about how vastly different, collagen is from hemoglobin, from zinc fingers that contribute to like DNA expression, from like a helicase, from a DNA polymerase, from all the various, from carbonic anhydrase that helps convert CO2 to carbonic acid, carboxylic acid, and like respiration and stuff like that, right? Like, think about how vastly different all those proteins are. How could they possibly have the same repeating pattern over and over again, within these proteins? It's nonsensical. It's impossible.
And how could that all come from, and I can't believe I'll finish this sentence. How could that all come from a single alien species?
I'm sorry. What was your question again?
How could all of that diversity come from a single alien species?
Who's to say a technologically advanced extraterrestrial intelligence didn't invent the genetic code?
Wait, what does this have to do with the God debate?
Well,
Do you have any
part
proof that the unicorn didn't do it? The life-granting unicorn, Steve?
Well, this is the part in the argument where I say,
I don't have
"Dear
proof
God,
of that.
I hope you're real," because somebody needs to come down here and sort this out, because it's exhausting.
Yeah, but I mean, like Steve, I'd like you to address that point. Like, how could we possibly have this repeating name of God in our DNA when our DNA codes for such a wide array of proteins, each of which is so dramatically different from the next?
So, I don't know. Maybe I'm not understanding all what you're saying, but are you guys we're conflating DNA with the genetic code, the language that sets the
Yeah. So DNA.
Oh my God.
So DNA is your genetic code, right? You were talking about nucleotides, whatever, right? Like, there are four of them.
That's what we were doing the math on earlier.
So DNA is like the long double-strand helix molecule. It stores the genetic information.
Oh, I'm well aware, man. I'm well aware. Okay. So you have this DNA. It is a very, very large monomer, I guess a dimer if you're considering both strands, but this very, very large molecule that is
polymer. Sorry.
Okay, polymer. But this sequence of nucleotides, right? And these nucleotides are transcribed into RNA, which are then translated into proteins, into amino acids that form proteins, right? So your DNA is your genetic code. If you're talking about the various nucleotides, right? Like, who cares?
Well,
Whatever.
I focused on the code that uses the 4 DNA bases.
Yeah, no, that's great. It's just a 4-letter alphabet, right? It's just a 4-letter alphabet.
Like the 3 nucleotides that are the codons.
Yeah, that's great. Like I said, it's just a 4-letter alphabet, right? When you're talking about a codon that's made up of 3 nucleotides, right? You've got 64, possibilities.
There's 4 types of nucleotides in RNA, right?
Yep. It's got uracil instead of thymine,
like
right? That's
Didn't we
fine.
make 2 more actually?
In the U, or the uracil.
Uracil, yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's got uracil instead of thymidine, but not really the point.
That's in DNA, right? The thymine, I think, is in DNA.
Yeah, but again, not really the point. The point is that it's just a 4-letter alphabet, right? You can make these 64 different codons. These code for 20 amino acids, right? They talked about like the wobble position. And I mean, so in addition to the kind of like geometry of it all, there's also an evolutionary advantage because, you can have a lot of silent mutations wherein you have, like a single base pair, mutation, but then it codes for the same amino acid because, multiple codons can code for the same amino acid. So it's, kind of protective against mutations. That's kind of like the evolutionary advantage of it. But, like you've got this 4-letter alphabet, you can create, a vast array of different proteins because, if you've got those 4 letters in different arrangements, kind of repeated hundreds of times, you can make, a bunch of different proteins, thousands of times.
Hey, Doc, could I add on to that?
Go ahead.
So it's not just like thousands of different proteins. It's also like not just different proteins, but when we say different, we mean like completely different interacting. So for example, we have something like hexokinase, which specifically recognizes the structure of glucose. We have things like insulin receptors that specifically respond to the structure of insulin. We have TGF beta receptors, which I'm studying right now, which they respond to different ligands specifically and differently. So not only do we have different proteins, we have different interactions between these proteins, going to show how truly different these proteins are. They don't all come from one single code.
Yeah, and I mean, on top of that, you've got antibodies, right? So like every single, antigen you are presented with, right, gets presented to, B cells, and they make these antibodies, and the antibodies are specific to these thousands or millions of different antigens, right? Each one of those is a unique protein. So like just logically, how could it possibly be the same code over and over? It can't. Like it literally can't. It's impossible. You cannot get the variety of proteins we have if you just had the same code.
I think too, like a logical, like I'm at this point very tired because I was at the hospital. It's like 6:30, but a logical addition to that question is if a single source quote unquote made us, then how do you explain for the immense diversity that exists just within our own bodies? Like everybody up here has given you excellent examples of very specific cases, different uses, all things like that. So how do you explain? I am genuinely quite curious. Do you give all the like glory of that to a single creator, or can you keep space within your mind of like there's this immense like diversity, but also we all came from a dude that like rubbed his nutsack up and down twice and then popped something out that is supposed to be a miracle? Because I truly don't understand how you're supposed to keep those two things together in your head. Like, and I really would like an answer.
Well, you're talking about diversity in life. I mean, that could be caused by mutations, natural selection, genetic drift, gene flow, and that kind of thing. right?
That has to do
Yeah,
with your
that's just
DNA.
Heidi Weinberg. But
I'm still confused how we jumped from this is caused by God to this was caused by aliens.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
still
God left
stuck
the
on
building
that
a
bit.
long time
Yeah,
ago.
I'm confused about the Egyptian pyramid alien sperm God connection.
I feel like I'm watching the History Channel at midnight.
Is he saying God is an alien?
Well, the Supreme Elohim were technically advanced, right?
What? Were those
The
words?
Supreme Elohim were technologically advanced.
He's referring to ancient alien theory.
At least, if not higher.
Oh no, not ancient aliens.
So when the ancient alien Elohim goes Super Saiyan, then they emit their panspermia.
Yeah,
the History Channel has done irreparable damage.
I'm not saying that the genetic code was invented by aliens, but it seems to look that way to me.
No, it doesn't.
No.
It really doesn't.
Aliens. Look,
Brother,
I
if
will
it
say there
did-
are some really cool panspermia arguments. This is not one of them.
If our DNA looked like an alien, then I wouldn't be using mice in my research.
Yeah, Steve. So like other stuff to consider, right? Like
cephalopods. You'd be using cephalopods and octopuses if you wanted aliens.
I mean,
You
they're
see, that's
definitely weird,
because
but
they're a part of the domain called eukarya.
Are you
I
saying
know.
there's
that?
also an enormous amount of research in this one field called entomology.
I love Entomans.
There's a really good website that's like an interactive tree of life that lets you see how every single species is related to every other species. I'm going to see if I can find where that is. Because it's a very fun thing to
I've
explore.
seen that before. It's
So-
so cool. It's
Like-
got every species.
So I just want you to kind of think about it, right? Like and so like in addition to, you know,
One zoom,
introns
that's it.
and stuff like that, right? Like the fact that a good chunk of our DNA is non-coding. You know, we can talk about how, you know, DNA replication is a very imperfect process, right? There is like proofreading and things like that, proofreading functions, but you know, we end up with tons of mutations because you know, like it's a lossy process, right? So if there's a sufficiently advanced being to create all of this, why in the heck would they not include a more perfect proofreading system? Why would they
Also-
have all of this non-coding DNA? You know, why would our chromosomes have these little caps on the end called telomeres, right? That degrade over time. Why not have solid firm caps that don't degrade? You know, like that's a big part of the aging process, the degradation of these telomeres, right? Like your cells can only, you know, replicate so many times before they lose those and you start having like loss of DNA during replication, right? Why would they do that? You know, like does it make more sense that you have these designers that really suck at their job, that are just like absolute garbage at their job? Or does it make more sense that life sprang up, you know, randomly and over a vast amount of time, it's, you know, evolved into the kind of complex creatures we are today, but evolution is a very imperfect process, and thus we have all of these imperfections, right? The imperfections can be easily explained by a random process of evolution. Like if we're thinking about it from like a, you know, to quote Ian, this Bayesian probability kind of perspective, right? What's more probable, that we have these designers that are crazy advanced and managed to create life, but did a horrendous job at making it, or that we just kind of randomly evolved, right? It favors random evolution by a long
One
shot.
of those only makes for good TV, though.
Yo, I just wanted to quickly bring this up because it was on the Egyptian thing. The whole entire idea that the Egyptian pyramids were made by aliens is actually based on an RACISM type thing. It's not valid whatsoever. So just wanted to say
Ancient
that.
astronaut theory heavily depends upon it's one big fat argument from ignorance. People don't understand how ancient peoples made certain objects. They misinterpret certain glyphs on walls, and then they reinterpret all this to mean aliens. When in fact, despite what you may hear Giorgio Tsoukalos say on ancient aliens, We do know how the pyramids were built. We do know. And also, there is no Dendera light bulb. It's not a light bulb. Milo Minuteman has a great YouTube channel where he just debunks all this stuff.
Steve,
Also, notice how they never have these sorts of conspiracy theories about structures in like predominantly white countries, you know? Like nobody thinks the Parthenon was built by aliens.
Wait, it wasn't?
Wait, let me look this up.
I just naturally assumed.
Some of those cathedrals in Europe are pretty crazy. I'm convinced.
So we spent
no human could make an apartment this complex.
We spent some time kind of beating up Nebraska Steve for a bit. Nebraska Steve, what are your thoughts at this point?
Well, I appreciate your guys' time, and you've given me a lot to, to think about. So I like that. Thank you.
Sure. Well, we appreciate you stopping in, and we know we kind of threw a lot at you, but I would only say that this is the importance of, like, when you read these weird articles, like, make sure it's from professionals, like not some guy with a math degree who doesn't know biology. Like, I would never discuss biology with a cosmologist. You know what I mean? Like, just because you're in the sciences doesn't mean they're like interdisciplinarian.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. So yeah, okay, yeah.
Well, to emphasize that, I'm a nuclear physicist. I would never ever publish a paper on biology.
And not just math and numerology, but
right.
like physicists might not know so much about biology and evolution and
right
and how that things can be explained that way. So very good.
But thanks for stopping by, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. All right, you guys have a good one.
Cheers.
I also want to clarify, math and numerology are two very different things.
I really appreciate the help. Yeah. Last time Nebraska Steve came in, he was giving this exact argument. I didn't actually listen to him. I kind of told him it was silly and removed him from the stream. So I was like, today we actually should get into it. Once I knew he was going to bring the same argument, I was like, we need to actually listen to the argument and see what he's going to say, because fuck, it might be interesting. It's not so interesting. But, I mean, at least we were able to show mathematically it doesn't really even work.
Well, I will say...
He was on Blitz's live this morning.
Oh, was he?
He makes the rounds.
I will say, strangely, he agreed to the numbers that you added up, but actually you're using different units than he was supposed to be using. He didn't even notice that you were not even using the right units.
I figured like this only works if you select just the right amino acids and just the right numerical systems and all that. Also, my microphone's not spoken. I just made Steve a pleasing aroma for Doug, so this is an offering to Doug.
Yeah, I cannot stress this enough. Numerology is to mathematics as astrology is to astronomy.
Also, I don't think I got a chance to say this, but he was going on and on about like codons. In reality, a lot of the complexity and uniqueness of peptides and proteins comes from like the quaternary and tertiary structures of like the actual like peptide chains intermingling and reacting with each other. The side chains, like what I was bringing up with proline, like it's because proline's side chain like wraps back around on its amine group, which can make it very difficult to interact with other proteins. So it's like these sorts of things, they really derive a lot of the uniqueness of the proteins in our bodies, and it's not really the codons.
Sure, yeah. Well, friends, thank you so much for joining me. There's no way I could have even come within a million years of saying all the intelligent science stuff that you guys can say. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And friends,
you're having me up for the first time.
Yeah, you're always welcome, friends.
Have a good rest of your night.
Have a great one.
Thank you so much for having me up.
Cheers. Well, I think we got time for another. I think Andrea's been waiting for a while, so let's bring in Andrea, and we'll see what Andrea has to say, and then let's see. Oh, Dalton's back. Get Andrea and Dalton pulled in. W Science. Welcome in,
Thank
Andrea.
God for those guys. That's all I gotta say.
I know, right?
Andrea does not mean to be here.
Oh, it's okay, Andrea. It's okay. I can drop you down. No worries.
Thank you.
All right, cheers, friend.
Cheers.
Yeah, the butt dial is real. I've done that before. It happens. Well, friends, we're gonna see if Hamza can connect. Hamza, can you hear us?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hamza, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm 18 and I believe in God, but I'm just not a Christian.
Sure. So what kind of God do you believe in?
Hello?
Yep.
I'm a Muslim.
Gotcha.
So I do believe Jesus was a prophet and not a God.
Fair enough, but you don't believe he's God, and it's fine. So you believe in the Islamic faith. Do you believe in the Hadiths or no?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So what would be your
Yes, I
most
do.
compelling evidence or argument for your particular God being real?
We all believe in the Big Bang, correct?
Oh boy. Yep, sure do.
So could you like logically make sense that it wasn't like directly stated as the Big Bang, but many verses in the Quran stated that the universe was created, or exactly, like I can cite them if you want, but it said that the heavens and earth were created together by like a mist, fumes, so like an explosion, like the Big Bang. So how would the holy book like the Quran know about all this before even the Big Bang was even theorized or even like
It
proved today?
It doesn't, because it doesn't say what you think it says. You have to stretch the meaning of the words to make this even remotely close to the Big Bang. For example, in the ancient world, the heaven was just a sky above your head. They had no idea that outer space even existed. That's why Muhammad could split the moon in two, because it was just above your head in the sky. It wasn't hundreds of thousands of miles away.
Yeah, I mean, Christians do the same exact dance where they will take very vague sentences in their Bible, and then they will sort of retrospectively put a scientific principle onto it. But it's not very specific what you've given us.
Yeah, the real question is,
Good
how come
point.
your God doesn't know embryology, and why doesn't he know where sperm comes from?
Yeah.
Like I don't have any sites exactly. Like I can't name a verse
Yeah.
in the Quran stating it, but I'm not 100% sure if I won't say that it was in the Quran because as I said, I don't have a quote exactly right now. But like I want to hear your reasonings and stuff. Like I'm open. Just want to hear the reasons why don't there's a God and everything just happened to be
Well, I would say, aside from the things in the Quran that are just completely untrue, like where it says that sperm comes from between the backbone and the ribs, it also just is ripping off of Jewish pseudepigraphic texts. So when I was younger, when I was in high school, I was reading the Quran and I was reading extra biblical Jewish literature, and it was striking to me how many things it said about Jewish figures that doesn't appear in the Old Testament. It only appears in extra biblical Jewish literature, like the fan fiction, the Jewish fan fiction, right? It's clear that who's ever writing the Quran is very familiar with Jewish fan fiction, but doesn't actually know the Hebrew Bible. And the fact that it's robbing from Jewish fan fiction, which clearly contradicts the Bible, leads me to believe that, their intent was to undermine the Hebrew Bible while trying to uphold a narrative that supported their own position, because they wanted to not be a new religion. The goal is to not be a new religion, but to be the right version of an old religion.
Yeah, like Hamza. According to the Quran, who is the brother of Jesus' mother?
Sorry, could you say that again?
According to the Quran, who is the brother of Jesus' mother?
If Hamza, when you swipe away from the app, I apologize, but we can't hear you.
Before answering this question, you were talking about the sperm being from the back, right? That specific verse didn't specify sperm. It said seminal fluid.
Yeah,
It didn't
yeah.
specify sperm exactly. Yeah.
It says
So that's one of the
the
arguments.
spurting fluid does not derive from between your backbone and your ribs.
The testes itself, we all agree that sperm comes from there, but there are many things in seminal fluid that it isn't just sperm, and there is a gland between there. I'm not sure its name exactly, but I saw someone
So
arguing this debate.
he's
I
over
can
here.
pull it up right now.
He's over here Googling answers to this problem because it's the first time he's heard it.
No, Google. I saw a video of someone arguing the same claim. I can pull up the video if you'd like. That I said prior that I don't have any
Yeah.
quotes right now. I was just I'm not arguing. I don't want to convince you guys that God is real or not. I'm just want to listen to your guys' opinions, and I just want to share mine as well.
Yeah.
That's just it.
Just a transient dude. Thank you for the money gun. I appreciate that. So in the Quran in 86, it says that they were created from a spurting fluid stemming from between the backbone and rib cage, which gives me the idea that the fluid comes from between the backbone and the rib cage. The spurting fluid, not the fluid that goes into making the spurting fluid, but the spurting fluid itself.
That's a good point. You can take it either way.
Right.
Yes, I agree. I agree with you that you could take it that it's seminal fluid and sperm, and others could just argue the other. Yeah,
so
go
there
ahead.
were
Go ahead.
Greek medical texts that had this idea that sperm was in between in the back area, in the backbone, and it just seems like whoever the author of the Quran is simply just regurgitating what was the popular science of his era.
All right, I've never heard about that before, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I can't really speak much upon it. But if what you're saying is correct, which I assume you wouldn't cite something if you weren't sure about it, then yeah, that's a good point as well.
Let me ask you a question. Like a god in general, like even a generic god to me doesn't make any sense. For example, we can pretty much account for what we see here in the universe without a god. So
I study engineering myself, so I study everything, taking it. I took physics, everything. So I understand everything that we can make out to be science and everything. But myself, I won't argue that, and I won't ever say that there's 100% proof that there's a God. I just myself, I know it's a coping mechanism for myself, but I would just rather bet on, even if there is a God or not, choosing that there is would give me a good side. Eventually, if there isn't a God and I die, I just die. But if there is and I do worship, then eventually, maybe if I'm worshiping the right God, because I can't even tell you if my religion is real or not, then I would just make it to heaven, if you even believe in heaven. That's just my whole scenario.
I get that. You know what? The Christians here where I'm from in the Western world, they're making the same Pascal wager. They're saying, well, it's better to believe just in case I'm right. But for example, if that's what you're doing, is if you're believing just in case, you don't want to go to hell or something, well, wouldn't God know?
Exactly. That's a good point as well. I'm not saying my faith is 100% correct, or I'm 100% convinced that there is a God, or I just want to be in the life. I just wondered, since I took sciences in high school and later in college, everything, it started to make sense. This could be proven by science. Doesn't have to just be God created everything and such.
Yeah, I'm curious to know, because I don't think I've got to do this with someone from a Islamic background. We do this a lot with Christians, but in the Islamic worldview, what's the accounting for all of the suffering in the world? Because in Christianity, the suffering, according to most Christians, is because Adam and Eve ate the fruit. What do you guys say?
Yeah, it's the same for us.
Okay.
It's the devil tormented Adam to eat the fruit, and he sent Adam and Eve down to earth, and that's what started everything.
Right. And so when God had first created the planet, there were probably no natural disasters, right?
Yeah.
Right. And then after the fall of Adam and Eve, he created natural disasters?
Yeah, I get your point.
It's kind of weird, isn't it? Isn't that kind of a weird thing to do?
It is.
Yeah, that always plagued me when I was a Christian, because I was like, the natural disasters aren't actually needed for anything. Like, they're just an unnecessary form of suffering.
Yeah. And like a really good point that I hear as well, like this is against my own beliefs as well. Like I understand the whole because there's a lot of like far rights, like people that fully believe in God in Islam and Christianity, that believe that like they're blessed and stuff. But like there's current arguments right now, like Gaza or Palestine, if you even believe in Palestine or not, but like they're suffering, and everyone like believes in Islam that's like the Holy Land. Jesus was born there for us as well. So like I don't understand how there could be a God as well. That's like something that contradicts in my beliefs and allows this to happen if it's like a blessed land for us.
Yeah. Let me ask you another question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the God you believe in, and this is true for Christianity and Islam, is going to send people to hell that disbelieve in the God, right?
Yes, correct.
Is the hell a necessary component?
Well, in Islam specifically, I'm not sure if this is in Christianity, but if you were like a Muslim, like there are like pillars of Islam to be like classified as a Muslim. But if you were and your sins outweighed your good deeds and you were sent to hell, you go to heaven eventually. Like you go to hell for as many years as your sins outweighed your like good deeds, and then you go up to heaven. And there's many layers of heaven in Islam. I'm not sure if that's the same for Christianity. So I think like God gives hell to just like show you like the pain that you felt for every sin you caused when you were alive.
Perfect. Okay. So, and my understanding, according to the Quran, when you go to hell, your body's going to be seared by fire, and your skin will continually regrow, so it can continually be seared by the fire, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So, you're young. I assume you don't have children yet. I've got a child. I love my child. I would die for my child, right? So, like, I know for sure there's nothing my child could ever do that I would light them on fire for. So, for example, like even if the last thing that happened in my life was that my son decided he was going to off his father, I still wouldn't want my child to be lit on fire even for 5 minutes, right? So to me, it's weird that we have like this heavenly fatherly figure that is supposed to love humanity, love his creation, but yet lights it on fire. And for some people, a long fucking time, like all of eternity.
Yeah. Like in Islam specifically, if you believe in God, like this is what I also don't understand. Like in Christianity and Islam, there's many like different people. Like Jesus is here in both. But if you are a Christian in Islam, like what we believe according to the Quran, if you're a Christian, you're a good Christian, you did all good deeds, you never did a bad sin in your life, you wouldn't go to heaven. You'd stay in hell forever. Only people that are exempt stay in hell for a specific amount of time, or if they were Muslims from the start.
Sure. Now, what about atheists that
No,
know?
yeah.
Do we
Go ahead.
Stay in hell permanently or temporary?
Anyone, like according to the Quran and Islam, anyone that does not believe in Islam itself and did in like anything, Buddhist, Jewish, anything, they'd go for hell forever.
Yeah. Do you think it's weird that people get punished for just not believing something? Like, what if there's two people, let's say one person lives the same life identical to the other person. The only difference is that one of them believes in Islam and one of them does not. But both of them lived good lives where their good deeds heavily outweighed any of their missteps or their bad deeds. Why is just the brain state of being convinced of something enough to send one to heaven and one to eternal torture?
Yeah, that completely doesn't make sense. Like that was one of the main things I had an issue in Islam myself. Like even in a situation where a Christian did everything good in his life, never hurt a single soul, did every good deed he could, donated to charity, whatever, and a Muslim, he did more sins than good deeds. He goes to hell and goes to heaven. The Christian who did everything right, so goes to hell. Doesn't matter. Like
Yeah,
he could have genuinely been a better person, yet he just goes to hell.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird system. And here's my theory, because I'm pretty familiar with Judaism, and the concept of hell in Judaism is not really like it is in Christianity and Islam, where people go there just for not believing something. Like you have to actually be a terrible human being to end up there, right? You have to be legitimately, completely unrighteous. In Islam and in Christianity, we have this idea where like if you don't believe the right thing, then you end up in hell. And this seems to only work like it's only there because you need to scare people to believe in the religion. But like on the face of it, like it doesn't make a lot of sense. It's not a sensible thing to believe in.
Can I also ask a question about Christianity since you were a Christian?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not sure about this, if this is correct, but like I've heard, like, if you just repent to Jesus it's himself and you believe that Jesus is God, you would go to heaven either way. Like your sins get
Yeah.
removed or something like that. Is that true?
Yeah. So there's actually a parable. This is called the parable of the 11th hour. It's really short. I'll pull it up for you, and we'll read it real quick. But this is a pretty good explanation of the state of affairs within Christianity, and it's as silly as it sounds. So here's the parable. For the kingdom of heaven is like a landowner who went out early in the morning to hire laborers for his vineyard. After agreeing with the laborers for a denarius for the day, he sent them to his vineyard. When he went out about 9 o'clock, he saw others standing idle in the marketplace, and he said to them, "You also go into the vineyard, and I will pay you whatever is right." So they went. When he went out again about noon and about 3 o'clock, he did the same. And at about 5 o'clock, he went out and found others standing around and said to them, "Why are you standing idle all day?" They said to him, "Because no one's hired us." And he said to them, "You too go into the vineyard." Then evening came, and the owner of the vineyard said to his manager, "Call the laborers and give them their pay, beginning with the last and then going to the first." When those hired about 5 o'clock came, each of them received a denarius. Now when the first came, they thought they would receive more, but each of them also received a denarius. And then the story plays out. They're mad because everyone gets paid the same thing. And the moral of the story is that when you come to the kingdom of heaven through Jesus, it doesn't matter when. Thank you for the jellyfish Bertram. It doesn't matter when. Everybody gets the same reward. And on its face, this sounds ridiculous because this is not a form of justice, but it's even worse because there are some people that have been out here waiting, trying to get hired. They never get hired. They go to hell. they just they don't even factor into it. But you're right, though. So someone like Hitler could spend their whole life doing what Hitler did, and then in the 11th hour can repent of their sins and go to heaven. What are you going to say,
Dalton? Because in Islam itself, it's like different.
I was going to say also the least favorite parable for capitalist Christians.
Yeah, indeed, you're right. Sorry, Hamza, what were you saying?
Yeah, like in Islam, there's actually levels of heaven and levels of hell. So like I know, like it still doesn't really make sense that if you're a Muslim and you abide, everyone goes to heaven, even if you did bad deeds. But like it actually rewards people who did more good deeds than others. Like there are separate levels of hell, levels of heaven. I mean.
So Hamza, am I correct in understanding that what you said earlier was that the only people who stay in hell forever are like the apostate?
Any non-believer of Islam, just anyone specifically, even if they did everything good.
Okay.
Like that's something I specifically like don't stand with or like don't understand how this like I'm not saying there's any perfect religion out there, but like myself, I was just raised a Muslim, so it was just the only religion I was put on myself. So I never really explored in others. But like I already know there's flaws in my own religion. I was just went up to like I wanted to hear other perspectives.
Yeah, we were kind of in a similar situation. At least I know I was. I was raised in the Western world where everybody I knew was a Christian. When I decided to become religion, I jumped into the religion that I knew, that I thought was true, that I was raised with. And then when I really got around to thinking about the concepts and reading the book for myself, like a lot of it starts to kind of unravel. I feel like some of these religions only make sense as long as you don't think about it too much. Once you start thinking about it, then you're like, well, there's a lot of loopholes and plot holes and things that don't make sense. And then I found myself having to justify things that I never thought I'd have to justify. Like if you're a Christian, you have to justify God commanding slavery and genocide and things like that. And typically on the Islamic side, almost all of these conversations end up with somebody justifying grown-ass men marrying children because of the situation with Aisha. It's difficult.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not gonna argue that point. Yeah, it's right. Like there's many people. Like I know people like in Islam. This is just an example. Tattoos are not allowed, but somehow you can get it. You know, there's like non-permanent tattoos, right? Like where they fade every 3 years. That's allowed. You if you get a tattoo every 3 years and you know it's gonna fade maybe the third year, and you go layer it again the second year, it's allowed. So that I just don't understand. How can a religion like a god create the whole universe but allow like things like this to slip up? You understand me?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
very similar to automatic elevators on the Sabbath. Yeah, very similar situation.
Yeah, I love all of the loopholes to the Jewish laws. There's so many good ones.
You've seen the one with the wheelchair and the way they get around it.
No.
Like they have electric wheelchair one. It's super complicated, but it's like I think it was on that Bill Maher religious list movie is where I saw it for the first time. But yeah, it is, you're right, Hamza. It is very silly that there are these very strict laws that God has set in place that if you break them, you will end up in hell. But there are always like these loopholes. For Mormons, it's we all know the Mormon loophole, but but yeah, I mean every religion's got their loophole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like one thing that like made me look into it as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to think about, and we're in a really fortuitous situation, Dalton and I, because like we live in a location where like when I left my religion, no one cared. It wasn't that big of a deal. Like a couple of people I knew were a little bit shocked, but that was about it. It wasn't that big of a deal. But like, if you live in a heavily Islamic country, especially one that's got an Islamic based government, the reality is becoming an apostate could be lethal for you. I've got a number of friends that are ex-Muslims, and they had to flee the country to preserve their lives. In fact, I was married to an Egyptian that was living in Canada because her family had to immigrate there because they were Coptic Christian, and their neighbors, who were supposed to be their friends, tried to execute them on multiple occasions until finally they're like, we got to get the fuck out of here, and they left. But it's very unsafe for some people over there.
I'm actually Egyptian and immigrated to Canada as well. Like I'm not even like trying to joke. Genuinely, it's like that. Yeah, that's a huge thing that's also there. Like I lived in Egypt a long time, so I also like met many Coptic Christians. Like you said, everyone's totally racist towards them. I'm not even gonna say that that's not true. They get treated different by teachers, everyone, anything due to the government. That itself, like it's just fucked up. Like how can a religion be so quote unquote peaceful and stuff, and then you're just blatantly racist just because they don't believe in the same God?
Right. Yeah, it's really tough. And to be fair, I've spent a lot of time in Canada, and the people I've met in Canada that practice Islam, a lot of them, if not most of them, immigrated to Canada because they wanted some level of like religious freedom and tolerance, even though they're still practicing Islam. Almost everybody I've met that's Islamic from Canada has been delightful. That doesn't mean that there's not people up in Canada that aren't extremists, but it just seems like when you have to kind of escape people from within your own religion, that's not a good sign. Like remember when after the Turks started to invade Eastern Europe and the Catholic Church started forcing people to fight, and then we had this whole group of Europeans, the Anabaptists, that basically went overseas to escape being murdered by their own Catholic Church because they're pacifists, they don't fight, right? I kind of feel like the same vibe. I know so many people who left the Islamic world, even though they still practice Islam, because it wasn't even safe for them. And to me, that's just a lot of red flags.
Yeah, you're totally right on that.
But Hamza, listen, I don't want to drag this conversation out too late. It's getting late over here. It's past 11 where I'm at, and I've got
I'm in Canada, so it's 11 for me as well.
Yeah, I've got stuff I got to get done. But Hamza, thanks so much for talking to us. We really appreciate it. And these types of conversations really bring a lot of joy to our heart because, like, again, I'm an atheist, right? But my goal in these live streams is critical thinking. Like, it's not my goal to convert everybody to atheism, but I do think it is my goal that everyone should be like open and ready to think honestly about where they're at and maybe whether it does or doesn't make sense, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Best of luck, my friend.
Thank you. Bye.
Cheers. He sounded young, so it looks like he's got a long road ahead of him. I hope. Well, he's in Canada, so he should be safe.
Sounds like he's on a path towards liberation, so that's good for him. He's
certainly
thinking
does.
about it seriously.
Yes. Yeah, deconstruction starts with being honest about the data that you have available to you. All right, friends. Well, listen, it's 11 o'clock. I said I saved a bunch of super chats for the end of the stream because we had such long callers tonight. So I'm going to read through my glut of super chats. Thank you to everybody who's sent super chats in. You guys know I love and appreciate everybody, and I get all the super chats. So I'm gonna read through all the ones I have left. I'm gonna be honest with you, it's gonna take 45 minutes. So if you're not here for that, I understand, but that's what's gonna happen for the next 45 minutes, friends. Excuse me. Also, the smoke was just a little bit of incense. I actually have frankincense and myrrh incense. It's the same mix of frankincense and myrrh that they use in the Catholic Church, and I specifically burn that when I'm drinking my Catholic holy water. So
okay, see, someone asked me, "Is Justin on fire tonight?" I was just like, "Yeah, he's doing really great tonight." I didn't even notice the smoke.
It's an offering for Doug. All right, Mr. says, Justin, I'm sorry, not you, Justin, are you prepared for the Christian rapture next week, September 22nd/23rd? I thought Pop-Tarts, lots of them. What happens if it fails, or if tails? I think you mean if it fails yet again. So you guys know these end time predictions, they always fail and people never leave. People just double down and say, well, it'll be next year. It'll be 2 years from now. It'll be 3 Septembers from now, right? I don't have any hope that people are going to leave these cults because of failed predictions. Because if we've learned anything from religious behavior, is that it doesn't matter if predictions fail. When all the prophecies of the Old Testament failed, what do? They went and they reinterpreted it.
Yeah,
because they can't fail.
Daniel. That's what they did with Daniel. That's what they did with Matthew, and that's what they'll just keep on doing it until hopefully until Christianity just dies off. But,
Actually, so Dalton, I got to tell you something. I'm putting together a list of talking points, and no one's going to see this topic coming, but it's amazing. I'm putting together a list of talking points demonstrating that the people in the Hasmonean kingdom understood their own kingdom as the fulfillment of Daniel chapter 9 and so on, when finally, because it's all over the literature, it's all over the coinage. Like if you look at the coinage of the various kings, there's so many like messianic symbols and phrases on the coins themselves, indicating that they're in the messianic age. And so
I will nerd out for that so much. I mean, I know like the whole the first indicator for that for me was when I first realized that the final kingdom in Nebuchadnezzar's dream was not Rome, but it was Greece. And of course, in those days, the Lord God will set up a kingdom on the earth. Yeah, I mean, they thought it was right around the corner. It's obvious that Daniel was written as a sort of like inspiration for people who were in some sort of persecution. And don't worry, God's kingdom is coming right around the corner, just like the Book of Revelations.
It's so true. And there's one passage, I don't want to spend too much time on it, but there's one passage in 2nd Maccabees that's really interesting, probably towards chapter 3 or 4, where it kind of talks about after Antiochus has been thrown off. So it's got to be closer to a little bit after that. But it talks about how after Antiochus is thrown off, about how the promises of God are now coming true. And the way it's worded sounds to be as though they're referring to the promises of Daniel, but there's a hint in there suggesting they're coming true. They haven't all come true yet. It's a kind of the Christian now but not yet type of situation, right? But anyways,
I can't wait to see that.
Dude, it's so good. Nevertheless, the reality is, I think the reason why Daniel stuck around for as long as it did isn't necessarily just that the prophecy failed, because the 100 years preceding the prophecy, they certainly believed that it succeeded. That's why Daniel has such good staying power in the culture. Anyways, Shadow says, make it up as you go, Logic. Owns crystals for sure. Listen, if I've learned anything from these streams, it's that they're going to make things up on the spot. And Adam says, theological musings from the Right Reverend Charles Manson. Yeah, that's... I think that's pretty accurate. D20, great to see you. Thank you for the 99-cent Canadian super chat. And Mellow Matt says, as an atheist, the best argument for the supernatural is Kenneth Copeland. Look at that man and tell me he isn't a demon wearing human skin. Listen, I have to agree. If you believe in demons, like, that is the only proof you can point to is that man.
I always said that if there was ever going to be something that convinced me that there were lizard people in disguise, it was going to be Kenneth Copeland.
Right. Indeed. Kenneth Copeland has like just the eyes and the jowls.
Yeah, he looks like he's wearing a mask. It's weird.
Yeah. The funny thing is it doesn't look like he's had any work done. So sometimes you see people in their faces not quite right and you're like, well, it's because they had work done, like Joyce Meyer. Right? But like I don't know if I get that vibe from Kenneth Copeland. I feel like he's just a dude that maybe didn't age so well.
I wouldn't put it past him though.
Maybe.
Same.
He's got the money for it. Well, he brags about how many Rolexes he has. So like
that plane was so inexpensive. I just had to buy it.
It's so bad. If there's one classification of religious people I dislike and hate passionately, it's clearly the televangelists. They're the absolute worst.
I used to love them when I was like in middle school. I used to love Joel Osteen. But by the time I got to high school, I started reading my Bible and I got quickly out of that.
I was turned off to him pretty quick. I don't know if I went through a phase where I was ever pro televangelist, but I think it's because I grew up and my dad watched them every Sunday, and I was like, these guys are goons. Like I just saw too much of them growing up. But anyways, let me grab our next super chat from Good Question. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, I mean, women stayed slaves and only male Israelites were freed. Oh, to your prior super chat. Yeah, so, I mean, it is true. So, typically, if you were a female Hebrew slave, you would be a slave for life. But, again, you've got the contradiction in Deuteronomy. If you go to the same Hebrew slave laws in Deuteronomy, I always forget if it's 15 or 25, you'll find that the female Hebrew slave does get to go free in the 7th year, which is a direct contradiction of Exodus, which makes sense if you recognize that Deuteronomy was written hundreds of years later. But if you think that Deuteronomy was laws they were laws given just, 40 years after the laws of Exodus, what a weird contradiction for God to tell people that you can keep your female slaves for life, except 40 years later change your mind. Why? Doesn't make any sense. Nominally Bright says the Browns will win a game soon in the geological sense. Praise Doug. I agree, yes, in the geological sense, like how long it takes tectonic plate movements to complete. And S, my friend, great to see you, says God's GM must be Jerry Jones, and Jerry fired Jimmy Johnson, traded Micah Parsons, and Jerry is drafting the personnel to guest up today. I think that's pretty accurate. We had a weird live stream with very few guests because we talked so long with the ones that we had, but to be honest, I know we lost a lot of viewers during the long conversations, but I personally found them to be interesting. So I just kind of kept them running. But that's on me. I apologize, guys. Sometimes I find something interesting that the audience doesn't, and I'll take my lashings on that. And we'll get more guests in on the next one. Reverend says, Gabriel gonna take Browns to the promised land. I don't know if that's the case. Here's what I hope. I hope that Flacco can take this, backlog of quarterbacks and find one of them that he can turn into starting material. That's all I need. I just need one of them to be mediocre. Mike Bowen says, Justin, what religion are you? I'm not Mike. You know this. Oh, sorry. This is a conversation. Justin, what religion are you? Callers? You will never trick me into revealing that. Anyway, here's something completely irrelevant and a weird story. I'm shocked by the amount of callers that don't want to tell me their religion. Why? Why are they like that?
Yeah, I mean, you should point out to them that if you deny me before of men, I will deny you before my Father in heaven. If they're not wanting to admit they're a Christian, or are they ashamed of it?
I mean, it kind of seems that way. I've quoted that passage to them quite a bit, and they kind of said, well, I'm not ashamed. I just don't like the title Christian. I'm like, well, then you don't like Jesus. That's
It's
what a
also
Christian
because
is.
they know that if they have to defend Christianity, that means talking about the Bible, and they can't do that here.
Right. That's a fair point. Saint Brush, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, words don't mean words, final boss. Yes. It really was.
Yeah, I've never seen someone do it more so than this individual. Like, I've seen it in part, but he just went full blown. Words don't mean words. It's crazy.
Like it when he came in, he started the conversation with Christianity is true because Jesus fulfilled all prophecies in 70 AD. And I knew immediately, oh, this is a full preterist. This is going to be words don't mean words on steroids. So I was like, I was buckled in.
I feel like I need to develop some sort of really good argument against the whole typology argument, because once you go into that route, there's literally nothing you can do. You can give them all the information, you can pull out all the Hebrew, all the grammar. None of it matters if it's typology.
That's a fair point. If it's nothing but typology, then the context is meaningless. It doesn't matter at all.
Perhaps I'll look into how Mormons and Muslims use typology to read things into the New Testament, and see how Christians feel about that.
It's a really good comparison, actually. I am the cheese. Welcome in tonight. Says, if heaven is tabernacle, where did Elijah ascend? Oh my gosh, I know. You know what? I should have pressed him on this, but my mind was already thinking about something else. But this is a good point. Like if heaven and earth just never mean heaven and earth, then there's so many, you cannot apply the tabernacle as heaven in all of the situations. When it says that they built the tower as high as the heavens, surely that is a meaningless phrase if there's only as tall as the tabernacle. It's a dumb phrase.
This must have been from a guest I wasn't here for. What were they arguing?
No, that was the Preterist Clown. The Preterist Clown, I think before you got here, was arguing that the renewed heaven and renewed earth was not a renewed real heaven and a renewed real earth. It's a renewed tabernacle. Because there was one passage where they were at the tabernacle and God called heaven and earth to witness. And since heaven and earth couldn't be the whole heaven and earth, it must be referring to the tabernacle. Dude, the mental gymnastics you have to play to be a full preterist is mind-bending.
Oh, fuck.
So that's why I said I'm just going to string him along and make him say words don't mean words so many times until eventually he just looks ridiculous. Because you can do it once or twice and people are like, well, I don't know, maybe words don't mean words. But when you do it on every single, you have to interpret every word of the Bible that way, then people are like, oh, this motherfucker can't read.
God, it's such a short step from that to Marcionism.
Oh, I know. Arvin says, super fun to have a religion you make up as you go. I mean,
isn't that just religion?
I think it is, actually. Of all the religions, though, Christianity is so much of we made it up as we went, and it shows because of so many plot holes. Aaron, thank you for the $10 super chat. Canadian says, thank DS You're doing a live right now. I've got 3 more hours of work stuck on people's roofs, and I didn't sleep last night. You're getting me through this BS. I appreciate you, Prophet of Doug. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I think DS is short for deconstruction. So big W, Aaron, and please be safe on the roof. Carnage, my friend, great to see you as well. Carnage, thank you for the super chat. Says, my brother is named after our dad and his dad before him. Is Charles a title now? Yeah, the names are titles is crazy.
I wish I would have been here for that shit. Oh my god. I literally I got bored reading Daniel last night, so I ended up memorizing the whole list of kings from Nebuchadnezzar to Alexander the Great. And when I heard Daniel was being spoken about, I was like, oh, I'm so here for it. Oh, god damn it.
I thought he was going to use the dumb argument that Nebuchadnezzar was the grandfather of Belshazzar, but he didn't even try that. He must have known that that was a failure because there's 3 other kings between Nabonidus and Nebuchadnezzar.
Amu Marduk, Nergal-Esar, and Labashi Marduk. Yeah.
Yeah. Adele, thank you for the additional super chat. Adele says your new title is Nebuchadnezzar Justin. I'm on it. I'll take it. Nebuchadnezzar Justin. Peter says much love turning much love turning in early. You're turning in early, not tuning in early. Much love turning in early tonight. Catch up tomorrow. Well, thank you, Peter. I appreciate that. And it's gonna buckle up. It's a marathon of words don't mean words. Mike Bowen says lost in the sauce ministries. Hey guys, whatever you do, don't go over to Truth Ministries YouTube channel and make a bunch of embarrassing comments for him on his channel. Whatever you do, don't do that. Space Lord says, if Nebuchadnezzar is a title, why isn't every Babylonian king called that? How did no one notice except this dude, a barrel of cope? Wow. Yeah, it's cope to the max. Dude was just huffing straight copium.
You'll never find Nebuchadnezzar used as a title in any of the Babylonian Chronicles or the List of Kings.
And not going to happen. Not going to happen. Mike Oldnewby says, truth is the greatest misnomer ever. This guy, if you're referring to this guy, I agree with you. VGV, thank you for the super chat, says, I think the dead parrot from Monty Python was an analogy for the Bible and the clerk one for an apologist. I actually don't remember that skit.
Yeah, I've only ever seen the 2 big movies, Life of Brian and Search for the Grail, so I'm completely lost there.
Johnny Barrios, thank you for the 666 on Cash App. Big W, Johnny Barrios. Also, if you need a tattoo and you're in the great state of Florida, find my friend Johnny Barrios and get yourself a dope ass tattoo. He's got a page showing his tattoos on Instagram. Also, Bertram, thank you for the jellyfish. I really appreciate that. It just showed on my screen now. I don't know if it's delayed. Katie, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, I'm Persian. Can't wait to tell my friends named Dariush in Persian that they're all kings. Listen, that's, if we've learned anything tonight, I think that's what we've actually learned. Thank you for that, Katie. Bothell Guy says, I'm named David, therefore I'm the king of Israel. This is dumb. Dude, this was the height of stupidity was happening. HP Lovecats. I still love this name, by the way. The Christian God wrote a very confusing book. Isn't that crazy that God is not the author of confusion, yet this book is called More Wars and Confusion than probably any book ever? Design says, the guy now arguing what names mean literally began his argument with words don't mean words. Isn't that the funniest thing? Like, he needs to double down on the meaning of a name, but everything else is words don't mean anything. Well, fair point, Design. That's a very fair point. Von Noodle says, names do not mean names anymore. They don't. All names are titles, just so you're aware. Glofo Show says, this apologetic names versus titles is wild. Rockhard, like, it is wild. Like, the copium was at a level 11. Level 11. Chip, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Says, I've never heard the all names are titles, therefore God is real apologetic before. He ain't rock hard for Doug, no way. Not even in the slightest. Not even. Hank says, Hank derives from Henry, which means ruler of the home. My dog might agree, but I suspect she'd be the only one. Yeah, I get that. RW, thank you for the 666. Hell Nero says, as a member of Atheist United San Luis Obispo, California, I'm wondering if you might do a Zoom call with us one day. Topic can be your choosing. Sure, RW. Actually, I'm doing one on the 21st with the Phoenix Humanist Society, so that should be a lot of fun. Chip, thank you for the $5 super chat again. It says, now Truth is arguing that his God is real because of how far the Seleucids conquered. He's so cooked. He's turning to ash.
God, I feel like I missed so much good content.
Dude, it was the craziest cope. It was words. The whole thing boiled down to words don't mean words, but look at this one weird, ultra specific grammatical anomaly that can only mean one thing. Right? One of those situations. Yeah, it was a tough one. Hammond says Caesar destroyed Persia. Since when? Yeah, I don't know if that's the case. pretty sure that didn't happen. The whole kingdom.
That what he claimed?
I think to be fair, I think he misspoke when he was trying to give the narrative.
Did he mean Alexander?
I think he meant Alexander. Yeah. But he really does believe that the final kingdom was Rome. Like, he's convinced of it with absolutely no reason to be convinced of it other than it has to be, or else his religion is wrong.
And then arbitrarily taking Medes and the Persians and making them one kingdom. Yeah.
In fact, I went through the historical sources demonstrating that all the historical sources agree that there are 4 separate kingdoms in succession. It wasn't until modern history came along and started to question it that's just what everybody believed. But what are you gonna do?
Josephus,
actually,
yeah.
I have a whole video on it. I have a video on the channel if anyone wants to see it, where I go through the individual sources and demonstrate that the ancient people did in fact believe in the succession of 4 kingdoms, and that was largely unquestioned for, well, most of history. In fact, let me see what the last one was. Where did I hide that guy? I think it's in the appendix of the cheat sheet. Yeah, in the appendix of the cheat sheet. Yeah, even Julian. All right, I gotta adjust the wrapping on this text. Okay, so even Julian the heretic, he was one of the only early Christian Roman. Well, he was non-Christian, but one of the only Christian period Roman empires that wasn't Christian. And he says in like the middle of the 4th century, after that they were subject people, referring to the Jews, first to the Assyrians, then to the Medes, later to the Persians, finally to ourselves. So like, again, the Medes and the Persians are listed as a different people group, even all the way into the 4th century CE by Julian the heretic in his entitled work Against the Galileans. So this is what it is. That's what everyone believed. Let's see. Mootley says everything this guy is saying is redundant. We can disprove enough of the Bible that we know the God depicted within it doesn't exist. Big W, Muttley. I actually agree. Thank you for the super chat. And you're right, because regardless of what he thinks about words don't mean words in terms of Jesus fulfilling every prophecy in 70 AD, it's full of so many things that are not true. Like the prophecies are rather irrelevant, being that Moses didn't exist, there was no global flood. I know he would just say those words don't mean what those words mean either, but you know, if every verse you get taken to, you have to say words don't mean words, you don't have a hermeneutic. You just have fanciful cope. Yoda, thank you for the $9.99. Thank you so much. Says that Truth Dude needs to get in touch with Ubisoft. His understanding of the Bible would make a pretty fun Assassin's Creed game. Judas is the assassin. Jesus is the Templar. Assassin's Creed AD.
Okay, this person obviously doesn't know their Assassin's Creed lore. Jesus was using an apple of Eden, and he was killed by the Templars, or the Order of Ancients. So get your facts straight, bud.
Well, thank you for that. for that, Yoda. And I didn't catch the mistake because I don't know anything, anything about this game. But we're glad that there are people out there that do. Thanks for supporting the show. Gene, thank you for supporting the show as well. This caller seems to have mistaken acquiescence from his prior victims for the sake of getting him to STFU and go away for genuine agreement. This is such a good point because that guy was so overconfident and so relentless on words don't mean words. I'm guessing most of the interactions he has end that way, where he thinks that them throwing their hands up and walking away is a victory, when really it's just them exasperated by having to watch him chase his tail and describe how none of the words mean what any of the words actually mean. Which, if you haven't guessed it yet, the full preterism camp, all they're doing is saying, look, here's one instance where a phrase is used in a weird way, and therefore, because it shows up here, I can apply this weird phrasing or this weird application to every time it shows up in the Bible, which is bullshit. That's just not how that works.
That is a very specific fallacy that has a name, and I cannot, for the life of me, remember what it was.
Right. Gene, thank you so much for the super chat. Matt, thank you for the super chat as well. It says, oh boy, a gifted membership. What all can I do with it? No subtle opportunity to plug the join button. Not so subtle. Well, yeah, if you have a membership, whether it's gifted or purchased, you have access to our deconstruction cheat sheet, which I update damn near every day, sometimes major updates, sometimes minor updates. There's a lot of information on there, and I'll be adding more to it very soon. So please keep an eye open for that. And my favorite tab for discussing Daniel, I don't have a separate tab called Daniel. It's just in the appendix. I go through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 16 different ancient sources that demonstrate that the kingdoms, according to the ancient world, were Media and then Persia, not Medo-Persia. That's something that wasn't often done as a succession of kingdoms. Everyone knows that they joined eventually.
I'm very curious. Did you ever do any research on when that specific interpretation, sliding it over so that the Rome is the last one, when did that start?
My understanding is it was at the discovery of the Cyrus cylinder. I mean, was that around the time of George Smith? Let me see. Yeah, it was in the early days of when George Smith would have been around doing his archaeology in the ancient Near East. I don't know who actually discovered it, but it'll say the date. It was found in 1879. So prior to 1879, most sources, even modern historical sources, would have had some sort of a succession from Media to Persia, rather than just lumping them in as one empire that defeated Babylon, because all of the ancient sources have them separated. And personally, I know this is not everyone's favorite opinion, but I know there are historians that agree with me. I think the ancient sources are right. I think the Medes actually held sway over the Babylonians when the Babylonian Empire was in shambles, because near the end of the Babylonian Empire, it was basically a ghost town because Nabonidus fucked off for 7 to 10 years and everything was already falling apart. The Babylonians weren't even all that strong. The Babylonians needed to use the Medes to defeat the Assyrians before they can have the Neo-Babylonian Empire. If it wasn't for the Medes, the Neo-Babylonian Empire wouldn't have fucking happened. They would have been defeated by the Akkadian Empire, the Neo-Assyrian Empire, right? So they're not as strong as people think. It's because the Bible paints them like the super villain, of the ancient world. But to be sure, they were, but not nearly as how the Bible describes them. That being said, it was only with the help of the Medes the Babylonians were able to overthrow the Assyrians. And I think that the Assyrians were not the Assyrians. I'm sorry, the Medes were just as strong, if not stronger, than the Babylonians, especially towards the end of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, which is why I think there was a contingent of Medes that had a peaceful transfer of power where they became the dominant power in the region in the waning days of the Babylonian Empire, and they were actually the ones calling the shots. I don't think that the Medes went to war against the Babylonians and defeated them, if that makes sense. I think they had just grown so powerful that they were now the new dominant superpower. But when the Persians came through, they decided to take everybody out. What was left of the Medes, what was left of the Babylonians, and it was just one of those situations. But the way history gets told, they still think that the Babylonian Empire was still like the de facto superpower that the Persians defeated, but they were like a skeleton of themselves. It's like one of the Paul brothers boxing Mike Tyson. You know what I mean? It's just not the same.
Excellent analogy.
Yeah. Low Bar Bill, thank you for the $4 super chat, says, why do Christians only care about the first set of 10 commandments, but hardly ever mention the second from Exodus 34? So they don't know about them. Yeah. There's something that you won't hear in church is the second set. And even if you compare the third set in Deuteronomy 9 and 10, they don't match word for word either. But here's the crazy thing is there's a huge contradiction. I don't think I've talked about it on live stream. There's a huge contradiction in like Deuteronomy 10 and Exodus 34 as to who wrote them, because the text in Deuteronomy and the text in Exodus differ on whether Moses wrote them or whether Yahweh wrote them. And a lot of people miss that contradiction, but it's right there in the book. We can talk all day about whether or not the second set of commandments were in fact the ones listed in 34. You could make a case saying that they were added to the set of 10 that were originally given. I don't think that's a good argument, but you can make that argument. But either way, the text clearly says in Exodus 34 that Moses had written them. Let me just prove it out to you real quick. All right. So it starts out with a really interesting situation. It says, the Lord said to Moses, cut the 2 tablets of stone like the former ones, and I will write on the tablets. So you can see why you would think God is going to write on the tablets, because God says, I will write on the tablets the words that were written on the former tablets, which you broke. Okay, so then he said, this is what I'm going to do. But if you actually go down to the chapter where it talks about who actually did the writing, let's see, it's going to be 27. The Lord said to Moses, write these words, for in accordance with these words I have made a covenant with you and with Israel. He was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights. He neither ate bread nor drank water, and he wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments. It's an explicit statement. He wrote the 10 commandments.
Here, let me pretend to be Truth and Tell Us for a second. Listen, when it says that Yahweh wrote them, it really just means that Yahweh wrote them through Moses. There you go.
It was God was acting in a different function.
He didn't fully write them.
Well, obviously right doesn't mean right. And Moses talks about this in Deuteronomy 10 and refers to God and says, then he wrote on the tablets the same words as before the 10 commandments. So Moses says that God wrote them, and then Exodus says that Moses wrote them. It's just a straight up contradiction. So put that one in your pockets, friends. I don't even know if it's on the cheat sheet in my contradiction list, but if not, I'll make sure and add it up there soon. MRK, thank you so much for the $9.99. I appreciate that, friend. Says, Justin, I lost my other half this past week. I am sorry to hear that. It's horrible. A time like this makes me wish there was something after. Your live streams are keeping me present. Thank you. Praise Doug. Well, I am really sorry that happened. That one of the hardest things you can do is lose a loved one, especially a partner or a family member. And nothing vexes us more than to have to be reminded not just of our loss, but of our own mortality. That's why we have so much literature from the ancient world to now of people trying to deal with their own mortality and the difficulty of it. So, but we're here for you. If you need anything, MRK, we love and appreciate you. Reach out to people in the Discord if you need. And by all means, if you need to talk to a therapist, please do. There's nothing wrong with seeking therapy. Therapists exist for a good reason. I didn't see a therapist until I went to seminary. It was part of our training for seminary was we had to do a certain amount of counseling of ourselves. And so it was actually quite interesting because I didn't think it was all that useful until I did it. Then I discovered it was really useful.
You know what? I will, after this, after we end the live stream, I'll send you this really great paper that I read. It's actually on how grief-stricken hallucinations may have been the leading cause in like Peter and them thinking that Jesus resurrection from the dead. It's a really interesting paper.
Yeah, actually, again, Julian in Against the Galileans mentions that. He mentions that the Christians, they wait around grieving at the tombs of their departed loved ones, hoping to see an apparition. I think that tells you quite a bit about him, right?
That's crazy.
You got to read Julian. Julian's a wild. He's a great source.
After tonight, he's quickly becoming more interesting to me.
Yeah, it's a quick read. I think really it's only about 75 pages to read the whole thing in large print. Rock Hard for Doug, great to see you again. It says, what was it like interviewing Dr. James Tabor? It's next on my playlist, and he's a personal hero of mine. Well, very good question, Rock Hard. I love talking to Dr. Tabor. I knew at this stage in his career he can get a little bit long-winded, so I kind of kept my questions to a minimum. I think I only asked him like 3, maybe 4 questions because of our time limit. That being said, I'm very familiar with Tabor's work, and I really love and appreciate him. And I know that people kind of got on me because I didn't challenge him on anything, but to be fair, my goal wasn't to debate Dr. Tabor. He did a lot of research on the historical Jesus, and I wanted to get his opinion on a couple things, and I did. As I've said before, like when Tovia Singer comes on the channel and others, I just have my buddy Mike on the channel. Not every discussion needs to be a debate. Sometimes we can just have a conversation with somebody that we don't actually agree with and have honest, good dialogue. And I'm going to be bringing more of them to the channel, so buckle up. I'm going to be bringing atheists and believers on the channel to discuss some of these topics. And not all of them are going to be debates. In fact, most of them probably won't be debates. I debate enough already that when I sit down with friends that don't agree with me, I don't really have the instinct to want to debate them and tear them down. I just want to have the discussion. I want to know what they think. That's it.
You have to try to get 2 people that I would love to see you talk to, either Francesca Stavrakopoulos or obviously Dan McClellan.
Yeah. I've heard that quite a bit.
Those are the high rollers.
I'll definitely start working on that for sure. But they're both fantastic scholars. Jarek, thank you for the 200 THB. Says, I'm here for good and honest conversations, not to see Christians trying to carry a big fat couch up a narrow staircase. Pivot. Happy cooking and great Friends reference. I actually have that Friends pivot emoji in the YouTube and on the TikTok if you're a subscriber. Cahoto, it might have been one of the first ones I did, actually. One of the first emojis I did, because it was just so fitting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cahoto, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, I'm simply wet for words having meanings. Give them the rock hard truth. I agree, Cahoto. Not only am I simply wet for Sharon, I am rock hard and wet for words having actual meanings, not whatever I need them to be to fit my already foregone conclusion. And Walking Dad, thank you for the 28. I'm sorry. I was reading the verse. $10 super chat. Thank you for that. And it says Leviticus 19:28 in the ESV, you shall not make any cuts on your body for the dead or tattoo yourselves. I am the Lord. Yes. So we've talked about this before. This is not referring to the fact that you're just never allowed to tattoo yourself or mark yourself. This seems to be referring to pagan rituals. The goal is to not participate in the pagan rituals. If you got a goofy Hebrew tattoo on yourself when you were a youth minister at some point, I think God's going to be okay with that. It'll be all right. Botho Guy, thank you for the $5. Says color is made of 8% carbon and 92% cope. I think you're right, actually. I think that's 100% true. TG QWERTY, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says 2 hours late, but I'm here now. Praise Doug. Well, hey, thanks for being here, and boy, was it a hell of a night. It was a wild night. You guys know I try to get more guests in usually, but I couldn't help myself with the words don't mean words guy. I got carried away. I apologize for that. I spent like 2.5 hours on them, but I just couldn't stop myself. I just wanted to get as many words don't mean words to the point where he made himself look ridiculous. And maybe somebody in his life will watch it and be like, bro, you made a fool of yourself. We'll see.
Words cannot express how much I died inside the moment I found out that one individual, Steve, wasn't even talking about God this whole time. I was like,
I know.
What the fuck are you doing here?
Like, I apologize, but like I already knew that's where Steve was going because like the first few words of his script I had already heard before. I'm like, oh no, he's about to do the panspermia, ancient aliens thing again.
Ancient aliens. Listen, when I left Christianity and I was really into ancient aliens because I had not yet developed any critical thinking skills, I just moved from one extreme to another. And it was like a sort of stepping stone from going from supernatural deities to just aliens to just accepting that no, things are not as weird. Reality is much more cooler than the weird stuff that we make up.
Indeed. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Clever Moniker, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, how can you love him with all your heart if part of your heart has been circumcised, amputated, dead heart tissue, loves independently? Necromancy? That's actually a fair point. This is hyper literal. Words don't mean words. I mean, words must mean words. So I think this demonstrates the fact that even people like Dalton and I who are reading the Bible as like wooden as possible understand that there are times when words truly are metaphorical.
Yeah, I think the biggest mistake that a lot of fundamentalists make about the way that me and Justin operate is that they believe that we are taking a literal approach to the Bible. No, we just take a plain approach to the Bible. Very big difference.
Yeah, the context is everything, which is wild that they tell you that in Bible college, but then you have to forget it the minute you open up the New Testament. I actually had a New Testament professor once joke on an exegesis assignment that said if you exegete the Old Testament the way the New Testament writers did, you're going to get an F. And I was like, well, you're not wrong.
Yeah, because both in Judaism and classical Christianity, Catholicism, they have the 4 modes of interpretation. And the first one is always the plain meaning, but it goes beyond the plain meaning because they also have these other forms of interpretation which are always symbolic or spiritual. And that's the plain meaning always for the is always for the New Testament. The symbolic meaning is always for the Old Testament.
It's funny too because like I feel like this is so well known in scholarship. Like I remember when I was in seminary, I took a theology class, and I was already years past, like 2 or 3 years past, understanding that Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies in the original context. And I remember at one point in class, the professor, amazing woman, I love her to death, but she had mentioned the prophecies about Jesus, but she didn't really go into any detail. And but just mentioned that Jesus fulfilled prophecies, and I looked at her, and I just kind of gave her a stink eye, and she knew what was happening. She knew I was like you can't just gloss over that. You have to tell them the truth. And then she went into this long discussion about how they're all typological, or they're secondary fulfillments, or they're partial fulfillments. And I was like, okay, I'm not saying you have to lie to them. I'm just saying you got to tell them everything.
I used to have a copy of David H. Stern's Complete Jewish Bible and the accompanying his New Testament commentary. And his New Testament commentary is full to the brim of words don't mean words.
It's bad.
So, yeah.
By the way,
Ooh, I'm gonna get a book too because I know that's what you're about to do.
If you want real commentary on the New Testament from a Jewish perspective, you can get. I knew you had it. I knew you did. Did we just become best friends?
I was about to say, I was like, so Justin, you really need to read this book.
Oh boy. This is fantastic. This is the mashup we needed, friends. Hammond, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Do you think Muslims didn't write down the Quran because they like the Christians? Because they, like the Christians, believe that the world would end soon. Actually, I don't know if that's the case. I have a reasonable suspicion that the Muslims did think the world was going to end in the near future, but not like right away, not impending. You know what I mean? But I don't know enough about Islamic culture to know. Someone like Ems could tell you. He can quote you from the Quran and the Hadith what they thought about the eschatological period and when they thought that it was coming. I don't know the answer to that. I apologize, Hammond.
Real quick, someone in the comments section said they couldn't read the title of the book because it was backwards on the stream.
Oh shoot. Let me see. Yeah, there's no good way to reverse it.
The Jewish Annotated New Testament. Yeah. Which edition do you have?
Let's see. I've got the 2011
fully revised.
Oh, I don't know if I've got that. I've just got mine's published in 2011, but I don't see anything about a second edition. I'm a boomer. Yes. I need to get up with the times and get the second edition.
Yeah, it's so good though. Everyone who wants to know, who wants to get a Jewish background in the New Testament from a non-Christian, non-messianic standpoint, like actual non-believing Jews talking about it, this is the book for you.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. Emilio says, "Can this conversation be clipped, please?" Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it. All right, hold on. I'll write it down. We got it. This would be a new short. Frank, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, I've never heard tabernacle to be used as a verb. LMA, I know, right? Or that the tabernacle is heaven and earth. Like, it's just the amount of weird views you have to do to be a preterist. Red Link says, I'm spiritually watching this stream.
So not watching it. Is that what we're getting at?
Yeah, I think so. The preterist guy is getting tore up in the comments. Arvin says Truth and Tellus Ministries, so Tit Ministries.
Oh no. That's the funniest one tonight.
Oh shit. Tit Ministries is crazy work. That's crazy work, Arvin. Fantastic. Simple Programmer says, would a rose by any other function still smell sweet? I would imagine a rose is still a rose and it will smell sweet no matter what function.
90% of these comments are just about this one guess.
Dude, I knew there was a lot of people listening to him thinking like this guy needs strangled. So I'm sorry that I drug it out for so long, friends. But like to be fair,
good TV.
It makes for a good viewing pleasure, I think. Yeah. Chip says listening to Dalton say "fuck" when Truth said that the Bible says Jesus is omnipotent was pure gold. It really was.
I'm very bad at hiding how I feel. Like, oh God.
Jesus is omnipresent was crazy.
Most Christians are smart enough to not make those claims. They'll make the claim that, well, no, while he was incarnate, he was limited, like because he had emptied himself, therefore he wasn't omnipresent, omniscient, or omnipotent. But this guy was had like a fifth grader's understanding of Jesus.
It was out there. It was really out there. Carl says, dude's name should be Lies in Tellus Ministry. Yes, precisely.
My biggest red flag for whenever I used to get a guest is if any guest I have has the word truth in there. And it's not just Christians, because there's a guy on here, he's an atheist, and he's a mythicist. His name's Jeff for Truth. And I've debated him before. And yeah, and as soon as I saw the word, I actually thought it was a Christian, because at first, and when he was in my, because the word truth, like the word truth is always a red flag, capital T truth. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think as far as I'm thinking of my TikTok timeline, I was on TikTok. I started doing this about 2 years ago. If I remember correctly, he had just deconverted from Christianity to probably agnostic atheism, like right before I got on TikTok. So I kind of caught him in that transition phase, and I think he went pretty quickly into hard atheism, which was fun to watch, because he was just like he was nailing Christians on the debate scene for a while, just hammering them, and they couldn't do anything because they didn't know anything. They didn't know what's in the Bible, and Jeff actually knew the Bible pretty well. Coro says, "Oh, sorry, I just read that." Mike Bowen, thank you for the super chat. Says this man has had too much Tellus for one evening. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. And Adam, great to see you again. Thank you for the super chat. Says the immediate context is about the coming. Is my favorite out of context quote for the night. Talk about being rock hard for Doug. Absolutely. The immediate context is always the coming. That's why Jesus is so disappointing. He delayed the coming for so long. People got bored.
He's the Edge Master, the Edge Lord.
Absolutely. Jesus Christ Edge Lord is the real title. Not his name, his title. Thank you, Bad Gamer, for the $10. It says, do you think God sent Jesus to Earth because he was sitting there and just went, shit, I might be an asshole? I think so.
I've always said that Yahweh had a rough divorce from Asherah and decided to adopt a kid, and that's why he cooled down a little bit.
It makes a lot of sense. It makes a ton of, and even think about like in the pantheon at Ugarit and the literature and the Baal cycle, like El, the supreme deity, is kind of like aloof and kind of retired. In fact, he kind of gets shat on by his sons at certain points. And so certainly it's almost like he's given up. That makes a lot of sense of our current reality. There's some doof god up there that's like getting drunk with his kids and like can't remember what he did the last night, you know? Rory says, the Doug abides once you understand that everything is made of stardust and that process the path to I gotta start again. Once you understand that everything is made of stardust and that process, the path to deconstruction will have more comfort. Love you, Justin. Well, thank you, Rory. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here too. I know it was a crazy night, but we really appreciate being here. And Lou, thank you for the $5 and thank you for watching. Lou says, Saul, why are you pursuing/persecuting me? 1 Samuel 26:18 and Acts 9:4-8. Is this another example of cheap out of context borrowing from the Hebrew Bible? Good question. I don't know. Like the phrase is so short that I don't know if I would consider this to be borrowing as much as, I don't know, stock phrasing, maybe. You know what I mean? Because like even in the Hebrew text of 1 Samuel 26:18, it's not identical. It says, why does my Lord pursue his servant? Which is, yeah.
It's a very small phrase. I think this is more of just a hyper parallelism. Sometimes there are connections, but sometimes it's a bit too spurious. You see Christians do the same thing. Catholics who like to say that Mary is the new Ark of the Covenant will make the same argument when they have David saying, who am I that the Ark of the Lord should come to me? And then Mary's cousin Elizabeth saying, who am I that the mother of my Lord should come to me? And trying to build a connection between those two phrases. But it's just very few words, small sentences, and probably shouldn't try to draw too many connections that are unwarranted.
Well, if Mary is the Ark of the Covenant, then I mean, obviously, it would only stand to reason that John's popularity was because he was Aaron's magic rod. I mean, if all the characters are in there.
By the way, earlier when we were talking about Hazma, I brought up a question. I didn't know if you were aware of this. Are you aware of the fact that in the Quran, it makes the claim that Jesus' mother Miriam, her brother was Aaron.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
It mistakes Jesus' mother, whose name Hebrew and Arabic is named Miriam, for Moses' sister Miriam.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
Which would make sense if Muhammad is just hearing stories from the Bible and he hears the name Miriam and he gets two Miriams mixed up.
Yeah, I certainly would agree with that. They seem to be riffing on Jewish lore a lot in the Quran, which was my first confusion when I first read the Quran when I was in high school. I was like, they keep talking about Jewish stuff, like Hebrew Bible stuff, but it's not accurate. It's not accurate to the Hebrew Bible. So I was like, well, where the fuck are they getting it from? And then I did a lot of good internet searching, and I kind of started realizing, oh, they're actually quoting from this text, and they're quoting from that text. And it turned out they're just stealing a lot of Jewish...
and maybe not even riffing from text, but riffing from just people talking about the text.
Even more true. Yeah, right, because I'm sure they couldn't read. Yeah. Dan says, there's a reason Forrest refuses to take Steve's calls. I know, actually I talked to him about this. Because it's so damn irritating to work through his claims, because he himself doesn't understand his own claims. But I think we helped him to understand the problem with this particular claim. Nomad, thank you for the super chat. Says, so he thought he thought we just ignore amino acids that need the third nucleotide in a codon. I love the representation from Dr. Dig. I know. Listen, the science part of our community came together with like the bat call signal and just really put forth a unified front here. That was impressive. Like I was really tickled to my.
Yeah, that was very fortunate.
Yeah. Larry Beck, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says Dr. Blitz pointed out today that this stuff is calculated on base 10. He said the Hebrews did not use base 10. There was more. I'm sure he pointed that out, which is weird that Steve is still using this argument. In fact, Steve has used this failed argument so many times that he forgot that I've already heard it. He's already tried this dumb stuff on me.
Sean assumes that gematria is worth anything.
I know, as if gematria even matters. It's irrelevant to the whole thing. Sean, thank you for the $10 Canadian chat. It says, Justin, you deserve this super chat for actually adding up those atomic masses. Well earned, my friend. Well, thank you so much, Sean. When he first started adding this shit up, I was like, I'm willing to guarantee he didn't do any of this math. Like he's just trusting in whatever he's reading. So I was like, fuck, I'm going to add them up and see what they actually add up to. Turns out it doesn't add up to anything. And Jay says, apologies to the doc, but she didn't mention Dougine, the only real amino acid you need to hold yourself together. 666 gigamole, which is easily the most important. Is that what that stands for? It's obviously not gigomole. What's the G stand for?
Listen. As soon as Steve came up and started spout off all those terms, I'm over here like, I'm the Bible guy, not the science guy. That's Bill Nye. I have no idea what's going on right now. I was window dressing for that whole conversation.
I actually didn't know what the G over MOL was either, but apparently it stands for grams per mole. So apparently that's what it means. But yeah, W666 grams per mole. Obviously, that equates to Doug's atomic mass. Julian, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, just took my first biochem exam today. Well, I hope you did well, friend. This guy is just reciting a broken script. Indeed, broken. Broken almost implies that it was ever together. I'm not sure it was ever even together, but man, it was bad. Kelly, thank you for the $9.99. Says, I'm loving this, and I'm a turnip. Well, I'm glad you turned up for this live stream, Kelly. Thank you for supporting. I appreciate that. Captain Howdy says, Justin, you have the patience of Doug. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. And actually, you can't see it because I have a green screen set up, but I'm actually setting up a shrine to Doug behind me, behind my green screen, where I'll be bringing burnt offerings to Doug on a regular basis when I'm streaming without the green screen. It's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna make sure Doug and Sharon get appreciated.
I will say that one of the most unique features of your live stream that I think is really cool, I think a lot of people too, is that your green screen seems to, you have like a little it rolls up, so you can reach behind. It looks like you're breaking the background and grabbing into this like portal into a great library. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's hilarious. So behind me, I've got a bookshelf with a bunch of my favorite books and my Doug material and some other stuff. But yeah, the only way I could manage to put a green screen in here and make it practical is I found one of those pull down like projector green screens. And I hung it up on my ceiling and it seems to work. The only problem is I couldn't find one any wider than what I've got, which means I have to like narrow my camera view so that I fit the green screen in my camera view. I wish I could find a wider one. I couldn't. I don't think they make them. So it is first world problems. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Joy says, Justin, your backup on the panel for Nebraska Steve is OPAF. I couldn't agree more. The backup that I got from the science community here was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Science community, if you're watching, you ever need Bible backup, Dalton and Justin are available for Bible backup. Send out the back call. Carlos, thank you for the 300 MXs. Thank you for the free multidiscipline science class and panel. So sad that Nebraska Steve's brain is so full of pseudobabble. I know. It's hard. Well, Carlos, first of all, I hope you're doing well. I know you're still recovering and you had a trip back to the hospital, but you're in our hearts. That being said, I've talked to Nebraska Steve a handful of times, and I like the guy. I think he's a likable person, but boy, his theories are wild. It makes you really wonder what's happening over there. Adam says, is Justin going to finally debate Nebraska Steve? Yes, we're doing it, friend. I've done Nebraska Steve a few times before, so I was pleased that I could let the science community pinch hit for me. And Carlos, again, thank you for the 250 MX. Says Nebraska Steve would be a great fit for Art Bell's Coast to Coast radio show, Cuckoo. Yeah. You know what, though? Here's the thing about guys like Nebraska Steve is, like, I know he's kind of in left field, but, like, he's entertaining still, I think. Like, I know not everyone's entertained by him, but, like, when I find, like, the weird, kooky stuff, I'm kind of like, oh, fuck, I like weird and kooky. Let's do it.
Like I said earlier, I felt like I was watching the Discovery Channel at midnight.
Indeed.
But also, like, a group of panelists critiquing ancient aliens. That was fantastic.
It's hard for me to understand how anyone fell into ancient aliens, but now that I've been online doing these debates, I get it. Because there's a lot of people that are genuinely not bright.
The argument for ignorance. I mean, ignorance is like the fertile soil from which these things arise. I thought they were super convincing when I was like 18, but I just had to do just a little bit of research to find out that no, we know how the pyramids were built, and the Dendera light bulb was not a light bulb.
Yeah, they drew pictures. We have actual Egyptian reliefs of how they were moving the giant blocks. Like we know. In fact, I had a professor who did his background in Egyptology, and he joked, he's like, the fun thing about academia is, like, you can learn how untrue some of the common, like, talking points are in the real world. And he's like, in the world you guys probably came from, everyone thinks that the pyramids are a mystery. In the world I come from, literally everybody knows how they were built. Is crazy to me that this is still, the divide still exists.
Yeah, there's a really great meme out there that kind of, it's also, this is very important, is that you've seen that meme of Peter Griffin. He's at the stop. He's got the little card out that's got the different skin tones on it, and basically it's all the dark skin tones, all the light skin tones is like amazing human achievements. All the dark skin tones is aliens. It's a very underlyingly racist worldview because anyone who is of a very darker pigmentation, it's impossible for them to have possibly accomplished this, and it's aliens.
That's such a good point. Yeah, they couldn't have been that intelligent. They had to have had foreign knowledge. That's crazy to think about. To be sure, the ancient Egyptians actually understood that genetic material came from the man and the woman, that women weren't just receptacles for the seed. The Egyptians fucking knew it already. They already had it figured out.
They were brilliant. I mean, they had superstitions, but they were brilliant people.
I don't think, because I know when people think of Egypt today, they don't think that it's advanced as the Western world, but like in the ancient world, Egypt was the most advanced civilization that ever existed. Like they fucking.
All you gotta do is look at how they made mummies, and you'll know.
Yeah, they knew what was up. Joey, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says this isn't a pew pew fight; it's a goddamn orbital bombardment. I think that's about right, actually. Steve unfortunately brought a water gun to the fight, and the scientists brought nukes. Forseti, thank you for the 50 MX. Says, Justin, I'm disappointed. I expected your whole screen covered by scientists. Go full mosaic next time. I apologize. I don't know. I think we let all of them in that we could find. If there were more, I would have let them in. Vox, appreciate the $5 super chat. Says, as a mechanical engineering student, I wish I could get this much attention from my school tutors. Guess I just need Nebraska Steve. Best ever. Well, thank you, Vox. And you're right. Like engineering school is tough. And for those who don't know, I had a really weird educational background. There were classes that engineers are taking today that I didn't even have to take because of my particular degree track. So like fucking my heart goes out to engineers that are like in like calculus 3 and 4. I don't know how you survive it. I didn't have to take that high. But like kudos to you, man. If you can survive that high level math, you're better than I am. Joel B, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says atheism is the hypothesis that explains the text. There's no reason for a real God to punish non-believers, but it makes perfect sense as something made up to control people, and I couldn't agree more. Like the idea of hell, the only purpose it seems to serve is to scare people into believing, to trick them into believing, because a logical, rational person wouldn't look at these religions and be like, oh yeah, that's the most sensible thing ever. But if you scare them, say, well, if you don't believe this shit, you're going to burn forever in hell.
I think everyone who's ever had like a really small debate with a Christian friend or family member knows that once the argument points end and they run out of things to argue, that's when the threat of hell comes. So
yes. When you get to the end of a bad argument, you have one of two things that'll happen. Either they're going to threaten you with hell, or they're going to say, well, you just have to have faith. No, neither of those are true.
I'll pray for you. Bless your heart.
Oh, you're right. There's a third option, actually. Oh, boy. Kelly, thank you so much for the $19.99 super chat. I super appreciate that. Big W, Kelly. Kelly says, the parable of the 11th hour aligns with by grace you're saved idea. Can't get that free ticket to heaven without that sacrifice, no matter how many seeding dandelions you blow. Yeah, so, I mean, it's an interesting point because, like, if God is so willing to save you even in the 11th hour, like he'll just take anyone willing to be taken. It's weird that he puts this huge fence in front of you and forces you to believe this nonsensical doctrine to get there, as opposed to just asking for forgiveness with or without this weird blood atonement sacrifice. Like if there's someone that just wants forgiveness from God, they should just be able to do it without having to appeal to some sort of intermediate.
What's even probably more strange is that there is even a 12th hour to begin with. The fact that God has a cutoff time when he's eternal and we will supposedly live forever. It doesn't make sense that suddenly, as soon as you die after 80 years, it's like, well, I tried.
Right. Yep. I still like, I kind of grew up Catholic. I still believe the Catholics had to invent purgatory. They had to read purgatory out of the text somewhere to soften the blow of the nonsensical nature of hell. Julian, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Says the Rolex stuff was Jesse Duplantis. Did I get the? Well, I think both of them have bragged about getting Rolexes. In fact, if I remember, Kenneth Copeland, the last time he bragged about it was talking about how he was going to get another Rolex, and the way that he got it was by some guy donating a Rolls Royce to him that had a Rolex clock in the Rolls Royce. I could be getting the wrong guy. It could be Jesse Duplantis, but my brain is putting Kenneth Copeland there.
They all kind of just go. They all kind of just blend together.
I know, right? If you know the clip that I'm talking to, send it to me on Discord so I can correct myself, make sure I get the right guy. But to be fair, they're the two sides of the same evil coin. They're both of them horrendous. I wouldn't want to get. I'd rather get in a tube full of demons than with Jesse Duplantis.
Oh, this will make you cringe. When I told you I used to be a fan of, when I was really young, of Joel Osteen. I had his book every day of Friday. Yeah, bought at Walmart. Saw that and shit. I was like, that's my book. I'm buying it.
I never read any of his books, but I did, for comical reasons, almost read his or buy his Bible verse reading cube. You ever see that thing?
No.
It's rough. Okay, let me see if I can find it.
Yeah. The only thing I ever got from the book, by the way, for anyone who's wondering, is that every single he made basically it's a think positive and your life will be better book. It really had barely anything to do with the Bible. I think the only verse I remember him quoting was Psalm 118:24. Today is the day the Lord has made. I will rejoice and be glad in it.
This is the Joel. I gotta remove the super chat. Hold on. We'll get that in a second, Scatty. This is the Joel Osteen Inspiration Cube for $49.99. It's got 365 daily inspirations and 52 weekly sermons stored on it. You can be
he
inspired.
Made his own version of a magic 8-ball?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just saying you can put this next to your alarm clock. You can replace your alarm clock and wake up to Joel Osteen inspiration.
That it almost reminds me of the Deepak Chopra random quote generator.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Skady, thank you for the $9.99. It says, if they believe in the tri-omni, what's the purpose of praying? Wouldn't it imply that God will change their mind? So this is a fair point. And we've talked about this some, but not nearly enough, which is, if you believe in the tri-omni God, praying is stupid. It doesn't do anything because God can't change his mind, which means if he already wanted to help or to do the thing that he's about to do, he was going to do it anyways. You praying had nothing to do with whether or not God was going to do it. But the reason why it doesn't come up very much is because Christians' typical answer is, well, it was part of God's predestination that you would pray for it. So if you do or if you don't pray for it, that was part of God's plan too. But if all that shit was in God's plan, then he wouldn't need to plan me praying for it. And if him planning me praying for it is something that God did, he could have just cut out the middleman and did the shit that he wanted to do.
Yeah, praying obviously makes more sense in the context of how the ancient Israelites saw God as having the ability to change his mind. It doesn't make sense once God acquires the omni traits.
Right. Indeed.
Like Moses has to beg God not to destroy the Israelites. That's where prayer makes sense, because you can change God's mind.
Indeed, and he does in Exodus 32. God, it says in verse 14 that he changed his mind. God changed his mind about the destruction he was going to bring upon Israel. If he didn't, then he lied. So you got to pick one. He either lied or changed his mind.
Bartering with him.
Oh yeah,
example.
Genesis 18. Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense anymore with this current paradigm of God.
Esther Hamori wrote about this in When Gods Were Men. Really good book. Dr. Esther Hamori, she's fantastic. she's recently coming back on the scene with a book called God's Monsters. But her probably most famous work still is yet When Gods Were Men. I think it was started as her PhD dissertation. It's really good. Coffee Breath, thank you for the super chat, says if Nebuchadnezzar were a title, it wouldn't be preceded by a dinger or a lugal, determinatives in Akkadian. Coffee Breath, this is such a good point. But first of all, for people who don't know what a dinger is, a dinger, like typically in Akkadian literature, is a marker in the text that indicates that you're about to see the name, typically of a deity. It's not always for a deity, but in this particular case, it's a deity because his name starts with the name of a deity, right? So when you see a dinger in the text and then you see a name, you know exactly what's happening. It's a title for somebody. It's a name for somebody, typically something starting with a deity. What it's not is a title. You're not going to find a dinger typically referencing a title because it's specifically referring to names. That being said, I haven't taken Akkadian since 2012. So Coffee Breath, you're more than welcome to correct me if my memory is faulty, but yeah. That's a very good point, because obviously Nebuchadnezzar is an Akkadian name, not a Hebrew name. Space Lord says, Sabbath cheating, wire around their neighborhood, Eruv, like around Manhattan, wacky. Wait, what's the loophole being referred to here, Space Lord?
So the Eruv is the boundary line.
Mm-hmm.
You're not allowed to walk outside a certain perimeter on the Shabbat. I suppose the idea is talking about is a good way of getting around this is to make the Eruv line, the boundary line, as big as Manhattan. Therefore, you can walk about as much as you want.
Indeed. Okay, I see what you're saying. That's interesting.
There's also pre-torn toilet paper for the Sabbath. That's a real thing.
Right.
People are going to think I'm kidding, but I'm not.
I have to ask about this. I started a Tuesday night modern Hebrew class, and I think there's only like 9 students there, and it looks like about at least 8 of the 9 of them are practicing Judaism. They're currently still practicing. I'm gonna ask them once they get comfortable with me, because they don't know I'm an atheist. The teacher knows that I'm not Jewish, even though all the students are Jewish. I'm the only non-Jewish person in the class. But I'm going to ask them a little bit about some of the lifestyle when they get comfortable with me. I'm curious to know what type of a lifestyle they live. If it's like really, if it's really legalistic, or if it's really more lenient.
The word you're looking for is frum. That's the word.
Frum.
That's a word that means like the super observant. From, yeah.
We shall find out. I didn't take any modern Hebrew, so I'm taking modern Hebrew. There's a lot of stuff obviously it's going to cross over with biblical Hebrew, and there's a lot of stuff that's not going to cross over. So I'm excited to learn.
Right. You'll never need to know the word mechonit, the car, for Hebrew, or the Hebrew again. I've said the Hebrew word telephone. That's another good one.
Like none of the words in modern Hebrew I had to learn in school. I literally, like, if you go to like biblical Hebrew, like I could pick it up, the Hebrew Bible, I could tell you what it says typically. But when, like, if you want me to read a modern Hebrew text, I'm like, fuck, I don't know what that thing says.
Yeah. Also, the fact that a lot of modern Hebrew, they do not include the nikudot, the vowel points, which makes it a bitch to read. Yeah, but absolutely. I started learning on Rosetta Stone modern Hebrew, and for people who wonder if they could learn Hebrew, like biblical Hebrew, just know that the language is extremely small and condensed. So there's not a lot to learn, and a lot of the most basic words are used over and over again in the Tanakh. So it's easy to pick up.
And so, like, the last thing I'll say on this, when I was in seminary and Bible college and doing Hebrew, I got to a point where I had a vocabulary of about 800 words or so, maybe close to 1,000. and I could read the majority of the Hebrew Bible, because a lot of the words are derivatives of other words, like the root word, the root from a word that you already know is being used to derive another word, right? So if you learn 800 to 1,000 root words, you know the majority of the 6,000 words that are in the Hebrew Bible. That being said, at my current level, I have to use help. I have to keep a dictionary handy. But, it is what it is. I'll catch back up again. I've been out of school for 12 or 13 or 14 years.
I just have no life. That's it.
Dude, listen. When you're young, that's the prime time to learn. That's because once you have kids, it's all over. It's tough. As Shara's oldest daughter, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says the rabbi you had on almost made me want to be Hebrew, but then I remembered Genesis 3:22. I'm already a god. W is Shara. You're right. I love Rabbi Tovia, and we have a bit of a frenemies situation. He knows that I'm an atheist, and I know that he's Orthodox Jewish. But I got to be honest, he's one of the most pleasant people to talk to, because the thing that we're the most passionate about, we agree on, even though we disagree on the Old Testament. On Judaism, technically. The thing we do agree on is the nonsense that Jesus fulfilled anything in the Old Testament. And I'm so happy that there's a rabbi out there that will geek out with me and have fun with me. We have a blast when we talk. So I talked to him recently. We're going to be doing another one soon. I just don't have it on the calendar yet.
Yeah, rabbis are often a lot more fun to talk to than pastors for some reason. And I don't know what it is. They're just a lot more. They're not as maybe it's because they don't feel the need to evangelize, so they're not up your butt about it.
Right. Well, that's the thing is, if you're a rabbi, they don't think I'm going to hell just because I'm an atheist. Like, that's not a thing that they have to worry about, right? But if you're a Christian, well, now you have to save this person's soul. This is not in the Hebrew Bible. Asher's oldest daughter says, "Hi, Justin. Hi, Dalton." Well, hello to you, Asher's daughter. Good to hear from you.
Partner.
Notes of Devotion says, "Have you ever read The Lost World of Adam and Eve by John H. Walton? If so, I'd like to hear your thoughts." Well, I've read a lot of stuff by Walton. I've read more of his academic work than his popular work. I do like John Walton, to be sure. I'm shocked that John Walton is still Christian, to be honest. And to be fair, he's changed his opinion on a few things. Early on in his career, he didn't believe that the Nephilim and the fallen angels referred to human beings mated with angels. But later on in his career, he changed his mind. Like, if you read the InterVarsity Press Dictionary of the Old Testament, it's a 3-volume series. He does the entry on the Nephilim, and he makes a good case for why the Nephilim and the whole narrative of Genesis 6 is best understood as human women mating with angels. Even though I know early on in his career, he didn't have the same position. So that being said, I love that he's willing to change his opinion, even though he's a Christian. Yeah. Dalton, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I'll just maybe one day he'll go the next step and he'll admit that they're not angels, they're gods, other gods.
I know. Firm agreement. Taco Joe, great to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, "I would bet $100 that Truth Intellus was wearing those cringy jeans with embroidered back pockets that go with his double tattooed sleeves," and I could not agree more. There are a few bets that I'm willing to make, but that is a bet that I'm absolutely willing to make.
What kind of Christian did he ever say? Did he tell you what kind of denomination he came from?
We never got around to it. He was, obviously he was in the preterist camp, but we didn't get around to talking about his particular denomination. Like, he came in so strong, and he came in so heavy-handed on preterism that I was like, oh, the next 2 hours is going to be words don't mean words. So, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Jake Knapp, great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Big W. Also, see Jake's series on YouTube, The Exodus Brothers. It's also on podcast platforms. It's great. I love the series. He says, once I had a near-death experience, I saw a tunnel, bright lights, and Jesus at the end. Turns out it was just a Chick-fil-A drive-thru on Sunday. Oh, man. Here's the thing. I love Chick-fil-A. I love the grilled nuggies. I actively make myself not go there because of their stance on the LGBTQ issues. That being said, the food is so good, I don't blame you. I knew a guy once, a friend of mine who was gay, and he's like, Chick-fil-A is so good, even I go there. And I was like, I get it. It's fucking good. I like it. What are you going to do? W chicken. But I try not to go there. I support the community. Pretzel flavored word salad. Amazing name. Thank you for the super chat. It says, Christians say atheists take verses out of context, but when you put them back in context, it gets even worse. I know. The minute you actually pay attention to the context, it really fucks them up. They don't know what to do. I got 3 more super chats. I just lost the bottle to my holy water, or the cap to my bottle of holy water. Oh, well. Brandon says, atheist, 3 years, following Doug 2 months, came out recently, but my dad thinks I'm deceived by Satan. How can I get them to convert to the ways of Doug? I don't know if you'll be able to teach them how to Dougie, but I do know that the best way to deconvert somebody from a cult is with information over and over and over and over again. If you've got family members that are in a Christian cult, learn the Bible better than them. Know the Bible better than them. And then beat them over the head with it. Because this is the authority for them.
Meet them on their own territory. Exactly. Yeah. There's no greater weapon for atheism than the Bible itself.
You wouldn't believe how many upset atheists I get in my comments, like in my DMs and my emails, that are like, what are you doing taking on the burden by making the positive claim that God doesn't exist? I'm like, because I'm not a fucking chicken like you. I can back up the claim. Get on my DMs.
Right. I mean, if someone wants to talk about some random deistic God, that's one thing. But as long as we're talking about Yahweh, I mean, we know the evolution of that God and how he came to be, and it's just we have more than enough information to make the definitive claim that Yahweh doesn't exist.
Right. I agree, and I don't want to overplay my hand, but I would give this advice for anybody who was scared of taking an affirmative position. And don't think this the wrong way. I love you, but my advice is don't be a bitch. Take the affirmative position. The evidence is in your favor. It's going to be fine. You might stumble out of the gate. You'll be okay. They can't prove their God. They know they can't prove their God. All the evidence points towards there not being a God. You'll figure it out as you go. You'll be okay. If they can make up their own theology on the spot, you can make up yours.
I don't know about you, but when I first became an atheist, my favorite atheists to listen to were people like Richard Dawkins and who's the guy who wrote God is Not Great, Christopher Hitchens and stuff like that.
Hitch.
But as I've matured in my atheism, to use Christian lingo, my now favorite atheists to listen to are the ones who are biblical scholars, like the people who have the data to talk about the Bible. Bible smart atheists are a lot better than just the firebrand, really good orators.
I agree. In fact, my deconstruction into atheism had nothing to do with atheist scholarship or atheist ideas. For me, my deconstruction was with the Bible. I read actual scholars with actual facts and evidence and came to the conclusion that it's just not true. So, while the Daniel Dennett's and the Four Horsemen of the New Atheism, well, I think they're helpful. You don't have to do that. You don't have to read pop atheism to get there. You can just read the actual scholarship. Most of these scholars are like real scholars are agnostic at best.
And as a Bible nerd, I find a lot of Daniel Dennett and Chris Richards just boring.
Yeah.
No offense to anyone who loves that.
Yeah. Art is asking, with Holy Spirit, that holy water? Yeah, there was some spirits in my holy water. Trust me when I tell you, my holy water has a punch. Silver, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, people arguing aliens built the pyramids are doing it because they are racist. They never argue aliens built any of the wonders in Europe. And I couldn't agree more. We were actually just talking about that. Dalton brought that up. And it's true. It's a racist talking point. It just assumes that brown people can't do things, which is fucking crazy. Crazy. Yang says, challenge the idea of fundamental intelligence. I don't know what that means. I don't think that intelligence is fundamental. You would have to demonstrate that. This sounds like a really bad argument for like Christ consciousness or some nonsense like that.
Is this panpsychism? Is that what they're referring to? The idea that consciousness is, yeah. It's interesting, but there's nothing empirical proving it.
Right. Yeah. It's like just your opinion, man. Jay, thank you for the $2. If you know the reference, you know the reference. Jay, thank you for the $2 super chat. Jay says Popeyes is greater than Chick-fil-A. Here's the deal. If you want breaded chicken, I agree, Popeyes is the way to go. If you want non-breaded chicken, if you want naked chicken, you got to go to Chick-fil-A. That's just my 2 cents on it. I could be wrong. I do love some chicken. I don't know if I'm a chicken aficionado, but that is my opinion. And that last super chat.
I was saying we keep Chick-fil-A sauce in the house. That's all I gotta say about that.
I'll say this: Chick-fil-A sauce is good. That's really good stuff. In fact, I keep forgetting. I need to get some dips, some pretzel dips for my soft pretzels. It's really good. Ashura's oldest daughter, thank you again for the $10 super chat, says, hey to Brandon, tell your family Paul said the law is abolished and hell is so dumb you actually have to double believe it for it to work. Deconstruction is the best verb for this, is the best verb for this, comma, love this channel. Thank you so much, Ashura's daughter. I appreciate that. And thank you for being in all these live streams and liking and sharing and supporting and super chatting the stream. And thank you to everyone who's been here. Also, it's criminal that more people on TikTok haven't sent gifts to the Bible guy for being here for like the last 5 hours supporting the stream. Show some love to Dalton, the Bible guy. It never ceases to amaze.
I don't think I did a lot of work today. I was mostly just window dressing for the most part.
It's okay.
I missed all the good stuff. Jesus.
Man, it was really wild, actually. It was a wild time. Who's live right now that we can go raid? It's got to be... Is Thinker live right now?
Let's see.
It's Monday night, right? Well, Tuesday morning, Monday night?
Yeah.
Arch Thinker is live. She is. Okay. Friends, we've got someone on TikTok and YouTube who's currently live right now. Let's go send her a raid. On YouTube, her title is at Think Beyond Dogma, or also known as Arch Thinker. I'll see if I can blow this up on the screen. It is at Think Beyond Dogma, Arch Thinker. If you're on YouTube and you don't know who Arch Thinker is, or who Thinker or End Growth, as she's known, is, I think you're missing out. You need to follow. But listen, go raid Arch Thinker's live stream. I'll meet you over there in just a minute to chirp in the comments at some of the theists. It'll be a lot of fun. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for liking and supporting the stream, and for all the supers and all the memberships. And I do have memberships available on Patreon now. I have memberships available through YouTube and through TikTok. So thank you so much for all that you do.